Okay.
Hello! Okay, we have started. Alrighty. Everything is working on your side, right?
For me in general?
Yeah. I just want to make sure I didn't mess anything up when I
Yeah.
hit start.
Yeah. Should I just be watching the screen share?
Yep. I think that'll be easier, honestly.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to pull up the stream itself, you can. But there is 2 chats to look at, so.
I do have it up on a separate tab muted.
Nice, okay. Ooh, you gotta catch up on One Piece and Naruto. Good luck with that. Both of those are very long.
Oh my god. Specifically One Piece. Like,
Yeah.
Naruto is easier to sit through, I think.
Alrighty. I should probably talk about the spoiler thing. So, both of us have read all of JoJo. So this list goes all the way through just the entirety of the part. Like, if I scroll all the way down, it just keeps going. This is a very long list. So, because of this... here, let me get this back on screen properly. So, because of this, I have a little... Yeah, there's so many characters. I have a little spoiler thing. So whenever that is on screen, we'll give a spoiler warning before we start talking about it, and then once this pops up, it means we are talking about something that is very vital to the plot, I would say. Oh wait, it's cropped improperly on the... what's it called? The vertical stream. Let me fix that real quick. The last D in disgust is cropped. There we go. That's a little bit better. But yeah, so... because we're going to be ranking characters, it is easiest to rank them if we're discussing their entire character, so... And we'll probably do it for a couple of the anime characters as well, just because... I know both of us very much enjoy characters who have died, and it feels wrong for us to mention at the start of the character discussion that they're dead. So, we'll probably do spoiler tags for that stuff.
Part 5 is gonna have a lot of spoiler warnings, I feel, if...
Yeah.
Just in general.
It's because Part 5 is very difficult to talk about without spoiling basically the entire premise.
Oh my god. Yeah. I'm shocked that I only got, like, what, one character, spoiler?
Yeah. You got very lucky with Part 5, I must say.
Oh my god,
I got
yeah.
I got almost every tragedy spoiled for me in Part 5. It was a little sad.
That is actually tragic, yeah.
Alrighty. Hello to everybody in chat. We do have... I have both chats pulled up for me. My friend Pasta here does not. I don't think I introduced you, which is, I'm realizing, a bit of an issue. But yeah, this is my friend Pasta. The two of us are absolutely massive JoJo fans. Like, we are... I feel like it's safe to say obsessed. I feel like that is the proper word.
An understatement.
Yeah.
I mean, to put it into context, we became friends over JoJo. Like, I worked under you at first, and
Yeah.
when I started watching JoJo is when we became friends. And then we actually met each other and got JoJo tattoos together.
Yeah.
So.
From us just talking about JoJo constantly online too, what if we got the matching birthmark? Which is kind of wild when you realize it only took like 3 years. Not even, no, it was like 2 years for that to happen, because I got into JoJo first, and then you got into it like a year later.
Yeah.
So that it was a very quick progression, I would say.
About spoilers.
Yeah. But yeah, I think part of why we became such close friends is because both of us were obsessed with JoJo, but we didn't have anybody to talk to about it. So the second both of us were just like, oh, you really like this too? Great! We just did not shut up about it, and essentially haven't shut up about it since. Like...
Oh my god, yeah, because I would talk to my sister occasionally, but, like, we only had the same limited knowledge of it.
Yeah.
And you're just a walking wiki page.
Yeah. It's because I literally have the wiki bookmarked on every device I own that will access the internet. And I open it so frequently. Sometimes even just when I Google characters, like Kinato, it tells me like, oh, you visit this page often, and I'm like, okay. Look, you don't need to call me out for visiting some random obscure character's page. But yeah, that is another thing that I think is going to make this interesting, is how both of us really like the most, like, because we really enjoy the main characters. But both of us just have those random little guys that we're just obsessed with. So it'll be...
Luckily, most of my liked characters are at least ones that people can go, yeah, okay, I can see it. Like, Rikiel, I'm sure has a lot of fans.
Oh, yes. He's I would say, the most popular of the kids, aside from the obvious one. But
length, the anime itself is only up to part 6, but it is a little long. It took me like, what, 2 months to binge watch?
Yeah. Oh, your audio cut out a little bit.
Oh.
Are you good?
I hope that doesn't happen.
Alright, you're back, so I'm gonna assume it's good.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not super long. It is like 150 episodes, which is like... That is like a good portion to get through, but if you watch them by parts, as opposed to thinking like, I gotta watch this whole thing, it makes it significantly easier to get through. If you're just thinking like, well, I'm just gonna watch parts 1 and 2 today, because parts 1 and 2 are only like 20 episodes. Well, no. Maybe don't watch all of part 1 and 2 in one day. That sounds like a lot more now that I've said it out loud. It's 20 episodes.
Yeah.
But like...
It's not that bad.
Yeah, if you like break it up, it makes it like way easier to watch.
Oh my
The manga
gosh.
is pretty significant, though.
If you watch the entirety of One Piece in a month, you've got JoJo easy.
Yeah, no, this will be nothing for you. I take back what I said. For you and specifically, this is nothing. Wow. Alright, I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover before we started. Oh, wait, did we want to add any last-minute things? Like, any more tiers? Because I do kind of want something under Launch into Space, just because I know there's like 3 characters that we really hate, and I think we'd appreciate putting them somewhere further.
Well, see, I can't think of, like, a harsh punishment.
Yeah. I can just name it.
Think, like...
I could honestly just name it, like, the absolute worst. Like,
but
I feel
that doesn't feel harsh enough.
It's not
to me.
It's not punishing them, but it clarifies exactly how we feel about them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like scum, like the worst possible scum, and I can't think of anything better.
Oh, I thought of something that's not, well, debatably not as bad as being launched into space, being turned into a rock. So we could have something above launch into space.
Yeah.
So that way we launch into space, it makes it seem like a worse punishment. Here, I'll put it here for now, and then we can change it if we need to.
If something sparks us, like, going through the characters, figuring out which ones... which unfortunate character death is the worst punishment, we can just change the last one to that.
Yeah, exactly. Here, one of the images, for some reason, has a different color than the others, so let me change that. Scroll back up. Did that fix it? Yes, it did. Okay. I went with a gray background so you can see some of the characters better, because as you'll notice, a lot of the Part 1 guys are in the dark, because like 90% of Part 1 takes place at night, so...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Dio in the thumbnail was really annoying because I wanted that specific picture of him, but it's so dark, I had to use a filter to brighten it so you can actually see him. Like,
yeah.
It took a little more effort than I was prepared to do, but all the good pictures of Dio are, well, of course, at night.
Wow, I wonder why.
Yeah, gee, it's a real mystery, that one. Alright, do you want to start ranking, with Part 1 here?
Yes.
I feel like I know how we both feel about Jonathan, but what is your gut reaction for all the tiers that we have with Jonathan?
S tier. He's a gentleman. He has to be up there. He's the one who starts everything.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was hoping. I was like, it'll be really sad if we don't put Jonathan into S tier, because I know he might not be the most popular, but he's such a good guy. Like, he really deserves this.
So sweet.
He is.
He's like, he is the beginning himbo of the entire series.
Genuinely,
and
he
it
is
just feels
foreshadowing.
wrong. Yes. It'll feel wrong to put him any lower, just like putting Jesus any lower.
Yeah. I'm very curious how that one's gonna go. Oh, by the way, I did add a couple Part 7 characters that I didn't tell you about. So I'm very excited for us to get to those too. I almost added more.
It's a surprise for me.
I almost added more, but I decided against it. You have to remember, this was like 2 a.m. delirium. I was kind of losing it, but I was also having a fun time trying to figure out, like, well, is this character worth adding? Because this list has over 450 characters in it. And obviously not all of them are important, but I did still add a lot of very unimportant characters, so it's gonna be fun to get to.
Adding, like, Buzzspoke or something.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I did kind of consider that, but I realized I would kind of have the advantage because I'm the one who's read all of Buzzspoke. So I would just be over here arguing like, trust me, the Moon Rabbit, he's great. He deserves an A tier at least. And I'm like, I don't want to sound a little more crazy than I already am like that. So
yeah,
because like I don't want to have to plead my case, especially because there's okay, he's not on this list. But I genuinely stopped and thought of all the characters from Buzzspoke to add that he would deserve being on this list. And he's a guy who's got he's got eyelashes very thick growing on the bottom of his eyes. His feet are always wet, so everywhere he walks he leaves wet footprints. And there's one other thing about him that I can't remember. Oh, he can understand backwards speech. Just by default, he just understands that. And this man might be the biggest freak in all of JoJo. And he's not even in main JoJo, he's in Buzzspoke. And for some reason, he is my favorite character from Buzzspoke. Like, if we're talking specifically the Buzzspoke universe original characters, he is my favorite. He's so weird, but I love him.
Can you believe that we've only ranked one character so far?
I can. How long are we? 15 minutes in now? That sounds right for us.
Something like that.
But yeah, I had to, I don't want to call him by name, because I think he actually has 2 different names, because he has a different name in the live-action version. And I must say, I like the live-action version, but he's not as much of a freak in that one. Like, he's not, like, visually, like, different from everybody else. So, I like him, but he wasn't as weird as he could have been. Alright, oh wait, I messed up something. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. Zeppeli.
Yeah, Mr. Zeppeli.
This one shouldn't feel like it's harder than Jonathan.
Yeah. It's tough for me because he's not my favorite of the companions, but he is still, like, he's a pretty cool guy, I would say.
He's super important.
He is.
Yeah.
Like, he's the beginning of honestly, the wise mentor trope that shows up in JoJo a few times.
I'm almost thinking A instead of S, just because I love Speedwagon way more than Zeppeli, and there needs to be a hierarchy above Zeppeli. Yeah,
that's fair. I would be okay, considering we can rearrange characters, we can, like, organize them like this, or like this.
Yeah.
So Zeppeli can be an A, but he can be, like, the lowest A for the companions, just because, as much as I like him, he is, like, fairly simple, but at the same time, Part 1, everybody kind of suffers from that. From, I don't know, 80s syndrome? I don't know what else to call it.
Araki's first, like, famous work.
Yeah. Not even his first work, because, like, his first things that he's written still show up in JoJo. There's a guy in BT that looks almost exactly like Speedwagon. I think his name's Mike something. Like, he just looks like Speedwagon. He's wearing, like, I think he's even wearing the same bowler hat. Like, apparently Araki really liked that type of guy back then. He was like, yeah, these guys are cool.
Yeah. But also, you can tell that he also just generally likes his older designs as well because of, he brings back the same design, but looks so similar to, oh my god. Never mind, I'm done talking. Anyways.
No, you're okay, you're making I can understand the point you're making. A lot of Araki's designs, you can find similarities between them, where, like, Sometimes it's borderline the exact same design. Other times he's made changes where like, oh, he's like, he took the hair from this person. He took like the boots from this person or something like that type stuff.
Yeah.
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 Also, I forgot to respond to this, but I agree. I do think your PC is listening to you, considering I didn't even know Beat Saber had JoJo soundtracks. But that seems very, that's quite the coincidence.
I highly recommend listening to the JoJo soundtrack. That's what got me to actually watch the show to begin with.
Yeah,
stream.
That was another thing I considered adding was the songs. Being like, okay, so we can rank which song we like the best, but I was like, no, that's not fair in comparison to the characters because there's some characters who are going to rank significantly lower than some of the songs, and that feels mean. So
yeah, having like Danny be really low compared to a piece of music.
Yeah, like that feels wrong. I'm like, I don't want to do that to any of these characters, even if it's somebody that I like. Or even if it's somebody that I don't like very much, it's still kind of weird to be like, you know, I would listen to Great Days, then interact with this character, and it's like, oh, that feels mean. It feels like bullying.
Yeah. That being said, Speedwagon deserves S tier.
I was gonna say, even if we're not okay, I will say there is a couple characters who show up twice because like ages and stuff. Speedwagon does come up again. We can rank specifically Part 1 Speedwagon here. And I feel like he does still deserve S tier. Even just in Part 1. I agree. Because he's so...
undying love for Jonathan.
I'm telling you, the scene
so
where he says, like, oh, he's lost everything, I just want to go hold his hand to give him a reason for living. That kills me. Every time I listen to it, I'm like, that man...
And he even...
he's such a good character.
He even gave him space.
Yeah, even once he realizes, like, oh, I don't need to be here, he's already got a reason to live. I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna give him space. That is so, like, oh my gosh, he's such a good character.
He's very admirable.
It is! And, like, he still, like, doesn't, like, stop helping Jonathan after that. He's still just like, well, if you need help, I'm still here, like... It's like, I understand you've already got, like, a love interest. That's fine. I just want to make sure you're okay, buddy. Like, that's so... I love it.
As we're doing this, I fear that we're gonna have a whole lot of S, A, and launch into spaces.
Yeah, but okay, I was gonna be kind of harsh with some characters, because, like... I am someone who tries to defend George the First sometimes, but I was still gonna be like, no, he could probably be in, like, C or something. That seems reasonable. Like, characters like that, I'm gonna try to be kind of harsh with.
Yeah.
But also, we can make, like, an S+ tier if needed for, like, the overall faves.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling S tier is gonna start getting crowded.
It's for the characters like, Kinoto or like... The special ones.
Yeah. Have fun finishing the soundtrack. See you later. That is so... I can't believe that is such perfect timing. Also, hello, I did see you join the short stream chat. I was just talking about Speedwagon, so I had to finish the thought before I said hi. Alright. Arena. Specifically Part 1. Where are we feeling? I feel like she's got to rank high because she's very underrated, but I'm not sure where exactly.
For sure. See, she's a girl boss, so I'm thinking S or A.
I could see either one. Because as much I want her to be S tier by default, but she is unfortunately only in 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm like, okay, I can see the argument for A. Because, she does do some really incredible stuff in those 2 episodes, but again, her screen time comes down to, 10 minutes, ultimately. Oh, why does my mouse keep doing that?
Yeah, I'll say A, just because she's in very little episodes, but she does come back and we can put her in S tier later, always.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, yeah, it's not like once they're in a spot, they're, locked into their spot. We can move these guys whenever we feel like. Like, if we suddenly decide, you know what, I like Speedwagon more than Jonathan, we could do that, and we could just switch them around. Well, apparently, okay, I was gonna say, apparently we do like Speedwagon more than Jonathan, because he's not giving up his first place. Alright, we're good, though. We got them back where they were supposed to be. But yeah, no, Arena is incredible. Like, the scenes that she has early on are just, they're so good.
Oh,
but then she's gone for a while. I don't know if this is a fan theory or if it's canon and I just missed it, but apparently the reason she left was because her dad is a doctor, and he was hired at a hospital across the country. So she didn't leave by choice, it was just unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
But that makes sense for why she comes back later, why she's acting like as a nurse, essentially. It's because she just knows how to do that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is pretty neat.
I'm worried about the villains, because
we can pop
like,
up the spoiler screen for Dio a lot, because I have some opinions about this man.
Yeah, do you have Dio for part 3 separate?
Yes.
Okay.
Every time a character shows up in a different part, they show up. Jotaro's on this list a couple times. there's a couple characters who just keep coming back, so yeah, every possible instance they make a reappearance, yeah.
Part 1 Dio. Oh my god, that's so difficult.
Yeah, like, he's kind of a fun villain, but he's also just almost painful to watch in some scenes, where I'm like, wow,
yes.
That's like, that crossed a line of evil. Like, that was really bad. Like, if we want to go into specifics, I can pop up the spoiler screen. I know it's only part 1, but still, I can do it.
Yeah, maybe spoiler for a second, because I want to talk about the last episode of part 1.
Alright, spoiler should be up. I clicked the button. Where is it? There it is, okay. For some reason it just wasn't showing on my side.
This is going to be up so much.
Alright, yeah, spoiler is up, so we're good. Alright, how much did you hate Dio in the last episode?
See, it's complicated because I hate everything that he's done. Like, the whole actively trying to kill everyone, but also him being sad about Jonathan's death is ultimately also really depressing to watch.
It's the way he realized that was his equal, and he was like, dang it, that was the guy I would have preferred to keep living. Like, this kind of sucks. Like, it doesn't even suck, like, obviously because, like, he can't do his plan, because obviously he still does anyway, but, like, he's just upset that he's dead. He's like, oh, this is not... Suddenly I have mixed opinions on this. And that's very interesting to see, like, him deal with. Like, we don't get it for very long, but you can see, like, the emotion on his face change. Like, he's...
Yeah.
He's feeling very conflicted.
I think a lot of what I feel towards him is pity in that first part.
That's fair. Because, like...
Man, I don't even know where to... Like...
everything wrong with Dio in part 1 can be directly traced back to Dario.
Yeah,
but also Dio does just kind of suck. Speedwagon does say that. He says, like, I've grown up around criminals, I know when someone sucks. This guy is the worst. He's just like that. Like, it's like, I was also poor and lived in the middle of nowhere, like, within the worst possible situation. I'm still fine. I was a criminal, I will admit that, but I wasn't this bad. Like, this guy is something else.
Yeah. Like, he didn't burn dogs for fun.
Yeah, like, that is not... you gotta be very messed up to do that.
You know, just for the sake of it, I'd say that Dio belongs, like, D.
That's fair.
Just because
D for
he's
Dio.
so evil in part 1. Like, he gets more fun in part 3.
He becomes a fun villain.
In part 1, he's just downright evil.
Yeah. Alright, are we good with the spoiler tag?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm done yapping.
Alright. Dio is in D. Where do we want to put George the First? I don't have George the Second! I included so many characters, I forgot George the Second. That's fine.
It doesn't matter that
That's
much.
sad, but... Well, it's just, I call him George the First, and we're just gonna pretend George the Second doesn't happen, I guess. That feels mean.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, alright. So, George 1. How are we feeling about the first dad on the list?
See, he kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But not like JoJo sucks, so we have to give him some credit.
Yeah. Because, like, there's a lot worse fathers later on. I actually have a line of them in part 7.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
It's
had to
like a
put them
whole
all. I
shopping
had to
list
put them
there.
all together. I was like, wow, look at how many there is. But
I love the way.
for George the First, he could have been a lot worse, and he does feel bad about that. I feel that gives him an extra point.
Yeah. I'd say like maybe like B or C, but more leaning towards C.
That's what I was thinking, just because like he's not much of a character, but I want to give him like I almost want to put him in just there, just because that does kind of sum up most of his
That's what I was
contributions.
thinking.
But also he gets I feel like he gets a bonus point to get bumped up to C just because he apologizes.
Exactly.
Like that feels like that
that's
feels
where I'm
worth
at.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Dyer.
He's just not much of a character to me.
He spawned a very big JoJo meme. The Thundercross split attack is a huge meme. At least it was on Reddit. But aside from that, Dyer doesn't do a lot. He uses the attack that he claims is undefeatable, and it fails both times he uses it in the show. So I feel like that that solidifies him as a just there character, I think. If he can't even like
sure,
prove
100%.
how strong his attack is. Alright, Strazo. And yeah, his name is actually Strazo. I know his name gets mistranslated as Straits because with Dyer he becomes Dire Straits. But from what I remember correctly, his name is literally supposed to be translated as Strazo.
Right. I realize on stream that S tier is cropped out. Because
oh yeah, no, I've scrolled down a bit. I've scrolled down so we can see the character a little bit better. So I'm gonna keep scrolling back up as we like look at it more. I figured if I scroll down like this for a moment, you can see Strazo slightly better.
Mm-hmm. He's also another character that just feels kind of there to me. Most of the part 1 like minor villains or side characters do.
Yeah, he's just there to be like, look, Sapelli had friends. Like he hasn't been alone all this time.
He just kind of looks like I feel like he looks like what Joseph thought Lisa was when he first saw her.
Yeah. This is who he expected. Which, I mean... Here, let me spoiler tag. And let me make sure that actually popped up on time. Okay, it did. That's very fitting, considering this is Joseph's grandfather.
Yeah.
Because he does adopt Lisa, so that makes this man his adoptive grandfather. Which, like, kind of fitting. That he ended up... Lisa does kind of grow up having a very, like... Not identical, but similar way she carries herself.
Yeah.
I missed Cam's comment from earlier. Dio directly calls the existence of the best-looking character, and I think we need to consider that.
Which one?
I'm assuming Giorno.
Oh, okay. He has so many children. It's hard to... and he's ruined so many other lives. It's hard to...
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize chat was hidden. He said that like 5 minutes ago, but yeah.
Yeah. See, because Dio indirectly was the cause of Polnareff looking the way that he does later in the show.
True.
Doesn't matter.
Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the spoiler thing.
Yeah. For Strazo, I feel like he deserves a higher place just because he did adopt.
Yeah. I feel like that is worth some points. Honestly, we can put him in just there, but higher up. So like we like Strazo a little more than Dyer.
Yes.
That's fair. I think that's reasonable. Oh, hello again, Box. We are 30 minutes into ranking, and we have 7 characters on the board. Only 450 to go!
Wow.
I do actually have to go feed Rhea real quick. I'll be right back. Here, I'm gonna mute myself, but I'm gonna leave you, unmuted.
Ooh. Wow. Full reign of the stream.
Alright, I am back.
Okay, I said approximately one thing and then stayed silent.
That's okay. Alrighty. Oh, someone in chat said, hi, Amber's friend. Yeah, I wanted to add a little tag thing for him, but it didn't work, so his name is Pasta. Technically
Is
Atticus,
that,
but...
the other thing that you're also streaming on?
Yes. That is I mean, they're both on YouTube. It's just a shorts stream, which is better on phones, and a regular stream better on laptops.
Right. Oh, hello, viewer.
Alrighty. Next up is Ton Petty. He is Zappelli's teacher, and he doesn't really, do much. I'm feeling very much a just there character, I gotta be honest.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the part 1 cast, or part 1 and part 2 cast is gonna be kinda in that spot, in that area.
Cam has clarified which character he means from earlier. It's not Giorno, it's the cat bird that Dio makes.
Oh my god, why? Why?
Knowing him, I should have realized it was something cat related.
That thing is horrific.
I mean, look at the little smile. It's literally this. That is the face it's making.
Yes. It's one of the better things that was created. But like, just the context behind all of the amalgamations that he did create is so...
Okay. It's a horrifying concept, but you have to admit at least this one turned out cute. It's better than the man. So the man was horrible.
Yeah.
That was awful. And I can't believe he did that. I have seen fan comics of like all the JoJo characters all meeting and stuff, and every time Giorno's always like, why would you do this? He's always so horrified.
See, you can't say that is Dio's best, like, offspring when
it's his best
Rikiya
creation.
was right there.
I think you might be a little biased, but at the same time, I think so is Cam.
See, my bias is better because I'm older. See, that's how it works.
Yeah, Cam's bio still says, I love cats, that's like my whole thing. Which is... that's fair. I love the Sprigatito profile picture that you still have, by the way. That is... He's had that profile picture for like over a year now.
Discrimination? I could never.
Oh.
I'm just saying, I have superiority. Easy.
Pasta, Box is asking what your favorite animal is.
My favorite animal?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is gonna...
I struggled a little earlier too. I just said cats and possums because that is what my persona is a combination of, so...
Yeah, I do like possums. That is one of my, like, main personas is also a possum. But
they're just
adorable.
adorable.
I don't think I really have a favorite animal. See, there's an animal that I really like, but I can't remember it right now. I don't like... I'm really bad at being asked things on the spot like this.
It's okay. If you want to give just a default answer of, like, possums, but also it changes, that's a good answer.
Yeah, but there's a specific one that I can't quite think about, and it's bothering me now.
If it comes back to you later, you can always just say it then.
And I will. I'm frustrated now, more than anything.
You said you're not good at being asked questions on the spot, and the next thing that pops up is, what's your favorite color?
My favorite color?
Yeah, now we're just quizzing you.
This one is more clean cut. This one is more clean cut. I like color combinations, not colors, really.
That's fair.
Sunset colors, like, starburst yellow and, like, salmon are my two favorite colors, but I also really like the color combination of, like, lime green and kind of a darker red, if it wasn't obvious by my character on screen.
Yeah, those are some good answers. I feel like all of my favorite colors are on screen right now. I very much like purple and red.
Yeah. Well, colors is much more easy for me because I'm an artist and I use them a lot.
That's
But
fair.
animals is just I draw so many different kinds of animals because I'm a furry artist.
Yeah.
Is
You start getting conflicted opinions of being like, well, this one's easier to draw, but this one like does look cooler.
yeah. Hmm. Here's a fun animal to look up if anyone wants. It's called a Mongolian saiga. They
All right.
are funky looking.
I gotta look that up now.
I actually have a character that is a Mongolian saiga.
Wait. I might. Oh, I know who you mean now. Yeah, okay, I do know that one. As soon as you said
Yeah,
that, I
they're
was like,
funky.
wait a second, I've heard this before.
I mean, they're goofy looking. Why are they
They
like that?
are. They don't look. They look like they're a made-up creature, but also that's clearly
Yes.
real.
Like, they're so pretty in the colors and, like, just structure, but why are they built like that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a very
Anyways, we
interesting
got
one.
so sidetracked.
Yeah, it happens. People are now asking you math, but that's fine. And your favorite food. I don't know why everyone's quizzing you all of a sudden. You show up on stream,
Why would I
everyone's just
be?
like, all right, we must learn everything about this man. Like,
It's the first time that I've been on your stream. Oh my god. Favorite food? Oh, polenta.
that's a good one. I half
Polenta.
expected you to say coffee as your answer.
Well, that's my favorite drink.
I know,
And,
but
that is
you drink it enough
currently
that it
all I
almost feels
drink
like
in
it
this.
counts as a meal at this point.
I do eat coffee beans.
Oh, interesting.
When I make coffee, I eat the coffee beans that I'm using, and yeah.
I mean, that's a good way to like get the most out of what you're eating. Oh, 1 second. I have to let the puppy out.
I mean, I've been drinking coffee since I was 11. Hey, JoJo.
Okay. After we do the next one, I'm gonna have to let her back in because it is raining outside.
Oh my god.
But she's still
So
out there.
jealous.
She was determined to go out, so I'm gonna have to just make sure I let her in quickly.
Okay.
All right. The next up is Poco.
Um. See, he's Poco is kind of vital to the plot, but also not super vital.
Yeah. He's kind
I'd
of
say
he's
Poco's sister is more vital to the plot than anything.
genuinely, yeah. Poco's like the only reason they're traveling. Or no, they were already they. He's the only reason they know where to go. They were already traveling.
Yeah.
But like he doesn't guide them there or anything. He's just like, oh yeah, I think stuff's going on like at my hometown, and they're just like, oh neat, now we have a direction, and that's it. Like he does help with the
I
one
feel
thing with Tarkus, but aside from that, like,
yeah.
and that's
I
like one of those
wanna
fate
I
things
wanna
where he was
give
gonna do that
him
regardless.
yeah, I wanna give him more credit than just there, but I don't think he deserves to be higher than Mr. George.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say we could put him at either top of just there, if it would let me, or we can put him in C. One of those two. Either a low
Yeah,
C or the top of just there.
I think hop of just there, to be honest.
That's fair. And it's not like I don't like him. I do genuinely think he's like it's good that he was there because like things kind of would have sucked if he wasn't. But ultimately,
Yeah.
he is kind of a just there character.
Yeah.
All right, the raid is picking up. I have to go get the puppy real quick.
Oh my gosh. commentary, I'm sure. To myself.
Hi. I still have to go get her. She's refusing to come back. I just wanted to give you an update that I will be a little bit longer than anticipated.
Okay. Wow, I wonder what the other chat is saying, because I cannot see it. If anything. So, how is everyone's day? I'm glad you responded because I was halfway expecting no response, if I'm being completely honest. Sigh, I miss Florida. Get you for that. I this is the first time I've ever been in a YouTube video that is not music adjacent, and I never talk when it's music adjacent because I'm just playing my instrument.
Okay, I am back. Why are people trying to get your
Welcome
bank
back.
information in the chat? Why are they're asking for your mother's maiden name?
Oh. I was trying to talk to chat, but I can't see the other one.
That's
so
okay.
Cameron's the only one who's actually responding over here.
You know, there's comments in the shorts one, but they're literally asking Pasta, what's your mother's maiden name? Pasta, what's your mother's maiden name? They're trying to get your bank information. Like, what is happening over here? I leave for like 5 minutes.
My card is frozen. You can't even do anything with that. Losers.
I love that. That is the, I think a self-attack a little bit there, but oh well.
A little bit. I've been home for like half a week and I still haven't gone to the bank to get a new card yet.
Oh man. You know, honestly, that's fair. I hate going to the bank.
You know, I don't want to go alone and nobody's been here.
Yeah, that's fair. The bank is intimidating enough as is when you've got people with you. Going alone? Yeah, no. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, plus it's like a 30-minute, no, not even, like 40-minute walk,
Ooh.
I think. No, 30.
Still, that's a long distance to walk.
I haven't been there. I haven't been there in such a long time.
And to walk that alone? Gosh, that sounds... that just sounds boring. And then it sounds more stressful the closer you get to the bank, realizing that you're there alone.
Yeah. I may be an adult, but that doesn't mean I know how to function like one sometimes.
Yeah. He's not gonna tell you his mother's maiden name. That is... I think that counts as doxing. That's not needed.
Okay. Is maiden name, like, the last name before they got married?
Yeah,
I've always been confused.
Maiden as in, like, unmarried. Like a woman... a maiden is an unmarried woman.
There's a million people in America who has her exact name. I guarantee you that she's just some random white woman in America.
Still, you don't want to dox yourself. You've been on one stream. You don't want your personal information out there from one visit online. Like,
yeah, well, I'm not telling people. I'm just saying she's got a very common name. If it was figured out, it's not gonna be very exciting.
Also, these are characters from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's why we're ranking them, because both of us are just massive fans. And it's been going...
It's a lifestyle.
How long? How old is JoJo? Started in 87. I know it just passed the 35-year anniversary. Is it 37th this year? Because they were celebrating the 37-year anniversary... No, the 35-year anniversary during Stone Ocean airing. So that's... We should be at 37, right? Because it's 87?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. 7/14. Yeah. Easy peasy.
That's kind of crazy. You know, Araki just turned 64.
Dang.
Yeah, his birthday was last week. I don't remember what day it is exactly. I don't. The issue is there's a lot of JoJo birthdays during the same week as his. I believe Trish is the 6th. He might be the 7th. And then I think the 9th is Poochie. So there's a lot going on that week. And even then, I could have had that information wrong. Because there's so many birthdays that happen like literally like 3 days apart from each other.
That's insane. I can hardly even remember like my family members' birthdays.
Here I am pulling out Trish Una's birth date. Like,
dates? I'm terrible with dates.
I'm so curious. Don't worry. So is Araki. He kept saying for a while that Part 3 it took place 10 years before Part 4. It didn't. Okay, Trish's birthday is the 8th, not the 6th. So the 7th is Araki. Oh, and the 5th is Poochie. Okay. I was close. Oh, but the 10th is Bucciarati's dad, according to the anime.
Right.
Oh, and the 21st is Zucchero. There's a lot of birthdays in June.
Wow.
Alrighty.
Oh my god. Okay. We should probably move on. We've been stuck here for so long.
Yeah, it's partly been stalling because I don't really like this next guy. I don't even want to rank him. He kind of sucks, but he was on the list, so I had to include him.
I don't even like remember much, but I know that he's in one of the ASBR maps, and God, do I hate him in that.
Yeah. Well, no, this isn't Nukusaku. This is the guy from Part 1. Or no, did you... No, wait, no, he is in Part 1 anyway. Never mind. They're both in those maps. Because he shows up... I think he's the one who knocks down the chandelier in that map.
Yeah, he's the one who's on the ceiling, and then he jumps down, or whatever.
No, the one who jumps down is Nukusaku. I think Wang Chan, he's the one who breaks the chandelier to make it fall on you.
Same thing. They're both
it's essentially the same
ceiling.
thing.
They both come from the ceiling.
Yeah, they also fill very similar roles in the series of just being Dio's creepy little guy. Like, that is apparently like a recurring role.
They just put him in D.
Yeah.
Next to his boss.
But also lower on the list because he is worse. Not even like him as a person is worse. He just kind of sucks as a character.
Yeah.
And okay,
I'm sure there will be a billion characters in front of him.
Yeah. Oh, Cam, I missed your message from earlier. What are you shiny hunting? I forgot what you've been hunting for, but you've been doing it for 3 days? That's very unusual for Cam. Normally he gets shinies like an hour after he starts the hunt.
Oh, dang.
Alright, while I wait, next up is Jack the Ripper, and we're ranking him as the character, not the actual Jack the Ripper. That is a very important distinction to make here. We are not ranking the actual person, Jack the Ripper. But as a character, how are we feeling about him?
I see, the only kind of like judgment I have about him is just the fact that I find it hilarious he even exists in JoJo.
Yeah.
Because he's in every anime that takes place in any time before the 1900s.
There's so many anime, like, if it's especially if it happens to be 1888 England, he's just guaranteed to show up.
Exactly.
But also, sometimes it doesn't even have to be.
Ragnarok.
Sometimes it can literally just be, like, we're in England. What's in England? Jack the Ripper. Like, sometimes that's all it takes. Because, like, I don't think Soul Eater is supposed to take place in 1888. But he's still there in episode 1, so...
He's everywhere. I don't know what anime, like, mangaka, the fascination of Jack the Ripper himself is... I want to know the significance of why...
Like, what media portrayed Jack the Ripper that made so many other people in Japan go, well, I gotta include him in my story? Because I know it wasn't JoJo. There's no way it was JoJo. Araki had to have gotten that idea from someone else. I'm just curious who he got it from.
It's got to start some... I should really look into it, because
It's the way it's so prominent is so weird. And I felt like I was going crazy when we'd watched like a couple different shows that had Jack the Ripper in it, and I was like talking to my family and I was like, "Hey guys, isn't it kind of weird that he's like been in multiple shows we've watched now?" And they were like, "What do you mean? I haven't seen him in any of this stuff." And I was like, "No, he's a character. Please, you have to remember that he's a character. You can't just forget that he was there."
I don't know how you can forget. It's like, it's one of those things where you don't notice at first, but as you watch more anime, it's like wow, he's in this one too. Oh my god, he's in this one too. Hey, isn't he also in this other one?
Yeah, he just keeps showing up.
I can list like 5 animes that have him as a prominent character, at least at some point.
You know how Wikipedia sometimes has sections about being like, oh, this character in like pop culture? Do you think Jack the Ripper has a section like that and it's just 90% anime?
That would be like he's got it.
That would be
I have
really
to look
funny.
into this now. Not right now, but I have to look into it.
Yeah. Also, Box, I'm not ignoring you. I saw the messages. We were just in the middle of talking. I don't know. I'm probably gonna go live tomorrow. You don't need to type in all caps. I saw the message. The chat stream, not the chat stream, the short stream I have pulled up on my phone so I can see it at all times. It's the regular one that keeps getting hidden by the tier list. So I see your messages. You don't need to keep typing in all caps. It's like they're trying to yell at me from across the room. I can see what's happening. I'm just in the middle of a conversation. Which my stream schedule is Tuesdays through Saturdays usually, so I am going to be busy this Saturday, so I can't stream, but I do have a stream planned for tomorrow, so. Don't smug smile at me after you've been sitting there screaming.
Like a cat.
Yeah. Alright, so where are we putting Jack? Is he just there, or is he... Because, like, he doesn't really do anything all that awful, aside from just... He kills, like, one woman, Jack the Ripper style, and then becomes a vampire. Yeah. Like, and then aside from that, he's kind of just there. He gets defeated really easily.
He is just... I feel like he's the most just there that we've had so far.
Yeah, especially, like, for all the villains, he is by far the most just there villain. Like, even, like, Adams and Doobie later on in this list, at least they were, like, kind of weird to make you go, huh, this is definitely bizarre.
Yeah,
but then Jack the Ripper is just generic. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can...
Probably at the end of the list of just there, to be honest.
Yeah. It is kind of entertaining to me, having him higher than Dio, because I don't disagree with that. But it's also just kind of funny to look at it and realize, wow, I do kind of like Jack the Ripper a little more than Dio in part 1.
Yeah, I mean, Jack the Ripper didn't burn any dogs, I guess.
Yeah, I'll give him that much credit at least. Also, we are rapidly approaching that dog, but that's fine. Alright, next up is Bruford, who... I must say, I kind of like Bruford. He was neat.
I really need to finish my rewatch of part 1.
That's fair.
I don't really remember what significance Bruford has had.
He shows Jonathan's like spirit, how he can affect others around him. Because here, let me put up the spoiler screen. Because this is like a minor spoiler considering it is a character from part 1, but like, he's one of the zombies that Dio brings back to life, and because he was brought back all evil and stuff, he just fights against Jonathan. But Jonathan, while he fights him, is able to basically unlock his proper personality, like who he really was as a person when he was alive. So Jonathan basically like brings him back to life properly for a brief moment before he dies again. And
right.
It's because like the honor like basically like the fact that he was like an honorable fighter is like what brought him back. And it was interesting, and the way Jonathan like respected him as well. Like it's just a way to show like Jonathan is like special. He handles his fights in a proper way. Now, he doesn't fight dirty like Dio.
Right. So, probably next to George or something like that.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I didn't remove the, spoiler screen. Also, I don't think I would rank the real Jack the Ripper very high on a tier list at all. Interesting that we don't know who it was. Everything else kind of sucks, though. I don't know if you remember what he did, but it was pretty bad. Right, yeah.
I don't know if you remember what he did, Jack the Ripper.
Yeah. I do really like Bruford, though. Like, I think he's a really cool guy. I think as a character, he doesn't really do that much to rank higher. But if this was purely personal preference, I would put him up in A. But considering we're also trying to be like, I'm trying to be more harsh with the majority of these characters because I know that there's those couple random ones that I do have a little bit of an obsession with. So, because Bruford he's close to that for me, but he's not quite there. So if I'm being real with where I would put him in, like, the story of part 1, I feel like C is, like, decent.
I also have a feeling that SAB is gonna get really full, especially as we progress past, like, part 3.
Yeah, part 3, I'm a little afraid for where part 3 is gonna go. Like, part 1 and 2 doesn't have that many characters in it, but JoJo is already peeking over the corner there. He's already shown up a little bit, and part 3 goes on for so long. Because I was telling you, I included all the stands, so it just keeps going.
And I already love so many of the background characters. Like, the minor villains in part 3 are so good. I love so many of them for genuinely no reason.
Part 3 is what I bring up as my number one example when people say, like, oh, Araki is, like, he's writing these characters as villains, therefore he, like, every time he writes a villain, it's because he hates what that person's doing. No, he writes some of his characters to be, like, people. It's just sometimes they also do bad things. Like, obviously he doesn't agree with everything that his villains do. I don't think he's advocating for burning dogs. But, like, there are some villains in part 3 where I'm like, this is just a guy. Like, this is not someone who, like, deserves to be hated. Even though, like, yeah, they do some pretty bad things. Like, this is just a guy. He's just a silly little... He's a fun guy.
It's the same thing about, like, writing the officers and the people in the prison, like the prison guards, and how they were being transphobic and whatnot. And people were like, well, obviously Araki is transphobic if he's writing No,
those are the characters that are clearly, like, those are the ones that are clearly in the wrong. A lot of the villains, though, is just like, this is just a guy. Like,
yeah. Whatever.
I was gonna ask if Cam is still here, but I can see he's doing mod stuff.
Oh my god.
Okay. Next is Tarkus, and I'm not the biggest fan of this one. Oh boy. Oh, are you not doing this? Is this Nightbot? I thought I had Nightbot off for this kind of stuff. Here, let me check and see if Nightbot's doing this then. Pasta, you still there?
Yeah. I don't know how a lick of the stream stuff works, so I...
Oh, no, you're good. I just, wanted to be sure you were still there. You know, I saw a message about, something on message being held for review. And then I tried to react to the message, but it said, oh, another moderator already handled this. So I assumed it was Cam, but I guess it was Nightbot.
Oh.
Why do you guys keep asking Pasta math? What is happening?
What kind of math? I'm so curious.
Before it was just, like, questions like, what's this times this? Now, I don't even want to read the question because I'm going to pronounce it wrong. If one side of a right triangle is 3 and the other side is 4, then what is the hypotenuse? Is that how that word's pronounced?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know why they're asking me this.
I love math. I really do. I really love math. But I just got out of my college term. I do not want to do any math. If I'm doing the Alex placement, that's the only math that I'm going to be doing right now.
Yeah, that's reasonable. All right. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Tarkus. I know he's corrupted, but also I think he might have just sucked in real life too, like before that. So I'm kind of thinking a D for him.
Sorry, I got so distracted by chat. What's
Oh, no, you're
happening?
good.
Marcus? Yeah, D.
Oh, Cam's
I don't like
screaming the
him.
answer is 12.
Yes, I know.
I'm glad you know this at least, Cam. Yeah, Cam he
I'm back.
makes fun of me for how poorly I can not even do math, just add whenever we're doing shiny hunting streams.
Mhm.
It's bad. But yeah, I put Tarkus in D. How do you feel about him?
Yes, I like him in D.
Yeah. I think he could have been a little cooler. Like I think his backstory is neat, but him as a character just he's not my favorite.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up is oh boy. Next up is Darius.
Can we like turn him into a rock or launch him into space?
I
We
feel
have
like
our first over there.
yeah, I feel like he deserves the rock fate, especially when you're
Rock
a sentient
specifically.
rock. I feel like he deserves to suffer.
Yes.
Like
Mm-hmm.
he's done nothing good his whole life. Just living for a little bit longer until I assume the rock erodes. Um, I think he deserves it.
Someone's got to use him like as a seat or something. That
Yeah.
would be so funny. Annie. Uh, See, it feels wrong to put Danny in any tier lower than a B.
Yeah, especially with his backstory that is added in the manga is really sweet as well. Like I appreciate the um that his character was like more properly fleshed out in the manga, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because like obviously he's a dog, you can only do so
Um.
much with that. But I do like it. I thought it was a sweet story.
Oh, everyone is doing TikTok speech in the comments.
I have been ignoring it because I'm not reading that out loud. You could not. I don't think you could pay me to say that. I'm not saying that out loud.
I hate it so much.
It makes me feel so old every time I hear someone say that. I'm like, oh, I like you just created like a crack in one of my bones. I'm like withering away as we speak. Like,
It's so funny because my older sister, who is 22, occasionally will say it, but then she asks me things like, does gagged mean a good thing? Like when someone is gagged? And I'm like, I don't know how to respond to that.
she's asking you for tips on slang, and it's like, I think you're supposed to be the one who knows this. What are you asking me for? It's
She had
so funny.
TikTok for way longer than I did. I was an adamant, I only have TikTok to watch lizard videos kind of kid in high school.
That's fair. I still
Oh
haven't
my
made it just
god.
because I don't trust it. I get the
No,
exact
that's
same content on
totally
Instagram,
fair.
so
Yeah, I've been using it too much and it makes me feel gross. So I've been trying to back off from it because I don't like the brain rot.
that's reasonable. The only brain rot I accept is JoJo brain rot and
I
Trevor Hills, but that doesn't
agree.
count.
Or yeah, I don't even like Minecraft brain rot. It's so cringe. Like I am a huge, huge person who does not believe in cringe culture. I hate cringe culture. It is ableist and just stupid.
It's awful.
But I hate Minecraft brain rot. It's cringe.
I literally have a pin that says read, write, and don't be afraid to be cringe. And there's still some things where
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, well, this isn't just cringe. This is like borderline dangerous. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, it's one of the, it's like,
Yeah.
it feels dangerous, but it's masquerading as harmless behavior. Like, just, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, this
Yeah.
is just
Yeah.
kind of cringy. And I'm like, no, I think someone's gonna get hurt doing this if we encourage this behavior. This feels concerning type stuff.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
All right, I was stalling because I
Long
don't really
nose.
care about this guy, but we have Adams. That's the guy with the long tongue. He says he
Wow.
literally shows up to say like, "Oh yeah, the your dad's mad and your sister's looking for you." And like that's it. That's all he does other than have the long weird tongue and to just be weird. That is his entire contribution.
Dude is just another just there.
Yeah. Except he's
I
significantly
think.
worse than Jack the Ripper. Like, despite the fact that both of these guys are very much just there, there's gonna be some characters who get in between Adams and Jack the Ripper. Oh gosh, next up is Doobie.
Right. Doobie Wa. I feel like he deserves a slot in D.
Yeah, he was really creepy. I liked the snakes thing. That was kind of neat, but everything else
Oh
about him
yeah.
sucks.
Oh,
Oh, okay. It's a
you
fun little story.
you completely cut out for me. I did not hear anything you just say other than the snakes.
Oh, I was responding to chat saying like, "Oh, that's a fun little story."
Okay. See, I do think his bag head is really funny, but I'm traumatized because I was like, "Oh my god, it's Doobie Wa. I love Doobie Wa." And then he proceeded to assault someone, and
Yeah.
my entire family like looked at me like I was insane. And I was like, "No, I just mean his bag head is funny."
Yeah, like the bag thing is funny, and I like that he sets up the joke of Jonathan. Like, I don't even remember what he drops, but he drops something really heavy on his head, and then the guy like looks up
Yeah.
all angry, and Jonathan like is like wiping his hands, like, who could have done that? As he's angled directly above him.
Yeah.
Like that was funny. I liked that. Jonathan doesn't get a lot of jokes, but that was a good one.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Poco's
Yeah, he's
sister.
definitely worse than Tarkus, that's for sure. Poco's sister doesn't do a
For sure.
lot, but I did like that she doesn't agree to anything with Dio. She holds her ground. She's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm good. I don't want to be involved in this.
See, I almost feel like she should be in C above George because I like her more than George.
Yeah, I like that she
But
actually like
also,
did something about Dio versus George didn't
yeah,
really. Okay, well, apparently George is trying to really
George
hold his
instead
spot. Okay, there we
insulted
go.
his own son.
Yeah. Also, we only have two more for part one left. It only took an hour and 10 minutes.
Hey, we're getting through it.
It's progress. This is, I think, the quickest we've ever talked about part one, being totally honest here. Normally we talk about this for way longer. Like, I think that
Yeah,
we've
that's
had
because we
longer.
usually just
You go
sorry.
first.
Oh my god.
But yeah, we've talked about like just Jonathan alone for like an hour and a half. And that's
Um,
almost more time than Jonathan has in the show, considering part one's only 9 episodes. Like, we. I think we've overanalyzed
yo,
him as a character, I would say.
chat, I'm so sorry. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about femboys like that because that's just kind of weird, if I'm being honest, and it makes me a little uncomfortable to talk about femboys being gay. So
Yeah,
maybe
that's a little
not,
weird.
if I'm being honest.
Yeah, chat got hidden for me again. Because I can only have the tier list or chat open at the same time. Or rather, I can have chat open over what's it called? I can have it minimized. No, not minimized. I can have it split screen. That's the word. But as soon as I click the tier list, it goes away, and I can't
Right.
make this screen smaller for me to be able to have both at the same time. So
Yeah. That's all good. To be honest, I'm not even watching the stream on Discord. I'm on YouTube looking
oh,
at everything because I don't need to really look at the Discord.
that's fair.
I'm just watching everything happen on YouTube.
I see that you have a question. Again, you don't have to type it all caps. I was waiting for a moment in the conversation where I could respond to your question. I gotta keep reminding Shorts chat that I can see them at all times. I just have to wait for a moment for it to be relevant.
Yeah.
All right, what is your question? I don't actually know how long the delay is as well, so because there is a delay between stream and us. I just don't know how long it is exactly.
As far as I know, it's not that bad. When you put up the spoiler warning, it takes a couple of seconds after you say that it's been up, but it's not that bad.
What's your mother's maiden name? I'm not doxing myself. I'm glad we paused the conversation for that. You know what? That was
Amber Senior.
yeah. That was admittedly more entertaining than Sticks here. I know, Cam, if you're still here, doesn't River like this guy? Or not this guy, his namesake? Because I know someone has commented on this guy in the past. I don't remember who it is exactly.
I have no idea. He's just a guy. To
Yeah.
me, at least.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Electric.
That's kind of cool. Um, the only thing I really care about with Styx is that his English dub voice actor later voices Gyacho, and I thought that was kind of neat.
Oh,
That's
that's
a
so funny.
that's
I love how
about
they
where
reuse
my
voice actor.
yeah. I like when the voice actors come back, especially after they voice the most, literally the most random character in the series. Like that happens with Ray Chase a
Uh,
lot too. Ray
yeah,
Chase is actually he actually is in part one. He was Poco's dad, who is not on this list. I almost added him before realizing all he does is slap his kid and then that's it. He does not need of all the bad dads, he doesn't even deserve to be ranked amongst them. He just does nothing.
yeah. Um,
Well, that's neat. I love double
oh my
puns.
God. I don't know where this guy belongs, if I'm being honest.
He like he is another just there because he just exists so we can see the coffin.
Yeah,
Um but he doesn't do
he's
anything.
just
So
there.
we could rank him higher than Dio as like he doesn't he's not like cool or anything, but he's just like at least he's a good guy, I think. Well, he's
Yeah,
it's implied he's kind of a
he's
corrupt
not evil.
priest because he is drunk, but
Yeah,
he doesn't do anything really.
he's not like evil.
Yeah, yeah, just there is getting a lot more use than I thought it would. We might have to add like a just there but cool, like for characters that we do like
Yeah.
later. All right, next up.
Um,
Next up is the
narrator.
narrator. Where are we putting
S
him?
tier.
I can agree with that. Yeah, the narrator is just so
Auto
good.
S tier.
And I know you usually listen to the sub, but I will give the dub voice actor credit. He did do pretty good.
Uh-huh.
He's got some very fun
I've heard.
scenes.
Yeah, when I was over at yours, that was the first time that I actually heard his like proper, outside of like the English dub for part 4 with the narrator.
Yeah. He's got some fun scenes where I enjoyed the way he read them. He has a lot of the same energy as the Japanese voice actor, which I appreciate because it's like that level of like cheesiness where it almost feels like he's like watching a um it's like he's watching a sport and commenting on it half the time. He's got that kind of energy too,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah, for sure. Oof. Are we moving on to part 2?
Yes, we just started part 2. Next up, oh, let me scroll down so we can see him. Next up is
Yes!
Joseph. Joseph
I am in
Joestar.
love with Joseph.
Yep.
I have him on my walls, and I look at him all the time. Oh, he's so beautiful. See, part 2 Joseph deserves a high ranking. Specifically,
Yeah.
part 2 Joseph.
He is very fun. I do love like the next you'll say things and his random English in the Japanese version. Like he's a very fun character. Let me put him back so he's actually visible on screen. He is a
Yeah.
very fun character. I feel like it's pretty clear that he's going to be somewhere in S. I'm just not sure. Do we rank him
Yeah.
higher
Yeah.
than Jonathan and Speedwagon? Because like for fun
Um,
factor, I feel like he does have them beat. As a person,
For fun
maybe
factor,
not, but
yes. See, I don't know, because he did use a machine gun on a cafe.
yeah, and he didn't really give anybody any warning. Luckily, no one else was
No.
hurt, but like that was
Yeah.
pretty bold of him to do.
You know, I say above Jonathan.
I mean, for a fun factor, I can agree with that. I do think he is
Yes.
like
Yes.
like he's a character that we could analyze further. But I feel like part 2 Joseph wouldn't want that. He would want to be analyzed on the fun factor. And he's almost
sure.
like he's almost a Looney Tunes character, honestly. He's like
He is.
he's very silly.
He's really funny.
So I can agree with Joseph. He's I can't remember. Is he 18 or is he 17? I think he's 18.
18.
Okay.
18.
Joseph at
And
18 is a
while-
very funny guy, so I'm okay with S rank for him at this point in his life.
Yeah. And while it's bare minimum, he is not racist, which is cool.
True. It's a very low bar, but it was 1938, Was it 39? Or was it 38? I think it might have been 39.
Yeah, I'm not the one to ask about that.
I think it was 1939 because I think it was the year World War II started.
Right.
But yeah, he's pretty fun. Also, I kind of ignored this question on purpose, but you're using emojis, so I'm just going to answer. I'm not going to make people mods just because they ask. The moderator role is one that I don't want people to abuse, so the only people who are ever going to have moderator role are close friends of mine. So you can keep sending emojis and stuff. I was just worried you were sending those again as I look at the chat message. But yeah, no. Mod is that's a very important role. Pasta is not in the room with me. He's not even in the same state as me. He is across the country.
Wait, what happened?
Someone was asking in the shorts chat. He was asking, can Pasta please explain? I don't even know how to pronounce that to me. And then they asked, Amber, is Pasta in the room with you? And the answer is no. We are on a Discord call.
What?
I don't know how to pronounce it. I genuinely don't. I'm gonna type it up in the Discord chat because I don't want to butcher whatever this word is. I have an idea of how to pronounce it, but I really don't want to say it wrong.
What is that?
I couldn't tell you. I've not heard of it before.
I don't... See, I feel like it's pronounced the same as a mattress, but I don't.
That's what I thought, and I was like, I don't want to pronounce it that way, and then get made fun of. Like, I don't know how to say this.
Yeah, I already get made fun of by the way I talk.
Yeah.
I pronounce things wrong because of echogalia.
Yeah, that's why like I don't like saying stuff wrong unless like. Because, like, I say things based on how I've heard other people say them for the most part. Like, that's how I, like, learn to, like, talk, essentially, which is unheard of concept. It's a little unique to me, pronouncing things because you've heard people say it, I know. But, I don't want to accidentally teach someone a wrong pronunciation. Like there's a couple Pokemon stuff that I've kind of given up on. But, like, for a lot of the characters in That's Not My Neighbor Nightmare Mode, they're named after, like, gods and cryptids and legends and stuff, and I would feel really bad teaching someone how to say one of those names incorrectly, so I just haven't said them. Because those are like things. It feels wrong to pronounce them incorrectly and teaching someone else, like, basically like encouraging someone, hey, keep saying it like this, keep butchering this name. So, I just haven't said them. Yeah, except for, like, Yogg. I know how to say Yogg.
I watch a lot of British YouTubers, and I feel like that ruins the way that I pronounce certain things.
That's fair. I know I'm probably going to mention this again later on when we get to Ghiaccio, but I can't say Venice without hearing a very angry Italian man yelling at me now. So, like, it's one of those things where I'm like, do I sound pretentious by calling it Venezia for no apparent reason, or do I sound worse by explaining to them I'm saying it this way because of an anime? Like, which one am I more okay with, basically? And the answer is neither. It sucks both ways. So I just usually, unless I'm talking to someone about Venice in JoJo, then I'll just say, say Venice, and then I'm like, wow, that sounds awful. But, like, in my own head, when I'm thinking about the place, I just call it Venezia without thinking about it now. So basically, JoJo has ruined the way I talk, more than anything.
Uh-huh. No, I totally, I understand 100%. It
doesn't help there's so many Italians in this part as well. Like, they could all take turns yelling at me. There is another Italian coming up, too. I feel like he wouldn't be as mean about it, but he, I feel like he would still be, like, a little upset. He'd be like, why did you say it that way? Type stuff.
Yeah. I didn't think about how hard Caesar would be to classify.
Yeah. Because
I love Caesar, but I don't think he's S tier.
It's very conflicting, because I do really enjoy his character. But also, he does have some weird moments where I'm like, okay, this felt unnecessary. We probably could have skipped this type stuff.
There's a really big part of me that's really mad at him for going to the mansion by himself anyways.
Fair. I keep trying to recontextualize this as, like, that was his way of dealing with, like, his childhood trauma. But also, like, I see how you're saying it. I'm not gonna pronounce it. They keep they've like spelled it out in chat how to pronounce it. I'm still not going to say it though because you could be lying to me, and I'd rather just look it up later on my own and figure out how to say it. Also, if neither of us know what it is, we can't explain it to you. We don't know what it is.
I'm looking it up on Google.
There's a scene in which game was it? Eyes of Heaven, I think it was, where Joseph talks to the two of them.
Why are you having us do math?
Yeah, is it more? It's more math, really?
Matrix?
Buddy, I failed math.
It pulled up Matrix. Describing systems of linear or differential equations as well as representing a linear application.
Yeah, no, buddy, I don't know how to break it to you, but I failed math. I can't explain anything to you. You would genuinely be better Googling and hoping for the best. You know, I'm just saying, like if you want a made-up incorrect answer, I'm the person to talk to, because I don't know what I'm telling you. Like, I don't know math. I am not the person to be asking for this. Yeah, if you want math questions, message Cam, Third Isle Spy, in the Discord server. He's got you covered.
That's so funny. Who's next?
I put Caesar in A because I let go of the mouse because I had to reopen the chat and stuff, so I had to let go of Caesar. So he's currently at the top of A, but I'm not sure because I do really like him as a character, but he does kind of make me mad. Because like I can't remember what Joseph says in the confrontation in Eyes of Heaven. But he basically tells both of them, "Shut up, both of you are wrong. Let me tell you guys why." So he tells like Joseph, like, "You got to stop being selfish and listen to him when he's talking about how much his family means to him. And you need to shut up and realize that this revenge isn't going to bring back your family. And it's not going to fix everything. It's just going to get you hurt." Like he says it a lot better. But I do like that scene. I feel like that was it was one of those scenes where it's like it feels like he thought about it for a while for what he said there. And that's kind of sad. Honestly, that makes me kind of sad to think that he's been thinking about what he could say. But in the moment, if we just take what happened as it happened, I feel like Caesar deserves like an A at least because he is really cool.
Yes.
But for being a little dumb at times, I think that's going to keep him from reaching S.
I think the top of A is good. Have him next to his ancestors, I guess.
Yeah, he would like that. He'd be appreciative of that. Considering how literally these two share a middle name as well. Like obviously they're going to have the last name, but middle? Yeah. Really? Is Antonio just the family name? Every one of you guys has that as the middle name? Like that's a bit odd. But you know what? Who am I to question these bizarre Italians? There's so many of them, too. The next one, she's not Italian, but a lot of people think she is.
Lisa?
Yeah. It's because they meet her in Rome, I think. So, actually, no, they actually might meet her in Venezia, now that I'm thinking about it. But...
yeah, they do.
You know, I just know they meet her in Italy, so a lot of people are like, oh, she's Italian. She's not. Not even remotely.
That logic doesn't make any sense, if I'm being honest.
That's just where she was located, which, if we want to get into spoilers, there's a very good reason why, but... Are we putting her higher than Caesar, or...?
No.
Because I do really like her. Actually, I feel like I might have to rank her higher than Zappelli at the very least, so we might have to break these two up very quickly, but... Because she does significantly more than Zappelli. She's a way better teacher.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I really like her. I wish we could put them at, like, on par.
Yeah.
We can. I mean, we could just keep them next to each other the entire time, if necessary.
Yeah, that's fair. I would be okay with that. But you know, Lisa is so cool. Like...
I love Lisa.
It would have been nice if she was able to be involved in the final fight more, but I can kind of understand why she wasn't. But even just with what she does already, that was really cool for the time period. Like, that was a lot.
For sure.
Like, she definitely deserves the credit for being, like, an incredibly well-written, like, woman in shonen manga in the 80s. That is deserving of praise.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I almost said speaking of women in shonen in the 80s, but then I realized Speedwagon's first. So we'll get to the next woman in a moment. We have Speedwagon to go through first.
Speedwagon is a woman. Wow.
I mean, he gets
Because
called
he's
best
gay, isn't
waifu a
it?
lot, which I still don't understand the source of that meme, but it's a very interesting one to me.
Yeah, I also don't understand that. But I do love Speedwagon, just
In
in general.
Yeah, in part 2 especially, he was pretty cool. He does
Yeah.
It's weird. He does almost less, but at the same time he does like way more. He just does it with his money instead of like physical actions in part 2. Like in
Yeah,
part 2 he's
everything
there
that
like fighting alongside them with like his hammer and stuff. Like he's trying to help his best.
uh,
He just doesn't have like hum on. But in part 2 he's like, "All right, I've got all of this covered to do whatever." Like
yeah. I think that he deserves a spot right next to himself, to be honest.
yeah, that's fair. He can look at himself.
Because
I
like he he is super helpful and
Yeah.
he devotes his entire livelihood and future livelihood to his best friend
Yeah. And I
and
feel like
his entire family.
considering Joseph considers him like essentially his biological uncle, that says a lot because this
Yeah.
is like this is his best friend's grandkid, not his kid, his grandkid. He could have just
Yeah.
decided like, no, I think I'm good. Bye, Arena. Like I think I'm done.
Yeah. No, he's like yeah, no, he's great. I love him. 10
Yeah.
out of 10.
Also, I see you're asking math questions. I feel like I've made it clear I don't know math questions, so I don't want to keep reading the math questions. I'm sorry. All right. Next up is Arena.
Arena. I say I say part 2 Arena honestly deserves a higher spot than part 1 Arena.
I can agree with that. She does significantly more in part 2 with less
Yes.
screen time. Impressively, her screen time went down and her importance to the plot went significantly up. Like that is very impressive to me.
I feel like she's more girl boss in part 2 than she is in part 1 because she's an
Yeah.
old woman.
She's literally like what is she like 70 at that point? It's
Something like
been
that.
it's been 50 years and she was like 19. So she's like in her late 60s because I believe she was around the same age, if not slightly younger than Jonathan. So she's like nearly
Uh,
70 at this point. Like, and
her
also apparently she was a
basically
teacher. Like she was still actively a teacher at the point where part 2 takes place. Like,
what?
yeah, like apparently she's
Dang.
still like doing everything she can. That's really cool to me.
God, I
Like
love her so much.
it almost
Plus
feels wrong to put
the
her just
whole
one above herself because she raised two children on her own, was a teacher, and also isn't racist in 1939. That's a really
I feel
impressive
like
category to have as a white British woman in 1939.
she almost feels like she deserves like top spot in A.
I'm very understanding for that, yeah. Because like I feel
Yeah,
like I almost get more excited about Arena in part 2 than I do about Caesar. And she's got, like I said, she's got so little screen time. But I'm just like, yeah,
for
it's
sure.
her. She's still amazing. Great. This is so cool.
I mean, her practically telling Joseph to beat up the racist guy in the restaurant is so
Yeah.
funny to me
And
because she doesn't even like
I love it.
I love her. She's awesome. I love her.
The way she just tells him like, "Oh no, beat him up by all means. But just remember there's other people around us, so make sure you don't ruin their dinner by like throwing him on their
Yeah.
table." Like that's
Oh.
that is such a Oh, I love that. That's such a great response.
Hmm.
Oh, did I tell you that
That's
guy, that like criminal, is voiced by Old Joseph in the English version? Like, I think he even voices Old Joseph. I think at the end of part 2, but he voices him, the random like criminal in the restaurant as well. He's almost doing the same voice, which is really funny to me. It's like it's a little different. It's more gruff, but he still sounds like you can
yeah.
still tell it's him. Which makes it really funny every time I rewatch part 2, and I'm just like, "Hey, Joseph, it's your future. Like this is what you're looking at."
God, that's so funny. I really need to rewatch all of JoJo if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's fair. I would be willing to watch it with you if you want to watch it either sub or dub on Discord because I just It's almost always playing for me. Like I love
Yeah,
it so much.
likely yes. I mean, I'm not doing much else this summer, to be honest.
That's reasonable. I don't really got a lot else going on other than streaming, so.
Uh-huh. Okay, is that Smokey who's
Yes, let me scroll
next?
back down.
Oh my god. Okay, Smokey.
This is he definitely counts as being like one of the like random children who shows up. Like he's very similar to Poco in that, and like the various
Yeah.
other kids who come in later. I think he might
Except,
not be the best just because of what happens in part 6, but he's very close to being the best of those kids because
yeah,
he's just very endearing. I very much appreciate him.
I agree. And he's just really sweet in general. And he's one of the actually, yeah, he's one of the only kids in JoJo where I don't hate his screen time.
Yeah, whenever he shows up, it feels like he's actually adding something with his commentary. Like he's
Yeah,
helping us like
yeah.
understand Joseph and stuff. Like it's nice. Like I
It is.
appreciate it. He actually like
Honestly,
contributes something with his commentary. I enjoy it.
the spot next to Danny does feel appropriate.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that considering like he can't go too much higher just because he doesn't have that much screen time. He really only shows up for the very beginning and
Exactly.
then the very end. But I do really love those scenes. Those are really nice scenes. The way he has to get picked
100%.
up after he collapses, sobbing on the grave, like that is, especially because it's tears of joy at that point. That's so it makes me laugh, but at the same time, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fair.
I love Smokey. I really do. He's a good character.
He is. I've met his voice actor in English, Robbie Damon, a couple times, and I feel so bad because every time I've met him, I have forgot to mention Smokey. Like,
Oh my god.
I just keep forgetting to say, like, oh, by the way, I really loved the way you portrayed Smokey. You made him, like, really endearing, and, like, he sounded like a kid. Like, he sounded like he was someone who just wasn't fully aware of what was going on, but was willing to, like,
Yeah.
learn, and he was, like, kind of captivated by how weird the Joestars were. Like, I really enjoy his dub
Yeah, yeah.
performance. I have not said a single word of this to that man. Like, I just keep forgetting.
I'm sure you'll get another opportunity. You do a lot of con going.
Yeah, and he's been to a lot of Florida conventions, so
Uh-huh.
why are you saying put him on Whisker Haven? What do you mean by that?
What is Whisker Haven?
That's that's one of the Disney Junior shows that he's had me watch. It's not even a full show though. It was a thing that played in between TV shows, basically instead of
Oh,
commercials.
you told me about that a few
Yeah.
weeks ago or something. Oh, at this point, a few months ago, I think.
It's the equivalent of a few weeks ago, even though reality it was a couple months ago. But
Yep, that's yeah.
But yeah, did I tell you I actually got to meet one of the voice actresses from that show, but she didn't remember it because she was saying like she did it in like 2017 and that was apparently a very rough year for her, so she was like, I don't remember this at all. But it looks cute. And I like
God, that must
it
be
was a
so
very
weird.
sweet reaction, but it was so funny to me. She was like, I don't remember
Uh,
this at all. It's adorable.
who is next? Who's next?
Oh, that's a good question. Let me scroll back down. Oh, Straizo again. Part 2 this time. Straizo, but now he's evil.
Um, well, lower than normal Straizo.
Yeah. He's
Also, not a super significant character.
Yeah, he's basically just there to show us, like, oh, there's more stone masks. There's a lot of them, actually. Oh, is that a body in that tree? Weird. And then gone.
Yeah.
I think he's got some fun scenes. And he, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
she shows that vampires can still use Hamon if they were trained in it, which is a really cool concept, which is why I'm kind of thinking, like, maybe, no, I want to rank him a little higher. I almost feel like I kind of want to rank him higher than Ton Petty, but, like, still lower than Dyer. Also, I really like the way he's
Yeah.
staring. The two
Good.
Strazos staring down Dyer. I really like that.
Yeah.
But I do. I mean, has a couple cool scenes where I feel like he's worth a little bit more than a just there. So like, okay, both of these just theirs combined puts him at a C, but they have to be in just there, otherwise they don't actually add up properly. If that makes sense.
Exactly. Yes, I understand entirely what you're talking about. 100%.
This is the kind of math I can do. Nonsensical. As soon as actual math is involved, my brain just shuts down.
I think it's worse that I immediately understood what you meant.
Yeah, you were just like, no, I got this. I understand. Like, oh man. See, this is what I mean when we don't share a brain, but there's a lot of times where we might as well.
Yeah, like, we dip into the hive mind occasionally. Don't worry
We
about it.
really do. We're just like zipping in and out of it. All right. Okay. Next up is Donovan. We're not the other guy yet. Do you remember Donovan? Because he doesn't do a lot.
No.
He's the guy Joseph
recognize his
fights
design.
that what does he do? He makes him look really closely into a cactus, and then Joseph makes the cactus explode.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that guy when he fights him on his bike
Yeah.
because he's trying to learn more about where Speedwagon is. This guy like
Yeah,
ambushes him. Well, it's not a very good ambush because Joseph's like, if you're gonna be following me, you might as well just show yourself now. I know you're there. And this guy's like, oh, how could you have known? And Joseph's like, you've been doing this the whole time. I saw you. It wasn't hard.
See, I don't even know where to like classify that because he's not like evil or bad, but he's also not really like I feel like he belongs in around just there, but he does a little bit, you know?
Yeah, should we put should we make the just there but cool and also just there but boring?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, at a row below, this is just there
Welcome back.
but boring.
We're adding another
I
row
changed the
in
name on
case you
accident.
missed it. Wow.
Let me phrase
I
this.
feel like
Oh.
I feel like us doing this is terrible because we're gonna think of more categories later
Yeah.
down the line too. And by the end of this, we're just gonna have like a million different categories. But hey, at least we're getting faster with our character placements.
We are. I can appreciate that. Let me change the colors of these a little bit.
The biggest problem is that I know as we get to the characters that we love, we'll just start talking. We'll be yapping about the things that we really, really like.
Yeah, it's gonna go downhill very quickly once we start liking characters.
I feel like we almost have to have a category of like, personal S tier almost. Where it's like the characters that we relate to so much that we obsess over them separately.
Yeah. Also, are we leaving who are we leaving in just there and who are we moving to just there but cool? I feel like Poco, honestly, even though he's at the top of just there, I almost would be okay with leaving him in just there but moving both the Strazos and the Dyers to just there but cool. And then leaving everyone else in just there. So like these guys would be moved up here and then everyone else would stay there.
Whose dog? Amber's?
My dog? I don't know what's going on.
Rhea?
Yeah,
someone is asking, what's your dog's name? Except they didn't specify who.
Yeah, there's two of us here.
It's you because you're the only one who's talked about a dog.
Yeah.
Rhea.
We have talked about dogs in JoJo though, and there is more to come. I didn't add the Cars dog, the one that he saves. I considered it though just to add another dog because I thought that would be kind of funny.
Huh.
Alright, there we go. The colors all match again.
Just for the sake of it, are we putting Cars into the launched in space?
I considered that. I was like, I mean, we could. It's his. But at the same time, I do kind of like Cars, so I'm not sure.
Exactly. He's like a guitar. Okay, we haven't even gotten there.
I know. I'm okay. I'm almost okay with skipping this guy, though. Honestly, do you want to just put him in launch into space and then just keep going?
Kind of, yes.
Yeah, because I almost don't want to talk about him. He just sucks. The next guy kind of sucks too for the same reason, but he's a little funnier. So I'd be okay with putting him in a higher tier.
The next one, I hate any fan who I hate any fan who loves Sturheim, but that's all I'll say.
That's reasonable.
But the next guy is the one in the car, right?
Yes.
With the girlfriend. See, yes. I almost pity
him.
Not
even girlfriend, fiance. They're getting married next week.
Fiance.
It's literally something like crazy like that. Like literally like next week.
Which it just makes me sad, but also I'm not an apologizer, therefore I think he deserves rock status or D status, just
Yeah.
because of the obvious.
If I look at him as just a trope and not what he actually is, as a German soldier, as they call him in JoJo but really
Yeah.
fast, he's really funny being the
He
guy
is.
who's close to retirement, but instead of retirement, it's I'm getting married next week. Like
Yeah.
that's like the kind of like dark comedy that I like because I'm like, oh, that's awful. That is really funny though, and the way he like keeps crashing the car as they're driving because Caesar keeps like he's so happy for him that he keeps bumping into him, so he keeps crashing the car. That's really funny. But however,
It
he
is
does
funny.
still
It just
suck.
yeah. So I'd say
Actually, no.
like
He does
but
deserve
he
higher
is
than Dario.
fun. Maybe like behind Doobie, honestly.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I know he's definitely higher than Dario because at least he made me laugh. Dario
Yeah,
did not make me laugh. Dario makes me mad.
exactly. Dario, he's just bleh, bleh.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah,
awful. I
yeah.
saw you asking the
I
question,
like
when's
him.
the next live? I don't know what the next live is, but it's tomorrow. I have a couple of things that I need to figure out, so it'll be tomorrow. I don't know what game it is yet. I will figure it out after we do this. Okay. Next up is Mario, the first of many.
Um,
Actually, I think there's only two Marios on this list, but
um,
there's more Marios in JoJo. There's not actually on here.
yeah. Do you? I don't. I feel like he's also kind of a just their character.
Yeah, he's just there to give Caesar a backstory. And like it
Exactly.
is a sad backstory, but it's also a little weird. Like you couldn't have spoken to your kids. You just left. That's a little weird.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if he at
Yeah.
least talked to them, I would be willing, especially if he talked to them and like explained what was going on instead of just leaving. I'd be willing to put him in just there but cool, but he does just kind of leave. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
also the next two I had to put them in a specific order or I would forget who was who. The first one is Loggins,
No, that makes complete sense.
because I always
Yeah.
remember them as Loggins and Messina. So I had to put them in the order of Loggins and then Messina. Once these two are separated from this
That
order, I
yeah.
will not know which one is which. So we really need to make sure we remember which one we put into which
I
category.
remember I remember Messina better, but I mix up their names.
Yes, I know one of them actually does more to the plot because one of them survives longer than one episode. I just can't remember
Isn't it
which one that is.
isn't it
Like,
Messina? Because
no,
I
it
remember
is
his
Messina.
mustache.
It's Messina. I'm saying I can never remember which one is Messina. So now that I'm looking at
Right.
him, I'm like, okay, I remember the one with the mustache is who survives. The second they leave this order, I will forget this man has a mustache. Like that's how bad my memory with these
I
two specifically is.
I remember visually which one lives longer. I just make
Loggins and Messina.
um
Is the shorts buffering or is that my phone?
Loggins doesn't do much.
He doesn't. He's voiced by Ray Chase, which is cool. He's Bucciarati.
Oh.
But he does only
Would he
have
be
like
just there but cool?
yeah, I'd be okay with that. Cause he was
Okay.
Joseph's teacher, like aside Lisa
Yeah.
Lisa, and like he was neat. It seems like he was a good teacher. We missed the entire 30-day montage, but that's okay. Um,
Yeah. Well, he did something, right?
he did. He
If
did
Joseph came
something.
back.
Yeah, and the way Joseph,
Yeah,
it seemed like Joseph respected him. So I can
exactly.
appreciate that. If Joseph liked him, it means he must have done something right. Because he talks about how like he was hard on him and he kind of sucked, but he didn't deserve what happened. And Joseph was like, man, I'm kind of mad about this now. So that tells you that like,
Uh-huh.
okay, if you tapped into Joseph's morals, that means he must have been at least a somewhat good guy.
Uh-huh. Ugh. Okay.
And
Um,
then Messina, he does more simply because he survived longer.
yeah, I think that he just maybe like a couple of spots or one spot higher.
I mean, honestly, I'd be okay with just switching the
But
order they're in. So now it's
yeah,
Messina and
honestly.
Loggins instead of Loggins and Messina.
Yep. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
That's so funny. Yeah, I do like Ray Chase's voice acting on that scene. It's a shame they gave him only 5 lines and then told him, "All right, bye, buddy," and then he went home for the day.
God,
He voices a
I need
couple
to get
random
around to
characters,
watching
but like I will say he's very good at doing a lot of different voices. I didn't realize that he's doing all these voices. It took me like a couple watch throughs to be like, something about this guy sounds a little familiar. So I looked it up at the end of the credits and was like, oh, it's Ray Chase. Cool, it's only one of my favorite characters from the entire series.
He plays like every other character in every part.
Yeah. He's I want to say the only part he is not in is part 4. And even then he could be someone in the background and I just haven't found him yet. Genuinely, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, after your millionth time rewatching it, you'll finally find it and text me.
I swear I find someone new every time I rewatch it. Wired Beck shares a voice actor with Tamami, and that one took me a couple watch-throughs to realize, and I don't know why it took me a couple watch-throughs, because he does the same voice. It's not even different. It's just slightly more. It's slightly more whiny for Wired Beck, but that's just because he says every word with a whine. Versus Tamami, he's just not whining.
In your defense, he doesn't do much.
True, but you know what? Wired Beck is a nice little... I know we're not even at him yet, but he's a nice little comedic break, because he just shows up to be almost a gay stereotype without being one. And then he's just gone. Like, the way he talks, funny. Like, it almost sounds like a stereotypical gay voice, but that's not what he's doing, because, again, he does the same voice for Tamami, and that's definitely not what they're going for with him. But...
I think that's just his voice.
That's what I'm saying, I think that's just his voice, that's just what, when he does the, like, little whine that, this guy is supposed to have, it just makes it sound like it's supposed to be a stereotype. But it's just...
Maybe he's just gay.
He might be, honestly. I don't know anything about this voice actor, I just know I looked it up after listening to him talk, and I was like, why does it sound familiar? Oh, it's because it is. Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
But I mean, I will say, the way he moves doesn't help him not appear as a gay stereotype, because he does do, like, a very flamboyant little, like, strut thing at one point, and I was like, ooh, that was weird. But everything else about him feels like he's supposed to be more of, like, a womanizer than a gay stereotype. Because he, like, the way he, like, makes comments to, like, Lisa and stuff, I think that's what they were trying to go for. I think it's just the voice actor's delivery made it, like, go all the way back around to the exact opposite. It's very odd. Anyway, we're analyzing Wired Beck now, when we're on Suzy Q. Wired Beck's not even for, like, a couple more characters. We have the entirety of the Pillarmen to go through.
Hold on, sorry. Okay. I accidentally exited out of the tab.
Oh, no.
Oof. Good. Oh wait, we're on Suzy.
Yep.
I got so distracted.
That's okay.
See, she's not... Part 2 Suzy is not...
She's not much of anything. She's silly, and she is a fun counter to Joseph, but she doesn't really do much more than that. And she pretty much is only in, like, the one episode in the very end. Yeah,
part 3 Suzy is where it's at.
Oh yes, I love part 3 Suzy. I love that she keeps the silly, but also becomes more of, like, a proper character. I love that for her.
Exactly. I almost feel like she deserves the just there but cool spot.
I was gonna say, do we put her at the top of just there but cool?
Yes.
Because I feel like that's kind of fair. She's literally just there to be an airhead that's also, like, endearing, but she doesn't do much more than that.
The whole funeral scene is just so...
I love that scene. Especially, like...
It's so funny.
The way she stares off into space before she answers gets me every single time. Like, It's like, I can't tell if she's genuinely thinking about it or if she's stalling because she realized, oh, I didn't do what he asked me to do. I'm not sure which one it is. All these times I've watched it now, but I still love it.
God, it's so funny. I love her.
She's great. Yeah, we're starting with Cars. Yes. And I feel like he's kind of an underrated villain. I think he's kind of cool. He's maybe not like the coolest of all the JoJo main protagonists, but I think like he gets rated as the lowest a lot, and I feel like that's not very fair to him. I think he was actually very interesting to me.
Oh, definitely. And honestly, he has really strong morals, which I think is super interesting.
And he stands by them adamantly.
Exactly.
This man is unwavering with his like goals. Like it is impressive.
See, he's a bad guy, but I do like Cars a lot.
Yeah. I genuinely don't even know.
I don't know where I'd put him.
as a like character, some of the stuff that he does is just horrific because he does kill some people in some pretty messed up ways. Like the guys that he chops the arms
Yeah.
off of, just because I mean they were drunk driving, but like he just saw that they were like swerving towards a dog, and he was like, "Nope, can't have that. No more arms for you."
See,
That's pretty horrific. But at the same time, I kind of get it. Like that's one of the few villain kills in
yeah.
all of JoJo where I'm like, all right, you know what? There was a puppy. I get it.
Yeah, honestly, I think he deserves a spot in C almost.
I feel like, yeah, I'd probably put him higher than Poco's sister just because as a character, I like him more. But I feel like I can't give him any
Exactly.
higher than that just because he does do some pretty awful things.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I think that's a good spot.
I think that's reasonable.
Easy.
All right, and then ACDC. I really like him. And the characters that are kind of silly, I'm very biased towards. I like the
Uh,
silliness.
yeah, I do like AC/DC. Not as much as I like Wamu.
That's fair. I like that Wamu's more serious, and I like what he does plot wise. But I also like that
Yeah.
ACDC can go back and forth between being like one of the silliest characters in the series to literally quoting like philosophers that he met. I
Yeah,
love that.
yeah.
I feel like he's got to be up
Um,
here with Cars.
I agree.
I feel like putting him next to Cars is pretty reasonable, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
considering they
Yeah.
might be the world's oldest gay couple. Which is it's a little debatable,
Yeah.
but I feel like
Oh,
I
come
do
on.
feel like that is like that's a fun little theory.
I agree. I do like it though. I love watching it just in general with that in mind is like a Cars is very obviously like the grumpy there's only one exception kind of guy.
Yeah. He's very entertaining.
Yeah. Plus it just feels appropriate to have them next to each other.
It does. I like the way they're like they're not like looking at each other, but they're like
They're
angled really
facing back
perfectly.
to back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think these are from the same scene because Cars has his hair down and ACDC was gone before
And their
that.
lighting is
So,
different.
yeah. But at the same
I
time,
think
a
that
couple of times in their like throne room thing, there is times where Cars is more in the
right.
dark than ACDC. But that's just because Cars is more he's more dramatic. He's like I got to be in
The
the back in the darkness because that's cooler.
the lighting on Cars almost feels like it's part of the Coliseum.
Oh, I think this is the Colosseum. I'm just saying like I know there is
Yeah.
a couple scenes where there is lighting not like this but
Right.
similar enough to this where it'd be
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Oh,
yeah.
that could have happened." I just don't think that's happening here in particular. I know this picture of
Uh-huh.
Wamu is definitely from the Colosseum. I think this is when he's
Right.
looking at Joseph before the race starts.
Wamu, I think deserves a high spot.
He redeems himself. I could see himself being an A or B.
I agree. And he's really sweet. He's
Yeah.
actually genuinely like he's a good I would say person, but I don't know if that's accurate. He's a good man.
He is technically a like vampire's ancestor in a way.
Yeah.
Like he's almost like the grandpa to vampires. But
Yeah,
like
yeah. Um
I don't know. I love that he fights with honor. He's all about honor because that is something that Cars and Wamu don't really have. Wamu kind of has a little bit more honor, but he's still willing to play a little dirty. Versus Cars is like we're
yes.
going to fight fair and equal, and it's going to be a proper battle. Like he's very much like Jonathan in that, and I appreciate that. And I like
Yeah.
that
I
Joseph
think
like kind of tries to have an honorable battle as well. He still is like tricky and like he's being himself, but I like that there's a couple moments where he's like, "All right, we're going to fight honorably." And like he gives him like the honorable like goodbye and all that stuff. I appreciate that.
yeah. Yes. For sure.
I kind of want to rank him. I
I
feel like
think he
high
deserves
B.
at least a spot above Danny.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like high B is good. I just put him in B because I was like, well, A or B. I'll just put him in B for now. I feel like a high
I say
B
a
is
high
good for
B, high
him.
B.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of characters that come up before him, but I feel like for now, a high B is that's a very good spot for him.
Yes.
I think that him and Smokey have the same lighting thing going on, but they're in
Oh
two
yeah.
very different situations. Also, yeah, for some reason I couldn't find a picture of Danny in the anime that was this size, so I just went with the manga one. I felt like I had to clarify why everybody else is animated, and then Danny over here is clearly hand drawn.
Yeah, at least he's not scary to look at.
Yeah,
Unlike Iwasuke.
yeah. Oh, he's on this. Yeah, it's the.
Yeah, I
It's
love Iwasuke, but
he's
oh
so
my
cursed.
god.
I
He's so cursed. He
if
looks like a freaking
Araki had
dinosaur.
just said, "Oh, there's a hyena out there," I would have been like, "Yep, there sure is." It's a little bit of
Or
a
like a
like
Tasmanian devil.
it's like an awkwardly like proportioned hyena, but you know what? It kind of looks like one. But the way they just went, "Look at that
Yeah,
dog," I was like, "What? Is the dog with us? What is that thing?"
maybe in that universe. I mean, we've seen the wolves in that universe.
True, very true.
One of my favorite reaction images ever is the wolf from part 7.
Oh, I love that thing. It's so horrible.
It's so cursed. Okay,
All
who's
right.
next? Who
Well,
are we
it's kind of funny we're
classifying?
talking about dogs because Santana is treated as if he's like their guard dog. Like they basically treat
That,
him
yeah.
like that's where he is like in the hierarchy to them. They're just like he's just there to keep us like not even safe, just like to keep others occupied because obviously they can defend themselves. He's
Yeah,
just a distraction. They don't really care about him, which is really sad because he's also their son.
it is. I feel really bad for him almost because I mean he was the
Yeah.
first one to be discovered for starters.
He was a really cool way to
And
introduce the Pillarmen too.
for sure, the fact that they showed his like body being able
Yeah.
to fit through the vents like that, I think was a really cool way of doing it.
The way he like morphs and stuff, I love it.
Yeah. um Man, this one is hard.
I almost want to say
Because he
just
is
there.
cool.
Yeah, he's definitely cool. I feel like he's either a C or a just there but cool because I do
I
really love
think
the way his like scenes are handled and stuff.
I kind of want him to be at the bottom of C almost.
I think that's fair. He is I do
Yeah,
love him though.
because
He is really cool. I love his
I
little like
do
eye
like him as a
markings.
character.
Like as
Uh-huh.
a design, incredible design. Like super cool.
For
I
sure.
almost don't know why he's naked, and then I remembered it's because he was asleep for like a couple thousand years. That makes sense. But everything else about his design, I love his hair. I love the little eye markings and stuff. I love the way he like is so willing to learn. Like he spends like the entire time trying to learn about everything that's going on around him. He's like, all right, it's been a
Yeah.
while since I've been awake. What's going on? What's changed? Like I
Plus,
like that.
generally, the scene with Joseph where he's introduced with the boop is one of the
Yes,
funniest JoJo scenes ever.
I love it so much. I don't know if you've heard how they translated that into the dub, but because he's doing like wordplay in Japanese and that doesn't quite translate
Yeah.
over here, they just made it so he's trying to get him to smile for the camera. Like he's trying to get him to like be silly. He's like trying to get him to like make a joke and stuff. And I was like, you know, I kind of appreciate that. I think that's a really good way to handle a scene where it's very specific wordplay that doesn't translate into English
Yeah,
at
yeah.
all.
They did that's a pretty good job of keeping it within the character.
Yeah, because like it's very fitting for Joseph to be doing that and being like, "All right, buddy, what's up with you? Can you give me a smile? Can you tell me a joke? What's going on?" Like just stuff like that.
Yeah, 100%.
I like that. It also fits the way he's moving as well. Like it doesn't look like it's out of place,
Uh-huh.
especially because he's kind of not moving in any specific way. He's just kind of flailing there a little bit, trying to get any reaction
He's
from him.
just hopping around being
Yeah.
stupid.
And I love it.
I
And I
love
love the way
Joseph so much.
Speedwagon watches like, "Oh, we're doomed. This is awful."
Uh-huh. It's so funny because they ended up not even being like in that much danger,
Yeah.
arguably.
Like they essentially could have just like stopped talking to him and he would have been like, all right, and then just left. Like he would have just, like he probably would have gone
Yeah,
on to like wake up the others, but still they would have been fine. Like
exactly.
just hand over Stroheim and Santana would just be like, neat, bye, just leave.
Uh, that's so funny.
I do very much enjoy him as a character. He was a fun one.
Um,
All right, next up is the
okay.
last for part 2. We are 2 hours into
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Yeah, next up is
We
Wired
were
Back.
already talking about him.
Yeah, I feel like he's very much a just there. He's kind of funny. Um, Like the way like he
Just
keeps telling
barely.
Lisa like, "Oh, give me a hug," and she's just like, "Oh, or how about this instead?" And she like just punches
Yep,
him and
yep.
stuff. Like I do love that.
Uh-huh.
But I do feel like ultimately
So
he is just a there character to the point where I
maybe
almost
like above,
above who?
sorry. Like at least Mario, I think.
Yeah, because at least he has
Because
more
he
voice
is
lines.
funny.
Versus
Yeah.
Mario is just there to be like, "Oh, be careful. Go talk to this person." And Caesar's just like, do I tell him who I am? Oh, he's in the wall already.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Bye, I guess." Like, it does kind of suck for Mario that the only scenes he's in are just so we can see Caesar really struggle. But I guess that's kind of common in JoJo.
You know, I'm gonna be shocked if we make it to part 6 without this being 5 hours long.
Oh, I've already like set aside like the whole night. I don't have anything else in my schedule. I don't know how long this is gonna
It's
take, but as long as I can sleep at some point before like I don't know 4 a.m., I'll be good. I'm sure I can stay awake that long.
yeah, I'm good with anything, so let me know when you need to get off. Duh.
Yeah.
Because it is only 6:30 for me.
Yeah, it's 9:30 here, so we got plenty of time before I think I reach a breaking point. And
Yeah.
I do have a drink as well, so I can make sure my throat does not die at some point.
Good, good, good. Jotaro.
Specifically, part 3.
Oh man. Specifically part
Yeah.
this is okay. This is where the characters start to get more in depth. So it's more
Yes.
difficult.
Because we had a lot more time with this guy than the previous two. We got a whole 48
Yeah, and
episodes versus Jonathan, we only had 9. And Joseph had, what, 13? Something like that? 13 or 14?
something like that. And it really doesn't help that we've spent so long just analyzing his personality
I
because he's
know.
way deeper than the fans make him out to be in general.
You know, he deserves a lot more credit. Like, just for everything that
He
happens to
definitely
him.
deserves Yeah, he definitely deserves like S tier, I think.
Yeah, even in part 3, I would say he's still an S tier, yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I just think that the no, not even. We'll get into that later.
My issue is part 3 Jotaro. Is he higher than Joseph? He's higher than Jonathan, I'll say, simply for like amount of screen time. And he is a very like I guess complex character in part 3, if
Yes.
that's the right word. So he has like a lot more going for him than Joseph does, but Joseph has the funny.
Joseph does have the funny, but like, oh no, this is so complicated because because I'm also biased, I feel, because Jotaro's played by Daisuke Ono.
Yeah, and oh
And,
man, does he really sell that role so well.
yeah, and Daisuke Ono is just amazing no matter what he does, and I just love Daisuke Ono.
Yeah, just
But
so
also, like, I love Tommy, and Tommy sings for part 3, and that is
he
also playing a
does.
factor.
Oh, I love Tommy in part 3. I love that they just in part 4 they were like, "You want to bring Tommy back?" And they were like, "Yeah, let's bring them all
Yeah.
back." I love that.
God, it's so good. It's so good.
I love that he
I
even
think,
sang during Inherited Soul. That felt incredibly fitting for the entire thing to end with the part 6 announcement and then just Tommy's just on stage. Like
uh-huh.
that's so fitting. I love that.
See, I also almost want to give him a higher, but like he's not funny like Joseph, but he does have more screen time in general.
Yeah. And his one-liners, I must say, I don't know if he's trying to be funny with them, but they do make me laugh. I don't
They're
know if he's trying to
dorky.
be cool or
I
if
think
he's
he
trying
is
to make a
definitely
joke.
trying to be cool.
Well, he's trying to be cool,
Because
but I can't tell if he's trying to do it in like the Joseph style of cool, where he's like he's the cool guy who can make you laugh with something, where you're still just like, oh, that was kind of cool though, or if he's just going for the comedic factor, like I'm not, or if he's just like that was so cheesy type stuff. I can't really tell what his intention is because he says it all with the same face. So
yeah, the way that
unfortunately, I'm
I
not quite
see it,
Holly.
yeah, the way that I see it is that he's trying really hard to be cool, but he just sucks at being cool like that.
Yeah,
I think it's really funny though.
Basically, he's really lucky that he's 6'5" for his like cool status. He started off on a
Yes.
very lucky foot because otherwise it'd be very hard to find him intimidating. I feel
Yes.
like he might
I
have
think
like the
I
strong
think
face, but the fact that he's a giant of a man makes you like already like, oh, that's a little concerning. Why are you so tall? Why do you what reason do you have to be up there? But like
yeah.
everything he says, it's like, wow, you thought you did something.
Yeah. I think for now, top of S tier is good. We can always move him later.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Top of S is just gonna be this man dominating, but you
I
know what?
have a
We'll get there.
feeling that it's gonna get worse as the
Yeah.
parts progress as well.
I do like that the JoJos they went from serious to funny to serious in their expressions here. Like
Yeah.
Joseph has his typical little smug smile, and then I don't even know what Jonathan was looking at. Probably Dio, honestly, in this image, but
Probably.
he is
Like
very
the
focused.
the pillar moment where he's
Yeah,
fighting outside.
that's kind of what it looks like, but I can't really tell.
Yeah.
Versus,
I'm just trying to go off of memory visual.
yeah, this could be like any scene for Jotaro in part three, because there's so many times where there's just open sky behind them.
Uh-huh.
I do
Okay,
love his
who
little
is
curl.
next?
All right, next is Star Platinum. Yeah, I did the stands followed after their users. So we can rate
Okay.
Star Platinum as both because Star Platinum is, I would say, a sentient stand. We can rank Star Platinum as both a
Yes.
cool ability and as a character. Versus most of the other stands, I have a feeling they're just going to be ranked as like a cool ability. Versus the sentient ones, we can be a little bit more like judgy. Here, let me re-grab them. There we go.
Yeah. See, Star Platinum, and it's hard to go off of anything other than theories for specifically part 3 because I don't think he was fully fleshed out until like part 6.
Yeah, that's fair.
But like
There is a
I
lot of like
do
little
I
hints in part three with Star Platinum. Like I don't think
yeah,
like that's where the theory of him being a sentient stand comes from. The way he was doing so much stuff for Jotaro.
exactly.
But
Like
also, it
the
feels like
very
he's really trying extra hard in the later scenes, in the later parts, that is.
yeah. Because I do like right fresh off the bat the whole bullet thing where he's protecting Jotaro. Just the
Mm-hmm.
fact that he protects Jotaro in general,
The way he's like,
I think
hey,
is really cool.
he's like, hey, maybe let's not do this, buddy.
Yeah. It feels like he is smarter than Jotaro almost, which I just think is
Yeah.
funny.
I could see that. I could kind of see that. Considering this man doesn't know how to
Yeah.
play poker, and I feel like his stand might. I feel like that's fair to say. And also, I do
Yeah, I
love
feel like
that Star also brings him things to stay entertained while he's in prison.
it's very
Like,
cute.
I love it because like he's clearly he's trying to see like, okay, this guy thinks he's possessed. He wants to learn more stuff about ghosts. I can bring him stuff to learn about the supernatural. That's fine. But then he's also like, oh, but he's gonna get bored. I gotta bring him something to play with, the radio to listen to.
Uh-huh.
Like he's gotta have stuff, and I love that.
I feel like he also deserves a really high rate, like S or A.
Yeah, I like. It almost feels wrong to put the stand alone, like as like we're talking just as like the character here at this point, like the stand alone in S tier, because like that it feels almost wrong, like mean to some of the other characters, but at the same time I'm like, no, there's a lot that's said about like his character and also like Jotaro's at like in part three, like it's an
Yeah,
incredible way to develop the character by essentially like also saying like, oh yeah, these things are like the manifestation of your soul. Because one, that says a lot about when Star looks really happy and Jotaro's got that super serious face going on. Like that says a lot about
uh-huh.
both of them in those scenes. It's like, okay, Star is much more willing to do this stuff, but also Jotaro thinks like it's the coolest thing ever, but he's not going to show it. He's like, oh, we get
Yeah.
to like
I think
we get to do all this cool stuff, neat, but he's not gonna say that.
I think as long as Star is above like Zeppeli, I'm fine with it.
That's fair. Star does do a lot more than Zeppeli does. It's
Yeah.
mostly just
And
because he's connected to, the main character in a way that it's very hard to recreate for any other character. But like
exactly.
it's he just does some
And
really cool things. We haven't even talked about like what he does is like his actual powers, because like even though he is just like the default like punchy stand, he's still really cool. Like,
oh yeah, for sure. But
oh here,
like
let me
he
put the spoiler
also
thing up
is
real
just
quick.
generally enjoyable to watch on screen.
Yeah, like he's got a cool design. I love the flowing hair. Um,
Ah,
I love like the way he behaves. Like that's always really cool. I love like I love that he smiles considerably more than Chonoro does. That's always fun, especially in the
yeah.
manga. He's smiling like almost constantly. I also love what was I gonna say? Oh, there was something. I put the spoiler thing up because his only thing that he really does in part three up until the final battle is just punch really fast. And there's still people who are like,
Yeah.
"Oh, the time stop came out of nowhere." Had it like he just added an extra ability. He couldn't do that from the beginning. And I'm like, Star
No.
Platinum didn't do anything from the beginning. His stands never had an ability. It was just a strong fighter. But here's the thing: all of
Yeah.
his other friends also had stands that were strong fighters. Like,
The thing is, though, is I do like the theory that Star Platinum has always been able to use the world.
oh yeah,
Um,
he's always been able to stop time. He just didn't realize it.
exactly. Like the stopping a bullet is
That's
not something a fast thing can do unless
it's
it has something similar to a time stop.
well, Crazy Diamond does do that. However, the difference is the space, how much space they had to
Exactly.
react. Crazy Diamond has like
Because
2 feet versus Star has like a couple inches. So
exactly,
that is
exactly.
because like Crazy Diamond is like an exceptionally fast stand. Like I feel like if
Yeah,
Josuke keeps like practicing, he's going to outspeed Star. Aside from the time stop, but
yeah,
everything if we're not counting time stop, he is going to like outspeed him. Right now, his only disadvantage is being 16, but
yeah.
once
And
he trains and stuff, he'll get way better.
I must admit, I do really like the theory that Jotaro is deaf in one ear.
Yeah, I do kind of like that theory. I don't know if Araki thought of it. I feel like he might have just done the bullet thing as a one-off to be like, oh, look how like quick this thing
Yeah,
is. But I do like it as like a headcanon, being like, oh yeah, he's deaf in one ear because you know
exactly.
that gun went off literally like
Yeah,
6 inches from his ear. You don't just sit there
yeah.
and like not flinch to that unless your ear literally just exploded. Like that's a little hard
I
to
do
do.
like it as a theory and a headcanon. It's nice to think about.
Yeah. Also, I turned off the spoiler thing just because we were talking about like the final battle. But yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
nice
like Star.
I do really like Star. I think that he deserves a spot in S tier.
I don't know if I genuinely don't know who if I should rank the narrator or Star higher. I kind of want to just leave Star where as is for now, and then come back to that
I
later.
think yeah, I think that's okay for now. We still need to get rid of not rid. We need to get through the rest of the parts.
Yes, because oh boy, does part three keep on going? If you'll
Oh my
notice, the
god,
three
we've only
lines,
gotten to the first two characters.
the 3 lines that are visible right now only goes to the sun. That is
Oh my god.
within the first 20 episodes of part three, and it's 3 rows.
We don't even get to battle in Egypt yet.
Not even. It is part three's a bit long. And I know people hated
We're
on
still
it
in
for
Stardust
the
Crusaders.
Monster of the Week format. I love Monster of the Week formats. I think they're cool. And I think part three does it in a very
Not just
entertaining
that, but I
way.
think that yeah, I think that Araki just did it well in
Yeah.
general.
Like I get it.
Because
Clichés can be
sometimes
annoying when
Monster
they're
of the Week,
overused, but like they're used
yes,
for a reason.
it it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like genuinely.
With like the story that he set up, of course they're gonna be having enemies sent after them constantly because yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's that just makes sense. Like
Plus,
Dio's
it
just sending
makes sense
everybody
for
after him.
Dio's yeah, it makes sense for Dio's character to send them one after another, and not all
Yeah.
at once, or like because he's like a cat that plays with food, you know?
Yeah. He doesn't want like the instant what's it called? He doesn't want like the instant win. He wants like the proper battle. Or not the proper battle.
Yeah, and he
He
wants the
wants
final
like
blow.
yeah, that's what it is. He wants to be the one to defeat them, but he also wants to like feel good about it. So honestly, I don't think he wanted the people that he was sending to kill them. He just wanted to make them weaker. So that way, by the time like they finally showed up, like he offered the money, but he's like, none of these people are gonna kill those guys. We're destined to kill each other at this point. But also, he's still just like, oh, just weaken them. Like that'll be nice.
Yeah.
Also, hello Galaxy. I did not see you earlier.
Oh
I had the
part 3 Joseph.
the chat hidden again. Yes, part 3 Joseph. I do really like him in part 3. I like that he like matured as a character while still being like very silly.
Yeah.
Let me grab him. There we go.
He is really funny.
Yeah, him and Polnareff are the two like comic relief in part 3. And even then, sure. I feel like Polnareff is more so like tragic, versus Joseph is just primarily just silly.
Yeah.
Because like Polnareff does have a lot of horrible things that happen to him in part 3. But he also still has those moments where you're just like, wow, this is just a funny French man. Like he's just a silly little guy. Versus Joseph, like he's got a like his moments are a lot more rare than Polnareff's.
For sure. I think, God, he's
I do like that even though he clearly hasn't spent a lot of time traveling to be with his grandson, he still like wants to do everything he can for him. I do like that it shows that like he's matured as a character. Now,
for sure. I think that he deserves a spot around his ex-boyfriend. Who said that? Whoa. Definitely for sure up there.
Yeah. I can't remember. Were you one of the people who saw Abdul at the beginning of part 3 and thought, wow, he moved on from Caesar really quickly? Because I know a lot of people have thought that. And I did not see it at all. I was just like, oh, he's got a new, like, friend. A lot of people saw Abdul and immediately went, oh, wow, he moved on quick.
I just thought they were besties at first. The only reason that, like, brought me to, oh, do they have a fling while they're out is, well, for starters, I think that Abdul is too polite for that. I don't think that he would willingly allow Joseph to cheat.
Yeah.
But my dad, whenever he'd walk in on the scenes with the Abdul in it, he'd go, oh, it's Joseph's boyfriend. And I'd be like, yeah, okay.
Like, I do think it's a fun joke, but at the same time, like, I was a little surprised when I saw, like, I've seen a lot of people comment that, mostly on Reddit, but I was like, huh, alright, I guess maybe I'm in the minority here?
Well, as much as I do like the thought of it, and I think it's funny, I don't take it as seriously as I did with, like, Caesar and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because there's less canon-looking moments, and I also think that Abdul, again, wouldn't help Joseph cheat on his wife.
Yeah, no, he'd be like, excuse me, you have a wife at home? What are you saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's not that kind of guy. Abdul is a very things that he's done at this point, or do we still want to put him in S?
Yeah. I think high A, to be honest.
Because I do really like old Joseph, but at the same time, during part 3, that is when we know he's done some bad things by this point. He also has grown up to be slightly racist, which is kind of funny to me that he made it through all of part 1, or not part 1, part 2, without being racist, and then he got older, and suddenly he's just like, I hate the Japanese, they're awful, they're so bad, and I'm like, buddy? What happened? You made it through World War II fine.
Yeah, like, I know your daughter's husband is kind of an iffy guy, but God.
But you don't need to take it out on all of them. This is some random guy you saw at an airport.
He's not even that bad of a dad. He's just on tour, at least for part 3.
And right? I think it's kind of implied he goes on tour a lot. From the way Jotaro has a comment that he makes about how annoying it is that the house is so big. And I've seen people analyze that to be like, maybe he's kind of mad because, like, his dad pays for the house with all the money that he makes from touring, and he's touring a lot, and that's how he can afford such a huge house, and that's why Jotaro doesn't like it. Which I could kind of see.
Holly really likes him, and she has a
Yeah.
Japanese name, and it's just like,
It's the
come
way
on,
she
man.
she literally like took so quickly. She was like, "This place is awesome. Like this, everyone's so nice to me here." Like,
Uh-huh.
so I think he's got to be a
Ah,
nice guy
whatever.
because we've seen how Holly is, and I don't think she would stay with someone if she didn't feel like it was right for both her and Jotaro. Like,
Exactly.
I like to
I
trust her
just think
judgment.
that,
She
yeah,
did get a
I
little
just
of her
think
mom's
that,
airheadedness, but not all of it.
yeah, I just think that Jotaro just prefers Holly in general because he spends more time with her. He just
Yeah,
isn't close to his dad.
and I like to. I mean, I like to think there's at least one good father in JoJo.
Yeah.
So I like to think that like his
It-
dad's not a bad guy. He's just like busy. So it's not like he hates him. He's just like, oh, he's off touring again, type stuff. Like he's
He's
more
just
like
not,
mildly annoyed by it than he is genuinely upset.
yeah, he's just not prominent in his life.
Yeah,
Uh, Well, that,
I can't even remember. Oh, we put Joseph there. Okay, and the next is Hermit Purple.
yeah,
I didn't even scroll down. Like I put Joseph there, like we were still trying to rank him. No, we ranked him. Next up is Hermit Purple. Hermit Purple we can rank
yeah,
purely for like ability.
yeah, it's important to the story.
Yeah. And it is kind of a neat idea. I do like how dramatic it is with the
It-
camera chop, and then discovering that he did not need to do that is really funny. Like he can
Yeah,
just
yeah.
develop, he can just use the camera, and it will activate. He does not need to destroy it. He could have just gone up to a TV. He knew he could do that at that point, but he insists on destroying the cameras.
It's so funny.
Like he's that kind
Um,
of rich guy where he's like, why would I get another why would I just go back home where the TV is when I can just buy a camera and just break it and we'll find our answers so much faster? Like that's so funny to me.
yeah, yeah. It's really, I'm really struggling to think of where to put it.
I feel like I do kind of like it, especially the noises that it makes, how it has kind of like the Hamon sound effect to it. I'd be willing to put
Yeah,
it in
yeah.
just there but cool.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I'll put it above Susie purely for
Love
the sound
Susie.
effects. Yeah. If
Yeah,
it wasn't for the sound effects, it would be below Susie. But the anime, like if we're ranking just the manga version's like down here, not there. It's
yeah.
down
There's
here.
just something so funny about putting a non-sentient stand above characters.
Yeah. But yeah, Susie is
But I
great.
do think
It's
that's a good
just
spot.
I do really enjoy the sound effects and stuff. The JoJo sound
Yeah, I
design is
do really.
incredibly well done.
Yeah, 100%. It's not overused or anything either, so it doesn't bother
Yeah.
me.
And they're not like blaringly loud sound effects when they are. Like I feel like I don't have
Yeah.
to like turn JoJo down for like specific scenes to be like, oh, this they're like blowing things up. I gotta lower the volume here for a little bit. It's just as long as like it's at whatever volume I normally want it at, I can just keep it there. It's not gonna destroy my ears. I
Uh-huh.
like it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
All right, next up is Avdol.
Abdul. God, I still can't get over my dad arguing with me about it.
That is the kind of funny thing to argue about.
Are you sure his name isn't Abdul? Because Araki is Japanese, so he must not know any English, you know?
No, I believe his namesake is Paula Abdul, but if I remember correctly, his name, um, without spelled in Japanese, directly translates to Avdol. It's one of those names where like he did it as a reference without making it the exact same spelling, because he does that a lot.
Yeah.
Like, Jailhouse Lock is not a localized name. The stand is called Jailhouse Lock, but it is referencing Jailhouse Rock. Sometimes he just
Yeah.
makes the names different.
It's frustrating because insinuating that Araki wouldn't even try to think of American spelling of something just feels weird.
Yeah.
And the whole, like, Muhammad being paired with Abdul, like, I understand the argument, but when I'm trying to say, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about, and this has been around since the 80s,
Yeah.
I think that they'd know by now. Like, Kakyoin's name was a mistake, but they ended up rolling with it, you know?
Yeah. Like he, well, okay. I will say, part 8, he didn't look at the writing for a little while, but that's because the character wasn't in it for like 8 years.
Yeah.
Versus, like he's pretty good about making sure the spelling is correct when he sends the stuff out now. Like that's why
Yeah,
they did very
I
quickly
I
make the
don't know.
correction with the name in part 8 because he looked at it and went, guys, that's not what the name is supposed to be. Like,
Yeah.
I, I love that though. But yeah, no, he's very like he's a lot more involved in this process than I think people give him credit for. I think genuinely, I think the
Yes.
only reason that the character name went so overlooked in Part 8 for so long is because there was genuinely like an 8-year gap between her chapters.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that's pretty
Um.
fair. Once she's involved, he's like, oh, okay, I can. You guys got to change that. And like, he does the same thing for like English and stuff.
Yeah. 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 For Avdol's placement, though, I think he
Yeah,
deserves to be around Joseph. Not an S tier, but an A tier.
I'd almost be willing
Because
to put him a little above Joseph, just because I do kind of like
yeah,
the like. Because he's only in his late 20s. I kind of like that he fits like the cool uncle vibe of the group.
yeah, and he's smart.
He
He's super
is.
smart. He's
He's
just a
this.
really good character in general.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty safe to say that he's the smartest of the Crusaders. Um,
Well,
I do like the joke that every Crusader thinks they're the coolest one of the group and everyone else is dumb. Because Abdul falls for that too, where he's just like, oh, these idiots. But they all do that. Every single one of them has that moment where they're like, oh, these guys are so dumb, while they're also doing something kind of dumb. And Abdul does have those moments too. But
he
generally, I
does.
do think he is the smartest.
I mean, there's a whole the whole reason of him not ever being paired with Kakyoin is so funny.
Yeah, they're so are
It's frustrating. This is I'm
right now. But I know how I think 6 and 7 might be the ones we've discussed the absolute most, and that has me afraid.
yeah, I think that part 4 is going to be pretty easy because we like most of the characters.
Yeah, so we're gonna
It's
be
kind of
like,
hard not to.
I have a feeling part 4 is not gonna dip below C very much. Like,
Yeah.
even the just theirs, we're still probably gonna end up putting a lot of those in C just because we do kind of like those guys.
Well, there's so many like even if they aren't fleshed out, they're still good characters. Like they're fun to
Yeah,
watch.
I do really enjoy
We
how
need to
part
finish
4
part 3
feels
too.
like. It feels so small town. Like even the characters who don't do a lot, it still feels like, yeah, that feels like a guy. Like he feels very
Yeah.
realistic for this. Like
Yeah.
it's such good like world building that he does in part 4. I am obsessed with it.
Uh-huh.
Also, I just realized Jotaro and Abdul being on top of each other reminds me of the Joestar Radio. When I was listening to that back before Part 6 was announced, I listened to it for Parts 1 and 2, and then they announced Part 3, and I was like, oh, neat, I can listen to Part 3, but I was behind a couple episodes. So by the time I started listening to Part 3, 2 episodes were out. And I remember thinking like, oh, I wonder who they're gonna have, because it was the JoJo and their friend. So like Part 1 was Jonathan and Speedwagon, Part 2 Joseph and Caesar,
Yeah.
and then Part 3 is Jotaro and Abdul, and I was not prepared for that. But I was so happy that that's who they picked because it turns out those are the two biggest JoJo superfans of the cast of Part 3.
God, it's so funny.
They were discussing, like, I remember at one point, I don't remember what they said, but they talked about Part 8 at one point. Like, they mentioned, like, a scene, and I was like, whoa, that happens in Part 8? What are you. I can't believe you referenced that.
God.
Like,
That's
it
so
feels like they were
that's so cool.
genuinely guys who were, like, they started reading JoJo when they were younger, and they still read it now, despite the fact that they're also just in it. Like,
That's why I love the casting in general is because 90% of the voice actors are super fans.
oh, yes. I also like that Abdul is All Might, and I feel like he's not putting on much of a voice for All Might because he just sounded very jolly during a lot of the Part 3 Joestar Radio.
Yeah,
Like
that's so funny. That's
he
because
was
they
just
sound
so
the same.
overjoyed. Yeah, like every time he'd get like excited about something, I was like, I feel like All Might's about to start like telling me a life lesson. What's happening? Like it was so
That's so
good.
stupid. Okay.
All right,
Oh my
Magician's
God.
Red.
This I can never remember his name and I always feel so guilty about it.
I do like Magician's Red. I like that it's like Phoenix with like the fire and
Mhm.
stuff. I like that it also does have a man's body because that does not fit with the Phoenix vibe at all, but I love that that's there. like,
So funny.
like that's
It's
so
very it's so JoJo. It's so raw JoJo.
it
I don't know
is.
how else to explain it.
Like I just it's
Um
I also love that it's got so many different like little moves and stuff. Like it shows that Avdol has been mastering his stand for a long time. How many little abilities he has.
Yeah.
Like he's got the
I
the
do think it
tracking
belongs.
thing, like different attacks. Like it's really cool. Like he's like the stand master of the group, and it definitely feels like it because he's had his stand the longest. I
Yeah.
appreciate his
I
stand.
do think it belongs around somewhere in. See, Dio is in D tier specifically for part one because he's actually evil. Like, we like Dio,
Yeah,
especially as the show progresses, but like in part one, he's specifically evil, like
yeah,
burning dogs and starting fights for no reason.
yeah. Don't worry. I know. Considering we have cars and C, that means part three Dio is he's gonna be pretty high. Because as much as I
Yeah.
hate what he does in part three, he's a way more entertaining villain in part three, and he gets a lot of points for that.
Yeah, he's funny. But like in part one, while he has funny moments and he's got like good moments, he's just evil.
Yeah. Like that's like 90% of his like thing in part 3 is that they're emphasizing like this is the embodiment of evil essentially
Yeah.
versus in part 3 it's like he's evil but also he's like toying with them at this point. Like it's more
Yeah.
like sadistic almost. Like it's just more entertaining to watch as a viewer. But it also kind of makes his character
Mhm.
more interesting to be like, wow, did he like lose it a little underwater? Like he came out of the water like not a different person, but he's really leaning into everything that he's doing a lot more.
He had a lot of time to think about his personality, I think.
Yes, which is why I also can't wait to rank part 6 philosophy Dio because
Yep.
that's fun.
Yep. The funniest thing.
Is that he's like because like he does have a couple of like those moments with Enya in part 3. I will give him credit for that. He has moments like that
Yeah.
leading up to being in Egypt. But it's also just he doubles down on it so hard during the part 6 flashbacks that I love it. It is so it's so funny, especially the fact that he's like shirtless lounging around during half of it. It's so funny.
I I hope you know the scene with his shoes under the.
Oh,
I
when he
think about it
when he
constantly.
when he
When he
hides
zips
under
under.
the I can't remember, was he going around a corner or was he going under like he was like
It was
going under like
underneath.
yeah, well, was
Table
it
or something.
under the church pews or something like that?
I think so.
It was
But his
something
little
random
elf
where like he
shoes,
shouldn't have been. Yeah.
the funniest thing ever.
I love the way it was animated as well. It was so good. Because I love the way the panels make it
Uh,
look like he's just gone. Like it almost looks like it was his stand, like he just blinked away. But the little like air
yeah.
thing makes it clear like no, he moved. But it still makes it
It's
so
so
funny.
it's like so whimsical for such a
Yeah.
bulky guy wearing like fairy shoes. Hello.
And I also really like that he's so like floaty. Like he's very floaty in like
Yeah.
part 3 as well. Like I know in the manga it's more obvious that they're just using their stands to like rocket themselves off of surfaces and that's how they're flying.
Yeah.
But there's also just a lot of times where Dio kind of just floats. Like he just kind of does that sometimes and I really like it.
Do you think he has the world like pick him up and just carry him around sometimes?
I could see that considering Polnareff did that once.
Yeah.
Like I could see that. The two of them seem like they use their
He
stands
wouldn't.
in like very similar ways of like messing with their opponents. That I could see that that's what
Uh-huh.
Dio was doing.
That's why Dio loves Polnareff so much. He's in love with him.
Yeah, I mean, who's not?
I will
Everyone loves Polnareff.
Yeah, but I mean like I will die on the hill that Dio is in love with Polnareff. Like
I do feel like he
that's
kind of what's it called? I feel like he recruited him because he was like, "Oh, this one seems cool. I hope he stays in the mansion." And then he actually did go off to explore, and he was like, "Oh, I was hoping he'd stay here."
yeah. Like dang it. What do you mean I have to deal with vanilla instead?
Yeah. Oh, I love the way he treats that man. It's so funny.
It's so funny. Like he's so done with him, but like
He
he's like, you know
is.
what? At least you're following me, but you didn't have to do all that.
He's like, I didn't even have to like consider using a flesh bud. You're just like that. All right, buddy. Like that's so. I like that he does the same thing with Abdal as well. We haven't talked about how like the way Dio like also had a thing for Abdal, and then the way Abdal describes him like he was so beautiful I had to run away. Abdul had a moment where he was just
Yep.
like, I've never seen such a beautiful man in my life. I have to jump out of this building immediately. I don't care what, like, glass sticks into me. I have to leave. Like,
You have to
have you
escape
ever
because
seen a
you're
man so
falling hard.
beautiful you were willing to risk falling out of a building? Like,
God, that's
oh, I love it.
so funny. Okay, where are we?
I put
Wait, we're not
Magician's
even,
Red
like...
in C because I feel like as an ability I really like it, but I kind of like Santana a little bit more, and it kind of sounded like that's where we were hovering.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah, I do like him at least around like the middle of C for now.
we can put him above George. I feel like that's reasonable.
I think that's reasonable.
Actually, no, a little Poco
I do
Sister.
like
I
Poco's
forgot that's
sister.
who that was. I was like, let's put him above George, and then Poco Sister was about to rank higher than Magician's Red. I feel like that's not quite right. Which I know, Magician's Red is a very cool stand.
Blue hair anywhere.
All right, next up
Oh,
is Mr. Noriaki Kakyoin.
Hakyoin. Okay.
I love him. I like that I can tell this is from the gamer fight because the sky is pink in the background.
Yep. I hope you know, when we were classifying Star, it was so hard for me not to just think of the Death 13 battle because it's so funny.
I love that.
The pan is like single-handedly one of the... It occupies my brain, I think, more than most JoJo scenes. I'll just think about his face with the pan.
I wish we had the internal monologue of Jotaro during that scene. Wonder what was he thinking? Do you think he had time to stop and think like,
Yeah.
okay, what's happening with Star? Why did I not feel the damage from that? What is he doing? Or was it just like, was he in like stunned confusion to the point where he wasn't even thinking? Like, I would love to know. Like,
Or he was like, and I think the funniest thing would be like, oh, yep, that checks out. He just doesn't usually do this in front of other people.
yeah. He's just like, okay, he's being a little silly. What's going on? Oh, I love that battle is such a fun one.
Kakyoin does deserve really high up.
Yeah. It's a shame his backstory wasn't revealed until like what was it, 46 or something episodes in.
Yeah.
But it recontextualizes the entire show for him, realizing why he's so the way he is.
And I think Goodbye Nostalgia also plays a big role in where I'm gonna be placing, like, think he should be placed.
Are we thinking higher than Speedwagon?
I think so.
I'd be willing to hear an argument for higher than Jonathan. Because
while he did save everyone from Death 13, everyone saved everyone else eventually. So, like,
true.
I think everyone in part 3, at least the main cast, is gonna be pretty highly ranked.
Yeah. The part 3 cast, they all have their moments, which I very much appreciate.
Him feeding Death 13 was really funny, though. It was so petty.
And it's just I love I know it's the line is delivered almost the same way in the sub, but I love the way the dub voice actor says, "I don't care if you're a baby, I'll snap your neck like a twig." The way he says it, oh, I laugh every single time. I'm like, oh, he means it. He is about to murder this like 11-month-old baby.
Uh-huh.
But then, even then, he's just like, all right, I said that and I meant it last night, but it's the morning now and I can't do it. So, we're going with a different form of torture. And I love that. It's so...
the funniest part... I think the funniest part of the whole battle is, like, Jotaro not really wanting to argue against him, but isn't quite sure how to react in general, so he just kind of sits there in the corner the entire time.
It's a really funny thing to rewatch that arc and realize this man has like 4 lines in that entire entire thing. He does not say much.
I want to believe my best friend, but this is a baby.
Yeah, it's like he's going like, okay, this is really out of character for him. I'm looking at an infant. What is happening? Like... I love that he gets so confused that he just, like, stays out of it, essentially, the entire time.
Yeah. Like, you got this one.
Yeah, he's like, you know what, I'll let Polnareff be the one to take charge here. And oh boy, is that never a good idea.
Oh my god. Dude, I can't, thinking about the whole Alessi battle makes me feel weird.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I have Alessi in here as well, and also I have the woman that Polnareff is like in that fight with and stuff. She's in here as well.
Oh, that's for later. That's for
Hmm.
later.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty far down here. Look at him. He's 4 rows down.
Oh my god.
All right. Next up is
Oh, I'm so
Hierophant
excited for
Green.
Oingo and Boingo.
I know. I love those two.
Okay.
All right. Hierophant
Uh,
Green. I feel like this is another
oh,
sentient stand, but it's more heavily implied, or no, not heavily. It's more subtly implied than Star,
yeah,
because I feel
yeah,
like
for
it's one of
sure.
those things where like a lot of the stands that manifest when they're children are kind of more sentient because they have to start, like they're not dormant, but they have to grow almost separately from their user because the user isn't fully aware
Yeah,
of what they are and what they're doing. So it ends up with the stand developing its own personality. I think that's why for later with Spice Girl, I think that's why she's the way she is because she was a dormant stand for her entire life and it took that long for her to show up, despite the fact that she's clearly a
yeah,
very strong stand. So I think that's part of why she is the way that
for sure.
she is. But for Hierophant, I do like how pretty the
Um,
stand is and how it fights. So I feel like that kind of
yeah,
earns it some extra points over Magician's Red.
and he's got so many tricks too. Like
Yeah.
having Emerald Splash not as his main like it's the main thing, but it's not the only thing that he can do.
Yeah. And the way people act like he forgot about his like possession ability as if that's not literally what he did during Death 13. Like people
Yeah,
act like, "Oh, he does it once at the
dude.
beginning and then never does it again." And it's like, one, I don't think he likes doing it. Two, he does use it again. What do you mean? He
Uh-huh.
only uses it if it's
I
like a
just
worst case
remembered.
scenario because there's not a lot of times you can use that.
Yeah. The whole thing we were saying like about Star being silly in like Death 13, it is just a really silly like Starfingers.
Oh yeah.
What?
Oh
I
no, that was
forgot that
during
he can do that until just now.
he did that first during what was it? It's on this list. Dark Blue Moon. And if I remember correctly, that's
Right.
the only time he does that in the manga. But the anime added a couple additional times because I think they
Right.
went, "Wow, that's a really underutilized ability." Star Platinum's really stretchy, and Jotaro doesn't do anything about that.
It's so funny.
It really is. And the way that they make the voice actors say it with full seriousness, as if that's not the funniest like attack.
I don't know if that would have been more or less difficult than trying to say Zipper Man seriously.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I like to think at least like Daisuke Ono already knew about the ability. He had time to prepare. I don't know
Oh,
about
for
Matt
sure.
Mercer. I don't know how he felt about it. Because I know he liked JoJo, but I don't know how like big of a JoJo fan he was. I don't know if he had like fully read the manga and all that stuff, watched the anime. I don't know exactly his history with it. I just know he likes it. But that would
There's
have
only
been quite
so
the
many things.
surprise in the recording studio to be like,
Yeah.
What's this next attack? What's it called?" Like that would. It's like I thought I was only doing stand barrages. What do you want me to call out?
Yeah. Oh wait, we never ended up placing him.
No, I left him in B for now. Just because I feel like the stand earns a lot of points for being super pretty. And also being Kakuin's
Yeah.
only friend for 17 years. Um,
I think honestly, in between Danny and Smokey seems appropriate.
yeah, I can see that. Like,
Because
it's not
he
sentient
doesn't
enough of a stand to be higher, but it is, like,
exactly.
he uses it really well, and it is, like, a really cool ability. It's one of those stands where it's like, it's one of those stands where it could be practical to have, like a normal person would have that as a stand and still get a lot of uses out of it just because of how long range it is. But also, it's a
Yeah.
really good combat stand. I love how it's both very well. And also, I
Yeah.
like that every part has a string stand, and this is basically the first of them. Like, there's so
It's
many long stringy stands.
God, the things that people will say about like reincarnation and whatever does
Oh yeah,
it's I don't know how to feel about that.
I think Jonathan is Star Platinum is fun purely in the context of the OVA. I don't think it's real, and especially because I know that one um, screenshot that people use is fake. of Jonathan
Right.
saying like, "Oh, if I die, I'll haunt you as a ghost" or something like that. That's not a real screenshot. He does not actually say that. It's edited. However, in the context of the OVA, with how similar Jonathan and Star are, I can see it for that specific bit of JoJo media. Like that's like a very specific AU, basically. But I do
Right.
kind of like I like the fan art that's come from that headcanon and stuff with like Jonathan as being as Star, because I also saw one where Kakyoin is stone free, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of a sweet idea that he like wants to help his friend, so he ends up being reborn as his daughter's like protector, basically. That's like it's a kind of cute idea. I think my top favorite of all of the like stands are reincarnated people thing is I saw this one artist who drew it was like what if for some reason Jotaro had to fight Yukiko, and in the middle of like fighting the two stands like stop without their users telling them to, which is really funny for Yukiko because it's just her hair, but it's like the hair wrapped around Star's fist and the two of them like stop and like look at each other, and then like apparently like seem to start like talking, which is again very difficult
Yeah.
for hair to do, but it makes it look like the two of them are like talking, they're really happy to see each other. And the caption was like, what if the stands are just ghosts, and these are two ghosts of Jonathan and Bruford? Because Bruford has the same hair stuff that Yukiko does, except it's not a stand for him. He just does that. And I was like, oh, you know what? I do kind of like that idea. The idea that like in this, if, specifically as an AU, as the actual canon, that'd be really weird. But for the sake of this AU of being like these two like basically old friends reunited in the most random of places, like that's kind of a fun idea. I like that.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, it's one of those things where I'm like, no, that's not realistic, but like for the sake of a cool like piece of fan art, that's nice. Did we finalize him and B by the way, or was this another placeholder?
Sorry, my sister is texting me.
Are
I
you good?
think that's a good spot. I mean, I can't think of anywhere else to put him.
Yeah. I do like how colorful the list is starting to become now that we're in daytime finally. Like there's like the couple like little bright ones like Loggins and Messina down there are both very bright and colorful, and then Styx just randomly is very bright. But there's a lot of dark skies. All right. Next up is
Oh my god.
Mr. Jean-Pierre himself.
Uh, Polnareff. Um, oh boy. I
I'm
love Polnareff.
I'm kind of leaning towards an S because I think I might like him more than Speedwagon, but I'm not entirely sure.
I can agree with that, to be honest.
Because I do think he's a fun character. He like is very tragic. Everything that could go wrong for this man does, and I like that he's aware of that. He hates it. He's like, why? What did I do?
Just let the poor man use the bathroom. Oh my god.
Not even that. He can't even make a friend without someone getting stabbed. Like this poor man. Just
I must admit, though, the introduction with the whole shape thing is so funny. Like,
oh, I know. It's
was he
so
doing that
dramatic.
to everyone? Was he doing that to everyone who got vaguely star-shaped food in the restaurant?
Yeah, if he thought like these might be the Joe Stars, like he saw like a big group and he was like, if he just saw, like all Dio told him was like one of them is half Japanese, the other is British. So he just was looking around at anybody even remotely Asian, which he was in Hong Kong, so that was a lot. Not even realizing specifically like who's Japanese and who's not. As long as they were hanging out with
Yeah.
someone American, Polnareff was just like, I know exactly
Do
what
we
to do. Like,
He was probably doing, like, a lot of bluff work, like the whole, "Hey, that shape looks familiar," didn't get a reaction. "Oh,
mm-hmm.
sorry, my mistake," walked away. I feel like that was a lot of it.
Silver Chariot showed up a lot and got no reactions, and that's when Polnareff realized, ah, maybe you guys aren't stand users, and then just left. Like, I also love the
The
theory.
silence.
I love the theory that the flesh buds make people like as dramatic as Dio, because like they're the way they start their battles and then they never do anything like that again is hilarious to me. Like Hakuin with
Yeah.
like the whole painting thing and the little puppet, he only did that because it was cool and dramatic. He never has a reason to do anything like that throughout the entire rest of the part. Polnareff with the cool little
Uh-huh.
slices and stuff, like the way he was showing off with the fire on his sword. He just wanted to look cool. Like that's what Dio has that strong of an effect on people, where it's like even when they're under his control and they're like I have to do whatever he says, they're like wait, I gotta make sure I look really good while doing this, so I gotta go all out.
Yeah. Uh, Sorry, I got distracted again.
You're
I'm
good.
thinking.
I feel like I would put these two like very close. Like it's very hard for me to decide which of these two I like more than the other.
Uh-huh.
So I say we leave Polnareff and Calcuin as like a duo right now. Like the two of them are
I agree. I agree.
they're tied for being Jotaro's best friend, I must say. Like he's
They're it's hard not to take into account what happens later.
yeah. Don't worry, that's why I specifically added the different versions.
I know, but like my perception of the characters change because I know what happens later. So
Yeah.
it's so hard to take the character just at face value of their part.
Yeah. It's hard, but it is necessary.
Exactly.
All right. Also, I don't know if you got closer to your mic or something, but you got very loud for like literally a split second, and it scared me. You're good now.
Oh, yeah, my
I just
bad.
don't know what happened.
I'm on my floor and my laptop is on the kotatsu, so I
Oh,
keep like readjusting myself. I don't have a desk chair, so I can't do this at my desk. So I have to keep readjusting myself because I can't keep sitting the way that I'm sitting because this is a floor table.
that makes sense. All right. Next up is Silver Chariot. And this is one that's very
Silver
hard for me to
Chariot.
take exactly at face value. I have to stay with this part. I have to look at just Silver Chariot as is. And that's very this is one of the hardest ones for me to do that with. But I do really like this stand. I think this
He
might be one of my favorite of the designs for stands in part 3 because I know it's just a knight, but I do really like the design. Like it feels like it's the classical knight design done in a really cool way that I can appreciate the fact that he's still just a knight.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I do think that his personality is cute. Like,
Yes.
he just seems like he's very I don't know, he feels very like supportive of Polnareff without getting in his way. And
Yeah, it
that's just
feels
what
like
it
he's
feels
like
like.
it feels like he's like there like cheering him on even though he's not really like he's not doing any like traditional cheering stuff, but it feels like that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I really like Silver Chariot. I think
I'm torn between a high B or a low A.
I'm thinking
Because I do like him a little more than Hierophant. I'm just not quite sure where exactly.
I feel like we need more people in B, so maybe
That's
maybe
fair.
high B.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because
Before Smokey or before
I do
Wamo?
like him. Yeah, I like him maybe a little bit more than Wamu. Nah, I wouldn't say more than Wamu, but
Like
around
they're like
Wamu.
equal enough where it's like you keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think like just doing this is reasonable for now then.
Yeah. Good
Plus,
enough.
like, look at that
50-50.
face. Like that's a cool expression.
Yeah, which is so funny because he's got really big eyes in
Yeah.
at least the anime, and he's just he looks like a puppy almost.
Yeah, I love that the eyes are so prominent. Probably because he doesn't have a mouth, so the eyes are like where you get all the expressions from. But
Yeah, yeah.
I really enjoy it.
Uh-huh.
All right, Iggy,
Okay.
another dog.
Iggy.
All right, I know he's going high, but I
Iggy
don't know where
deserves.
exactly. Because
Okay,
Iggy,
he has to be next to Polnareff. He's got to be next to
that's so
Polnareff.
true. You know what?
I think above Speedwagon, behind Polnareff,
Yeah,
or in between Kakyoin and Polnareff. No, I think he's got to be around there. Yeah.
yeah. I do like I love the way Iggy progresses from being like I'm here on my own. I didn't want to be brought into this, but whatever, you guys do whatever you
Uh,
want to realizing, Oh, I do kind of like those guys. Like, I love the way, like, his character progresses. It's so good. And the fact that he's just a little dog, like, oh, I love him.
The cream battle is
It's
I
heartbreaking.
don't want to put the spoiler screen up, but
Yeah.
so I'll be vague. He's so sweet, and
He is.
he's a hero. He's a good hero, like
Yeah.
genuinely,
He earns his spot amongst the Crusaders. I love the
100%.
foreshadowing in Stand Proud when they're showing all the stars across the sky and they have the little star hidden in the background. Like
Oh
even though he
man,
wasn't there yet, but it's just like, "Oh no, don't worry. We know there's another Crusader. We don't want to spoil it."
uh-huh.
I'm like, I love that.
Granted, it's really difficult to do the fool
Mhm.
because he's not sentient.
He's not. No, it's literally just the sand. It's sand that Iggy looks like forms to make this shape, which I do think that's a really cool concept. But
Yeah,
also, it
which
is like it's a very strange stand.
yeah, which sucks because I do honestly really like the design of the fool.
Yeah,
And he can't be just there because he does so much, but also that's just Iggy.
it is. It's just Iggy doing it. It's one of the more like obvious like stand acting as just an extension of the user type.
Yeah.
Because like, I know there's obviously like that's technically how every stand is being used, but this is just a
Well,
totally non-sentient.
some of them have more personality,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
that's what I
fool
mean.
just
Even the ones that have
yeah,
like are sentient, they still like have most of their moments are just them acting the user acting through them versus the fool is essentially just purely Iggy.
yeah. Maybe see, I feel like just there but cool
I could
because
see that.
the word cool is there because he doesn't do anything himself.
Yeah,
The fool.
but it is a very cool design. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Here, let me.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I think
Why did
that's a
that
good
happen?
spot.
I wanted to separate it so that way it looked like the other one where it was like there's just there on one line because the bottom one says just there but boring. And I was gonna try to get
Right.
it to say like just there and then but cool on its own line, and that was not working. So I don't know why it
Right.
separated them like that.
Huh.
But you know what? We're just gonna leave it as is. But yeah, I can
No, that's
understand
fair.
that logic. I'm okay with that.
Hmm.
All right, Holly. All right, I know she's going up high
Holly.
because both of us are a little too obsessed with Holly. I think for her to end up anywhere but up high. I'm just not
S
sure.
tier.
I was gonna say, do we genuinely want to put her in S tier because I love the way that she's like right, but no one realizes it.
S tier. I think that she could be above Jonathan, to be honest.
Ooh, bold, because that puts her above all the Crusaders.
I know, but I love her so much, and she's so sweet.
I
I know
do.
she's not there for very long,
Yeah.
but she doesn't have to be that high. I just think that if I were to place her, she would be definitely that high.
I don't know. I do like that she is so like aware of her son that she can literally read him like a book better than anyone else can.
Yeah,
And that's not
yeah,
something a lot
for
of
sure.
people can do. A lot of people have a hard time reading this man. Which
She
like,
has a
yeah.
really high patience, and she's just so nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't
Yeah,
know. It's
I
hard for me
think
to rank her higher than the Crusaders, I think is the only issue. I would rank her higher than Star. The narrator, I think he's
we
stuck right where
can.
he is, but I would rank her higher than Star. It's just hard for me to rank her higher than the Crusaders just because we do see more of them. But at the same time, I am
Well,
kind of obsessed with Holly.
that the problem is that I want her to be above Jonathan in the sense that I like her more than Jonathan, but I don't want her to be higher than the Crusaders because I also really like the Crusaders, but Jonathan shouldn't be moved.
Yeah, that is kind of an issue.
That's
Hmm.
how I feel. But above Star is okay, I think.
That is still that is, I mean, look how many people she's above by being even just above Star. So that is like she's even higher than her mother and grandmother. So
Yeah.
that's pretty high praise.
Yeah, I think that's good enough for now at least.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
Holly
I do really like Holly, so I could be talking to moving her more once we have some more characters added. Also, I like that
Yeah,
S
yeah,
tier
yeah.
is the most full tier,
There's so many good characters.
including the narrator. Like, we just, I
Just
think we might
there
like
would have the
everybody.
most characters if we didn't split it off into three.
Yeah. But I do feel like we kind of needed to with the way we kept going back and forth being like, well, this character is kind of just there, but do they deserve C tier type stuff? So I think adding an in
Yeah, yeah.
between C and just there, and then in between just there and D, I feel like that's reasonable.
It does make sense. I just think
Yeah.
it's funny.
Yeah. All right. Next is Holly's stand, which we can rank this one just
Uh,
on appearance because we don't know what it does. I do like the way the vines look and the way it kind of looks like it
it's
almost has like
pretty.
little flowers on it instead of like it's not nearly as like sharp as Hermit Purple. It has some flowers instead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like I'd be okay with just there but cool just because it does look kind of cool. I don't like that it tries to
I
kill her,
agree. I agree.
but
Well, that's more so the sickness, isn't it?
yeah, it's just
Rather
because she
than the
wasn't
actual stand itself.
she shouldn't have been a stand user essentially, so it just beat her
Exactly.
up. I mean, same thing with Josuke though, but Josuke ended up like I think the seeing the guy was what made Josuke able to use his stand afterwards. I mean, I know we don't see Holly later, but I assume she doesn't gain control of her stand. I assume it just goes away. But who knows? Maybe she has like a
Yeah.
very like non like combat stand that just maybe it is literally just the vines. Maybe it's just Hermit Purple, but it doesn't have the psychic photography.
Maybe she can use it around the kitchen or something to help her cook.
Yeah, I could see that. As considering that's like literally what she was doing when she passed out trying to make breakfast for everyone. Like I could see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd put it like pretty down. I'd put it down here. Also, because of the scene
Yeah,
that they took this from, I do want to point out I love that Abdal apologizes before he tries to figure out what's wrong with her. He's like, "Oh, I don't want her to
yep.
feel indecent. I'm so sorry." And it's like, "Buddy, she's dying. I don't think she's gonna care if you see her naked for a split second." Like, I
Yeah.
just I love what that says about Abdal's character. He's like I have
Fortunate.
to respect her. I don't want her to think I'm doing anything wrong. I just want to make sure she's okay. It's like, oh, buddy, she's dying.
Uh,
Maybe do the
I love
first aid a little
Abdul so
faster.
much. Uh-huh.
Like it's so sweet. All right, next up is
And
another one of the random kids.
oh, I gotta.
I feel like she could have been worse, but I feel like she might be a just there.
She could have been worse, but I don't like her.
I mean,
So just there is okay with me.
I think the only thing that keeps her from being in just there but boring is her pocket knife. Actually, no, I'm gonna rank her higher.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put her next to Poco because I just realized I care about her slightly more than Ton Petty because at least she does something. She makes me laugh. The way she has her pocket knife
Yeah,
and she
and
faces all these grown men and it's like, I'll stab you, I'll stab you. And it's like, ma'am, you're 11. Who are
yeah,
you stabbing?
and while I don't like her character in Rubber Soul, ooh, I did think was funny. Like,
Yeah, I do love her on the phone being like, hey, what's going on out here? Are you guys good? Can someone come save me, maybe?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I do appreciate her in that scene. That is very funny.
I don't hate her. She's just annoying.
Which is fair. Like the that trope, even when it was super prominent at the time, was very annoying as well. That's why Rocky like didn't really want
Yeah,
to include her too much. I know he said he was gonna make her a stand
yeah,
user, then just decided against it, so he just wrote her out of the story entirely. What I think is really funny is, if I'm remembering correctly, the scene of her getting on the plane and flying home is only in the anime. In the manga, she's just not there in the next chapter. Like,
they like kicked her out and didn't even care where she went.
well, it's because I think they have the line after the ZZ fight where they say, "Oh, you're not going with us. You're on the next town we get to with an airport. You're out of here." And she's like, "No, but I want to
Yeah.
stay." And then it ends. Apparently, she was just straight up just gone already in the next chapter. Versus the anime
Oh my
decided to like
god.
send her off when she has like her little fangirl moment in the airplane.
Who knows? Maybe she found one of her family members.
I mean, I do think that like her family was probably really worried, going like, "Hey, where'd our daughter go for like 2 weeks?"
Probably.
I do like the theory that Whole Horse is her dad. I don't know how many people actually like that theory, but I know I've seen it on Tumblr a couple times. And
Yeah.
it was a really funny theory because the same person who thought like, well, Whole Horse could be her dad because like he admits that he's been with women all over the place. So like maybe that's why no one cares where she is. It's because Whole Horse is a little busy at the moment. But the same person
Right.
also likes the joke theory that Whole Horse is Mista's dad, so that the gun is inherited. Because that means the two of them are siblings. And I think that's a really funny idea.
That is really fun to think about.
Like, just something about Anne and Mista, like Anne being Mista's, like, I think older sister, if I remember correctly, because she's like 11 and Mista. When was Mista born? I mean, let me look this up real quick.
They probably would get along even if she weren't older than him.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I wanted Mista's history, but I wasn't expecting the wiki page to take me there. All right, Mista was born in 82, so he would have been like 5 during this part. So yeah, definitely older sister. That idea of her just being his older sister who just runs away a lot and is just the wild child that no one can contain. Like, I like that. That's a fun idea. It means just being like, oh, that's just how family is here. Because it would also make sense as to why, like, we never get Mista's backstory. Like, we never meet any of his parents, and it's because his mom was just too busy dealing with his older sister. Like, they just
Yeah.
stopped caring about him. They're like, alright, he's carefree. He'll get by eventually. We gotta figure out what to do about her. Like, I think that's a fun idea. It's not canon in the slightest, but it's one of those few headcanons where I'm like, alright, this is nonsense, but this is fun. Because normally I'm
I
very
love the
canon
nonsense
based for my
theories.
headcanons, but like some of like I'm basically my headcanons are always either as canon as possible or how purely nonsensical can we get. Like those are the only two
Well,
options.
the nonsensical ones are so fun unless you're trying to tell people that it's true and getting mad when it's not.
Yes, those ones do annoy me when people
Because
are
they're
like, "No,
just
this
fun
is
to
canon,"
imagine.
and it's like, "No, it's not." Rocky never said that.
Dude, that one guy who is adamant about Bruno and Trish. Ooh.
Yes. Did I tell you I was talking to my two friends and they had heard of that before, and they saw the same Tumblr post, and I was like, finally, someone else who witnessed that, because I think about
Dude,
that
that's like
constantly.
it's
Like,
horrific.
it's horrible. And the way he's talking about, like, oh, Abakio is just a soldier. A soldier would never fall for, like, his general. He just sees him as, like, the one ordering commands. And it's like, do soldiers normally tell you, like, you're the only time I ever feel at ease is with you? I don't think soldiers normally say
I'm
that.
gonna
That's
say
that's
this
not a very
man
general line.
the man should also probably do his research in general for soldiers because
Well, yeah.
the amount of gay soldiers there are in real life,
Yeah. Isn't that what people joke, like, that's
you
basically
have
what
to
the
ignore
entire
so
Roman
much history.
Empire was?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's just, ugh.
whatever.
I don't think I've seen that Tumblr post in years now, and I still think about it all the time. Just the way that guy kept doubling down was so funny.
Yeah, his interest in a 15-year-old girl makes me skeptical of him in general.
Yeah, and the insistence, like, obviously the 20-year-old was her love interest. Like, what?
Yeah,
Did we watch the same
clearly
part?
we weren't watching the same show.
Yeah. Like, that's just. That was wild. Also, because we got distracted, I forgot. We're supposed to be ranking older Suzy Q now.
Old Suzy Q deserves high, high, high.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we put her in A next to Arena, or is she higher than like
I think
Zappelli?
I
Because I can't put
think
her higher than Lisa in good conscience, but I feel like I could see the argument for her being better than Arena, or Part One Arena, that is.
yeah. I do think she's funny, so definitely above Zappelli.
Yeah, Zappelli is silly as well, but
She's good.
his silly is much more isolated versus Suzy Q is just like, hey, hold my turtle. I'm gonna go into this random store, and Rose is like, you're what?
She's Yeah, she's very like she takes being an old woman as her being free, and I love that.
Yes, I love that. Like, she's like, my husband is a billionaire, I'm pretty sure. I can do whatever I want. Actually, no, I said the I'm pretty sure as in, like, me saying that. I bet she would say that, too. I bet she's got no idea how much money Joseph makes, but she does not care.
Probably.
I'm sure she's just happy with their, like, absolutely gorgeous house in New York. Like, Their friend is like the mayor. Like, they just don't care. They're just having a great time.
Uh,
Like, I love that for her.
God, I love her so much. She's so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
She's so funny. Like that's
She's
what I say
just...
about half the JoJo characters.
Yeah, but I mean, it's because it's true with a lot of them. There's a lot of,
Yeah,
like, as many, like, bad people as there are in JoJo, there's just as many that have, like, genuinely good intentions. And I love that.
for sure, 100%.
Hello, Box. I haven't been fully ignoring you. I just don't want to keep doing the math questions and stuff.
Oh, is Box still in
The shorts
the
chat.
shorts
Yeah. It
shorts
was more
chat?
math
Mm,
questions.
right.
Alright. Next up is Roses, the butler.
A butler.
I'd be
I'm
willing
gonna
to
need a
put him in
visual.
Just There But Cool because he doesn't do a lot, but he's the one
Oh,
trying to keep everything like somewhat functioning while Joseph is
yes,
off
I
working.
do agree.
So I feel like he deserves some credit for that. And the way he does even mention that he's been working with the family, I think he said like 30 years, something like that. Like he's been with them for a while. So even though
Yeah,
he's not like much of a character, he is very forgettable. I feel like he does deserve some praise for that. Where I'd be willing
I
to have
do
him in
like
Just
him
There
a
But
lot.
Cool.
Yeah, because while he doesn't do much, I do like his respect for both Susie and Joseph.
Yeah,
Like I know that he works under them or whatever, but like it, that doesn't mean that you have to respect your boss, you
yeah.
know?
He could have very easily have just been like, "All right, Susie, whatever you want to do is fine. I'm not. He's not here to make sure I'm following orders. Do whatever you want." But instead, he's like, "No,
Yeah.
I don't want to risk poor Susie. Like, she loves her daughter. I don't know how she's gonna handle this news. I don't want her. If Joseph thinks it's a good idea, if she doesn't know, so I'm gonna make sure that like we're not stressing her. Like, I want to make sure we're doing what's best here." And I appreciate that. I like that he
Yes.
actually cares about her. Like, it feels like it's one of those things where
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like he's doing his job, but also he's been doing this job for so long that I feel like Joseph would say he's just part of the family at this point.
100%.
Like, that's why he trusts him to like be in charge of everything while he's off trying to save Holly's life. Like,
Yeah,
he's a
yeah,
good
yeah.
man. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna rank him higher than Strazo. He deserves higher than just cool. He deserves to be higher than
That
the
I
man who
agree.
tried to kill Joseph. I feel like he deserves that. I'm still gonna
Yeah, that was
because I do like young Susie more than him. I can't, in good conscience, move him further up the ranking, but I do need to move him higher than the murderer.
she did have just slightly more personality than him in
Yeah,
that way.
I like her stuff where
Yeah.
she like she's very indecisive. She's like asking Lisa like, "Oh, which one do you want to wear? This one or this one?" for like whatever reasons. And I love that she also kept that as she got older to like talking to Rose. It's like, "Oh, which dress do you think I should wear?" And he just uses it to distract her, being like, I think you should grab the dress that's in the closet over there." And she's like, "Oh, is it? Sure, I'll go look for it."
Yeah. No, I love her so much.
Oh, they're so good. Also, oh wait, I forgot to mention this. For why Susie should rank significantly higher when she's older, is because Jotaro likes her. He is
Yeah.
very clearly a bigger fan of his grandma than he is his grandpa. And I think that
Yeah.
says something. I feel like it's not too wild of a headcanon to think that Susie has visited Holly more than Joseph, because
I would yeah.
it seems like even though when they're on the phone, it seems like they haven't seen each other in a little while, like maybe a couple years. But it seems like he's always cared more about his grandmother. With the way he's on the phone, he doesn't know what to say to her exactly before he finally
But
decides
the
on just
fact
being
that he
like,
will
"We're
still
good."
pick up the phone,
Yeah, he still picked up the
like
phone
no
because he's
matter
like, "Well,
what.
she's calling, so I can't just let her be ringing us and not answer." But then once he answers, the
Yeah,
way he's
dude is
silent for so
literally
long.
yeah. He's literally in a life or death situation. He's like, "Wait, guys, my grandma's calling."
Yeah, he's like, "I'm not about to just leave her like sitting here wondering like, huh, I wonder why he didn't answer," type stuff. Like, she didn't
Uh,
even know he was there at that point, if I remember correctly. She didn't know Jotaro was with him. She thought Joseph was just like on his
yeah.
own. But he still answers and he's like, "I could jeopardize everything right now, including my own life. But grandma's calling, I gotta answer."
Uh-huh.
And also, this is a part four spoiler, but the way that he smirks when he talks about Susie to Josuke, when he's saying like, "Oh yeah, she was so mad when she found out about you." Like, he wasn't even saying that to like get Josuke like to make it looks like he's confused when Josuke apologizes for causing a fight. He was just telling him that as like a funny thing. He was like, "Yeah, no, she was so angry." He's sharing that because he thinks that's a genuinely like fun moment, and I love that. Like,
yeah,
I love. It's not expanded on like in detail, but I love the subtly implied relationship that the two of them have. Like, it's so good.
I love how close they are, and it doesn't need to be said.
Exactly. Like, I do like that Araki can be subtle. He's very heavy-handed a lot of the time, but I love that when he wants to be, he can tell a very nice, subtle story.
Yeah, I mean, subtlety is important when writing good relationships when you have so many characters, because not everything is going to be told.
Yeah, they're not going to say everything. Like, I know I hate writing where the people are like, "Oh, hey, big bro, are you doing exposition today?" I hate that kind of stuff. So I like that doesn't happen in JoJo. Yeah. Like, the exposition is more straight up just the character talking to you and the audience. It's never like I know that's basically the first chapter of part 9, being like, "All right, everybody, here's what's going on. Here's the past 15 years. Let me sum things up for you real quick." Like, I prefer it when the character just talks to us instead of, like, we get all the information from the characters being like, "Oh, I'm doing this thing. Maybe it's plot relevant, maybe it's not. We'll see." It's always plot relevant.
Yeah. It's not even, like, just show don't tell. It's literally just... I don't even know how to, like, classify it, because it's so well done.
Yeah. It's like... It's something that I miss. Subtlety is not done as common in a lot of media these days because they want to make sure the audience gets it. But I just... Or, like, it's either done, like, not at all or too much. Like, there's a lot of, like, horror games. Like, I know Mascot Horror is a very big offender of this, where everything is just so obscure because they're trying to do, like, a reverse FNAF... Not a reverse. They're trying to do FNAF again, where they're like, "Oh, you gotta theorize, you gotta figure out what's going on, you gotta work together." And it's like, I think you're trying to have us write the plot for you. And I kind of hate that.
Internet. Yeah, comprehension is so, like, either underestimated or overestimated.
Yeah.
So much to the point where it's impossible to tell anything.
Yeah. And it's frustrating. So I know, like, these are almost, like, very basic writing things that we're complimenting Araki on, but I think it's just the fact that he does it well that makes it so easy for me to be like, man, I appreciate this. I love that, like, this is the direction he went.
Because you can do these, that doesn't mean that you're good at them.
Yeah. But you know what? This guy
definitely
the
last two categories is so funny.
Yeah.
There's only one person in each.
Because we're reserving it for the worst of the worst. That's why part 1 Dio's not in it, because he's bad, but he is still, like... He does set up a lot of Dio, his personality for later, and he was like, a very cool villain. But being in the cool villain is what keeps him from being further down, because, man, he kind of suck.
The amount of part 7 characters that are going to be lower categories.
Oh, yes. There's a lot of really bad people in 7.
Oh my God.
For some reason, half of them are fathers. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, I'm one of those people who's like, oh, authors can write about stuff that, like, is, like, not personal to them. They don't have to agree with whatever they're writing. Like, sometimes you can just be writing something just because that's the story you want to tell. But when you include, like, a dozen bad dads in a row without any of those people having a good relationship with their father, I start to question, is everything good? Is this venting? Is everything good at home, buddy?
Yeah. There's only so much you can do before your art starts to reflect yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. I'm like, after a couple, generations of JoJo, it starts to become a bit of a concerning trend.
Yeah. His art is his therapy.
It really is. Alright. Up next is Sherry. And since we're on the topic of dads anyway, it's interesting that we never get a single word about Polnareff's father. Apparently, their mother died, while they were young. Like, I don't know if it's implied that it was during childbirth or just while Sherry was very young. But I know Polnareff basically raised her. And it's interesting that he doesn't mention his father while he talks about raising his sister. I'm assuming that means he just wasn't there.
Yeah. If he had died, then I think it would have been a point of discussion. So he probably left.
Yeah, he probably would have said, like, oh yeah, my parents died while I was a kid. But instead, it's just my mom died when I was a kid, which feels
Yeah.
intentional. I don't know. It almost feels wrong to put Sherry in just there because she almost wasn't. um, so you consider we only ever see her as a flashback and like a zombie, like that. Even that's not her. So like,
Yeah, just there but boring because she doesn't do much.
like her
But also
backstory,
she
like
is.
I do kind of like for the sake of like telling Polnareff's story, I do like her involvement, but
Yeah,
it is just sad. Like she doesn't
it
really
is.
like I think she definitely was a good sister from like the little flashback scenes that we see. It's just she's already like long gone by the time we get any of that
Yeah.
stuff, and we don't really get any of her personality other than the fact that she was a good sister.
Yeah, it sucks because Polnareff cares so much about her, so much to the point where we don't get to hear about it much because he's still raw from it.
Yeah, like it's been a couple years and he is still talks about it as if it happened like last week.
Hmm. God, it's so devastating.
Yeah. It's I do sometimes forget that Polnareff's backstory is basically the Princess Bride, but it's still well done.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I like that it's got a couple little changes to it as well. Like the man with two right hands is that's fun. Also, hello again, box. All right, now
Yes.
we are
Hello.
at part 3, Dio. All right, I would be
Uh,
willing to put part 3, Dio. Honestly, because of how much I do like what part 3 Dio adds to the story, as either a low A or honestly a B. I do very much enjoy like Dio as a character. If I ignore everything he does and pretend like there was no consequences, then I'd be willing to put him like in high A. But I have to admit that consequences are a thing, so I have to put him lower than that.
yeah. I mean, we take into account everyone else's like evil deeds, so it only makes sense. I'd say
Yeah.
high B to be honest.
I could see that, like higher than Mamu.
I think so. Because he is really funny and he's got some really great moments and watching him with his slaves is
Yeah.
just it's so funny.
I do like that he
But
is
also
genuinely charming to the point where like even as the audience you can't help but think like, yeah, he's got a point before remembering, wait a second, he wants to eat
yeah,
everybody. Maybe not.
yeah. And it also I do have to take into account that he is flirting with 17-year-olds.
Yeah. That's one of those things where like I have to remember how old they were early on and stuff because like, it doesn't only do that in part 1 because isn't Poco's sister supposed to be like 17?
Something like that, but also is it's the implication of his advances on the people that he flesh butted
Oh, you mean
and Kakyoin being a
Kakyoin.
part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um okay, I kind of forgot that's how that happened because I the last time I reread Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak and they expand on that
right.
and they make it very obvious that he just wanted to manipulate him. So I forgot that in the anime they make it more implied that it was more romantic than that.
Yeah.
So I kind of forgot that like I don't know, I feel like that might have just been an anime thing because
Even if it is though,
I
it's
don't know,
still a
I
part of the character.
yeah, but I feel like it wasn't intentional. Because I know
Right.
people say that a lot with him and Poochie, but I do not see what he's doing with Poochie as romantic in the
Okay.
slightest. I think that's just Dio being weird. Like, he just hangs out shirtless a lot. I don't think he's trying to be, like, romantic.
The thing
But,
about Poochie and that is also the fact that there's no way that Poochie wasn't kind of like in love with Dio, which I think
well,
may
Poochie's thing is
have
he explicitly loves him the way you love a god, which is
exactly.
entirely
He worshipped Dio,
it's worshipping, yes, literally. It is
which
in no way, like, romantic or sexual in any way.
I think may make people think that everything in the back the flashbacks are romantic when I don't see that at all.
Yeah, no.
Because I purely see it as like oh, hey, he found a god.
Yeah, he's supposed to literally, like, it is supposed to be entirely, like, the love of God thing. Like, he essentially, like, became the only thing that he cared about.
Yeah.
Versus, I don't know,
Like,
I really do see with, like, Hakuin the manipulation thing, where he just was like, oh, this is very easy to control 17-year-old because he's so isolated that I can just, I can tell this guy to do anything and he'll just do it. Because, like, it'll be very easy to use a flesh bud on him just because he's gonna be afraid, so he won't fight back, so it'll be easy. And I see that as
yeah.
more like, I don't know. I know. I remember now the scene in the anime, which does make it seem more that way. But I don't think I know, like, all the flowers and stuff. I don't think those were in the manga, and those are what give that vibe most strongly. So I think Araki's original
Yeah.
intention is what we should go off of, and I think that's just he's just controlling more than anything,
Yeah.
as opposed to
Fair.
assaulting them essentially.
Yeah.
Now, Polnareff is another story, considering what he does with Polnareff later. But I think the initial meeting with Polnareff might have been a little bit more interest. And that's why he's so hesitant to hurt Polnareff later.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I don't know. I think that's a good spot to keep him, I think.
Yeah. He is a fun character, I will say. He is fun to analyze. Like, all the, like, there is a lot of subtlety with Dio as well. Like, I like, I know we're talking about part 3 and not part 1, but I like that in part 1 he dresses a lot more, like, flamboyantly, essentially, whenever he's
Yeah.
more alone. Whenever it's basically up to him, and, like, he thinks, like, he's either when he's spiraling or it's just everything is up to him, he starts to dress just so extravagantly. Like, him wandering, like, the streets of London drunk wearing the most dramatic coat I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, wow, he's losing it. Like, I like that versus
Yeah.
the typical, like, gentleman, like, suit and stuff that he wears, like, where he's just dressed the same way Jonathan is, because that's what, like, is expected of him. Like, basically what Dio wants, and when he's, like, wearing something because he wants it versus when he's wearing something because he knows it's expected of him. I do like that is, like,
Yeah.
a consistent thing that's not, like, called out. Like, I think that's cool. Because, you know, I've seen a lot of people comment on how, like, Dio's outfits in part 3 are so wild, like, where did he get that sense of style? But no, he's just always had that. Like, that's just how he is when he thinks that, like, he can just do whatever he wants. He doesn't have he doesn't have any expectations to live up to, so he's gonna do whatever he feels like. And I like that.
He can literally do anything he wants, and that means that he's going to be shirtless and have his crotch out the entire time, of course.
Yep. Because that's that's what his tastes have developed into after 100 years in a box.
For lack of a better word, he's kind of a whore.
Yeah. Like, I'm not even in, like, a derogatory way, just as this is the best way to describe what he's doing way. Like,
yes. Like I don't
genuinely,
mean anything vile by that.
Yeah. I can see it, honestly. Because he, especially with the sheer amount of art that Araki has drawn, all these years later, where he's like still, like, either mostly naked or just entirely naked. Like, clearly he's enjoying this. Like, this is just how Dio is.
Yeah, I think Araki struggles to, like, he isn't sure if he wants to draw Gappy or Dio naked more.
Yeah, it's a very difficult struggle that he's dealing with. Because, man, he was especially with how, like, he was working on a bunch of those at, like, the same time. Like, yeah. That's kind of wild.
God, that's so funny.
It is. He's such an entertaining author, even when he's literally has his art on display. It's like, huh, why did you focus so much on making him naked? Like, yeah, there's artistic nudity. This doesn't quite seem like that. This feels very different from that.
Yeah.
Because, like, he does do a lot of, like, artistic nudity, where it's just like, oh, this is essentially just poetry. Like, and that's fine. But there's other art of his where I'm just like, what ulterior motives did you have with this, buddy?
Do you think that we can count the shoe as artistic?
um, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure how I would rank that one. It's
Is
just
it artistic nudity, or did he just really want to only censor him with shoes?
it's the way it's so absurd with the way he's like jumping through the mirrors and stuff that I don't know
Yeah.
what his goal was. And apparently that was in like Shonen Jump or something like that. It was in like a magazine. That was for like a promotional thing.
Yeah.
Which is just wild to me.
Yeah.
That essentially someone paid Araki to do that. Whether they knew what he was going to do or not, that's
Oh,
what they did.
God, that's so funny. I would pay Araki to draw me a half-naked art too.
Especially because you know he would make you so chiseled. Like, the second someone has their shirt off, Araki is like, all right, body of a Greek god, got it. Like,
Oh yeah, for
oh,
sure.
I love that. He's him saying like, oh yeah, Greek statues are a big inspiration for me, and it's like, wow, really? I couldn't tell. That's not definitely the only body type you draw, or not only, but like that's like
The
his clearly
only
his
kind of
favorite.
Yeah, it's the most like most of his books that he has that he uses as inspiration is just statues.
Mm-hmm.
His statues in Vogue.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And I love that he's not afraid, or not even not afraid, that he just doesn't care if the model is a woman. He's gonna be making the men do the same poses. Because it feels like the
I
opposite
mean,
of how like so many like movie posters here always make the women more sexualized. It's like the exact opposite of what Araki is doing.
yeah. Johnny is such a good example of that.
Yes, oh my gosh. I don't Does Johnny have a
As
pose
a,
where the reference was a man?
I don't think so, to be honest.
I
Especially
genuinely can't
since
think of any.
he uses like a lot of couple-esque poses with gyro,
Yeah.
which means that he puts gyro in the quote-unquote man's position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that's just God, it's so funny.
Mm-hmm. He is Man, he's such a funny author.
Stop it. Stop it. Go away.
What is she doing?
He's eating wire.
Oh
He doesn't
no.
even care about wire unless I'm close to it.
That sounds right. Alright. I have the world.
That's another difficult one.
Yeah. This is the stand where I really
Because
love the design. I especially love that the anime. Actually, I don't know if this was done in anything else before, but I love the gray skin as opposed to the solid yellow because the pure solid just hunk of yellow machine, not a big fan of. But I like when you can differentiate where there's skin and where there's armor.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh, and of course, the sound design is just incredible as well in the anime. I love the time stop sound effect.
It's so cool. I don't know where he belongs though. Like
Yeah,
genuinely, I can't even think about where he belongs.
I don't know. It's a very fun stand. So I want to put it somewhere high. I'm thinking like no lower than a C, but I don't know if I can in good conscience put it above A.
Yeah.
Does that mean B by
So,
default? If C is the lowest and A is the highest, does that mean B is where it ends up?
I mean, that checks out. Yeah. It's typically how it works.
Yeah.
Granted, I don't think he belongs actually, I don't think he belongs above Hierophant Green.
Yeah. I could see above Danny because at least the stand does something versus Danny. Like Danny
Yeah.
in the manga does something. Danny in the anime sure is a cute dog. Um,
Was a cute dog.
yeah. Hey, we didn't have to deal with the flaming
Basically.
corpse, so I'm happy with the anime.
Yeah. Oh God, that's so horrible.
It really is.
There's something so evil feeling about putting Dio above Danny.
Well, I think it makes sense. We're analyzing the characters here, not purely
Yeah, no,
what they do. So you got to keep reminding yourself to keep things sane. Otherwise, it does feel very
it,
messed up.
it does make sense. It's just funny to see, I
Yeah.
think. Who's next?
I
I
also like
can't
that
see
this
them.
still has Silver Chariot above multiple people.
Yeah.
Like, obviously that's gonna happen with like
Yeah.
more stands as we come along. Like, I know there's definitely like some part 5 stands that both of us really like a lot more than some people, but
Oh my god.
it's just really funny to look at. Something about like, yeah, the personification of this guy's soul is a B. The actual guy himself is an S though. It's like, what does that mean? It's like,
Yeah,
trust me,
yeah.
it makes sense. All right. Sorry, I keep ignoring chat on accident. I'm gonna pull up what's it called? The chat on another tab as well, so hopefully I'll be able to remember to check it more frequently.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, next up is Jonathan's stand, because he does have one. Technically.
Um,
Because Dio uses it to spy, and that's about it.
yeah. It's just kind of there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we want to put it in just there but cool? Because I do kind of like the scene where he spies on them.
Yeah.
Or do we want to put it in like a high just there?
Um, to be honest, kind of high just there because they hardly even visually use it.
You know, I think it's only in the one scene. I think it's when they're on the
Exactly.
plane, and I think that might be it. Because I'm struggling to think of a second time.
I am also struggling. I think that's it.
I'd be willing to put
So
it
that
above the kids and everybody else in this tier. Because it is
yeah,
kind of.
that feels appropriate.
Yeah. Alright, oh boy, we're finally at the enemy stand users. Starting with
Oh my god.
Greyfly. I can't believe that's this man's name.
Gray Fly. He's not really there outside of his stand, no?
Um, I mean, he does a little, like, threatening thing before he dies, and then that's about it.
Right. So just there? Or
Yeah,
just
I'd put him at the
before?
end of just there. Because, like, at least he does, like, his
Yeah.
little... Here, I'll put him above Wired Beck. Because at least he does have his little, like, spooky ghost moment where he's got the, cover over him and stuff. Like, he tried to be
Yeah.
intimidating. I think 'cause that's when he tells them about, like, how Dio has sent so many people after him. Because that's why they decide, like, okay, no more planes, because we're gonna get someone else killed. And that would really suck if we get some poor innocent person killed while we're trying to go save Holly. She would be very sad to discover that.
If it were up to Joseph in general, never mind.
I mean, if it wasn't for knowing that Holly has a conscience, I don't think Joseph would care all that much. But
Yeah,
also,
no.
yeah, I mean, he does try to get them there as quickly as possible with other means of transportation. It's just a real shame the sheer number of stands Dio sent after them.
I wonder how many things would have gone differently if it wasn't up to Joseph's luck with transportation.
Yeah. Yeah, man. This guy's very unlucky with that stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, what
See,
about...
I do like the stand a lot, though.
I did like the fight for the stand as well, especially because it's one of Kakyoin's few individual battles.
Uh-huh.
Um,
And the scene on the plane where people are kind of like fawning over both of them,
yeah.
Jotaro and Kakyoin, is so funny to me.
I love Abdul's face where he's like looking like, what just happened? After he like
Uh-huh.
after Kakyoin catches the two and he's like, oh, don't mind my friend there. And Abdul just stares on like, what are these kids doing? Like, did they plan that?
Um, doesn't do much though. Like
Yeah.
it's see, that's gonna be a lot of the enemy stand users. It's like, well, he was only there for an episode. Well, yeah, no
Yeah.
kidding.
That is unfortunately the theme of part 3. That's what we were talking about in Monster of the Week stuff. Which, again, I do like, but that means it's going to be really hard to rank these guys because, like, logically, a lot of these guys are ultimately just there but cool. But at the same time, I'm like... I almost want to make a tier in between just there but cool and C. That's part 3 enemy stand. But that's too many rows. That would be too many possible rows, I think.
That's my fear, is having too many rows because we're too
We're
we
too
can't
indecisive,
think.
yeah.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, I
It's
can
terrible.
settle with just there but cool. because Tower of Grey was like pretty neat. I like how quick it is. I like that he kept taunting his enemies. Apparently he was also just a serial killer like before Dio hired him. So that's why he was just like, "Oh, I can do that for some money." Like we get a little bit of his
Yeah.
backstory. That was kind of neat. His stand user is one of the most generic looking men on the face of the earth. Good for him. Like he almost looks like Kira's dad. That's how generic he is.
I do like beetles,
Yeah.
so that's something.
Oh, and this thing is kind of horrifying with the way its mouth, like the way it grabs things. That is kind of horrifying. I think he
JoJo,
gets some points for
no.
that, actually.
Jodio, stop it.
What is she doing now?
Go away. She likes to eat my figures,
Oh, very normal.
and now she. What? Let's stop it. Oh,
Are you good?
oh, dude.
What is she doing?
She grabbed. I've got this tall lamp that I use as like my center light in my room because we don't have lights, and she grabbed it to pull it down.
Ooh.
Like fully like paw wrapped around it so that she could rip it down so that
Man,
she's a menace. I shouldn't have named her Jodio.
That was just foreshadowing. She would have been the same anyway.
Yes. My mistake. Good God.
She just likes to keep things interesting.
It's Araki's fault for putting out the next part of JoJo while I got a cat.
Yeah. It was very, convenient? Inconvenient? Not quite sure, but the timing was definitely there.
Yes.
Alright, do we want to... I can see ranking him higher than Loggins and Messina. But do we want to rank him higher than the little trio here?
I think that's a good spot.
Okay, I can do that.
At least. Yeah. He doesn't do much, but good enough.
Yeah. We get the iconic Kakuin pose during that fight, where he kind of poses like a magical girl. This is the imposter Captain Tennille. We don't know his actual name. Just curious.
I'm trying hard not to be biased because that arc is like terrible.
It's a very strange one. I do like that this guy almost got away with it, except he fell for a very basic trick from Jotaro. So I could see him in a lower just there. Like, it's funny that it worked. I like that Jotaro had that plan. It's just funny that, like, he actually fell for it.
Yep. I think generally that's a good spot, to be honest.
Yeah. Because I would put him lower than Mario there.
Yeah. Good enough.
Alright. His stand, on the other hand, I did kind of like his stand. I like that it's, like... I can't tell exactly what kind of, like, humanoid creature this thing is supposed to be. Like, at first I thought, like, oh, it's kind of like a whale. And then I actually looked at it more, and I was like, what is that? Why is it shaped like that? That's not a whale.
It kind of looks like a fly trap mixed with a fish.
I could see that. All I saw was, like, the wide head, so I was just like, oh, whale. And then, like, then I look at it more detailed, and I'm like, oh, it's got, like, weird ears. It's, like, really buff. Like, what is going on with this thing? I like it, though, whatever it is.
Strange, nonetheless.
Yeah. I'd be willing to rank this one either a little higher in just there, like above Ton Petty, or in just there but cool.
I kind of like just there but cool at the very end, just because he was like the first stand enemy stand, you know?
Yeah, like we got to see the user next to their stand, like type battle versus the Gray Fly was in hiding the entire battle. Which, like, in his defense, that is the best way for his stand to work, for him to just pretend that he's just some regular random passenger. And even then he taunted them by, like, getting up and being like, I'm just gonna get up and walk away. Oh, what is this? What's this wall wet for? Like, that is very funny for him to do, fully aware that he did that. Like...
is to put yourself out of questioning by questioning.
Yeah.
Which is clever.
It is. It was also just a really funny scene to look back and watch on and be like, this man's just lying through his teeth. He knows exactly how that murder is that what it said? It says like murder or something on the wall? Like it's something
I
like
think
generic and
so.
kind of vaguely threatening.
Mm-hmm. Ugh, strength.
Yeah. I'm willing to
Launch
I
into
could put
space
him in
immediately.
launch into space? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if we want to
Immediately.
like analyze the fight itself, I'd be willing to put him into D. But like, no, as a character, yeah, no, I can. I'm good with launch into space.
Yeah, because we can always put his stand higher, like the
Yeah,
stand itself.
because I do like the
But
actual stand. I
the
think it's a cool
battle,
concept.
the battle itself wasn't bad. It's just the fact that freaky monkey.
Yeah, it's the way he's so creepy.
Yeah, it's like I do like the stand itself. It's pretty cool.
I love
The fact that the
how
entire thing.
yeah, I love how it can be seen by non-stand users, but people don't seem to get that,
Mhm.
which is a little weird. But
Well, I also don't understand how people don't get that because it's obvious the entire boat is his stand, but
yeah,
also
it's like Yukiko's
the fact
stand,
that
where it's like it's a physical thing. The stand is just basically
yeah,
letting you control it. But also there is that second aspect to his stand where it was actually a small boat that his stand transformed into being the big boat. But I know
right.
that's the same thing with
Well,
ZZ and Wheel of Fortune.
it's it's similar to Rikiella as well because
Oh
his
yeah,
is just the ability to control.
yeah. It's neat, except theirs has like that one extra step of like you can take it the like original object and turn it into the full item. So it's like you control
Yeah,
this one specific boat, but you can turn any boat into that specific boat. Which is I think the same thing
right,
with
right,
Wheel
right.
of Fortune, which I kind of like. Versus Raikila is just these are little guys. They listen to what you say. Have fun, buddy. And it's like it's kind of incredible that basically that sentence cured his anxiety. Like, oh, I love him.
Man, I wish it was that easy.
I know. I mean, granted, if I was told, hey, you can control every ant, that would boost my confidence by a lot, admittedly.
To be honest, yeah,
Like,
yeah, no, I
I can
agree.
understand why he felt so good about himself afterwards. It's just funny how like immediate of a flip switch it was. He went from like sobbing to being like, "Oh, actually, that's kind of cool."
You're having like do not get on my computer. Yeah, 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 yeah. You go from having like a meltdown to oh yeah, everything's fine. This is all good.
It's like, "Hey, who did you want me to go fight again? I can do it. Just tell me where she is." Actually, he didn't even need to ask because he had the whole like built-in GPS thing. He didn't even know. He was just like, "All right, I'm out. Bye, guys."
Yeah.
All right, this guy, his stand creeps me out a lot. So I'd be willing to put him in just there, but boring. I know that's judging him for his stand, but it's because he's not in the battle a lot. He shows up just
Yeah,
to
he
get
doesn't
hit
really
and then
do anything.
disappears. But again, that's because it's the way
So
his stand works. But like that doesn't give him a lot of points.
yeah, I think that's a good spot. You can yeah.
And his stand is it's technically the little devil thing that possesses the doll, but all I can think of is the really creepy doll that he uses. And I'd be willing to put that in D, honestly, because I that fight makes me really uncomfortable. I don't have a fear of dolls. I just don't like that specific one. The way it behaves makes me
The
uncomfortable.
whole yeah, the whole battle itself is very like claustrophobic, I think is a good way to word it.
Yeah. And I know Araki has talked about how a lot of Part 3 stands are based on horror movies, so I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
this fight was just based on Chucky. Like, he watched that and just went, oh, neat, I can do that. Um,
That would make sense.
but at the same time, like, Chucky doesn't bother me. This fight does, yeah. It's uncomfortable.
Well,
So I'd be willing to
the
put
thing
it
is
above Dio, I think, because it's not that bad. It just is, like, a personal thing.
it's just it's so small and like and sharp.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd be willing to put it as bad, but better than Dio, so I could put him at high D.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not as evil as Dio. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah, it's freaky for sure.
Yeah. And then, all right, I want to hear your opinion on Rubber Soul before I tell you where I want to put him.
Rubber Soul, my opinion on Rubber Soul.
Oh, he's
I
on here.
think he is so funny.
Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say I kind of want to
I'm
put this guy in C, because
I
I
was
feel
gonna
like
say C.
he's a little more than a just there but cool, but I can't in good conscience put him next to Danny. Or I also can't put him above Cars. I just realized, but like next to Santana, yeah, I'm willing to do that.
Yeah.
That seems right for him.
Yeah, no, he arguably one of the most memorable, no, definitely one of the most memorable stand battles in general.
Yeah, considering it's one of the biggest JoJo memes entirely.
Oh, for sure.
And
But it's so fun. Like,
it's
one of the most. Sorry, we keep.
Yeah, it keeps happening. It's okay.
It's one of the most justified memeable moments.
Mm-hmm. What I like
That's all.
is that most people who meme that are just like, oh, that's a weird GIF. So they just think like, oh, it's weird and it's like absurd. That's the whole humor behind it, right? They're missing the second joke, which is later in the episode when it's revealed Kakyoin just does that. That wasn't him making up something about him as a person. He saw him do that and then went, oh, I gotta do that. And that's so weird. That's gonna freak them out so much.
It's so funny because this guy is trying to act like Kakyoin, but he also chose to do the one thing that Jotaro hasn't seen him do, but he actually does.
So but then the look of horror on his face at the end, like that is pure disgust. He's like, no way, you just are like this. Like that had him. No, in that one scene, he was reconsidering bringing him along the whole trip. He was like, should I have left him home? Was this worth it? Like. Oh, I love it.
It's so much funnier because I don't think Kakyoin even notices, because then he immediately goes to point out the flamingos.
Yeah! He's just having a good time looking outside and it's like, whoa, flamingos in flight! That's so cool! Jotaro is 2 feet away, horrified.
It's like, man, I love cherries. Maybe I should show this funny thing that I do to Jotaro. Oh, look, flamingos, while Jotaro's sitting there disgusted.
Like, that face like lives in my head. Like I can so clearly visualize the way he like slightly moves as well. He's like so he's not happy. Like I love it so much.
The first visceral reaction that we see from Jotaro.
Yeah. Because he reacts to a lot of things very much in a like, oh, that's annoying, like way at most. But that was like he didn't need to say a word. Everything was conveyed perfectly on his face. And like that's one of those scenes that makes me wonder, like, yeah, maybe he's onto something with the whole he doesn't need to tell people how he's feeling thing. They just need to be looking at him.
Stop eating my curtains.
Oh no.
She picked it up and shoved the entire corner into her mouth.
Oh no. She's definitely very I think she's too smart for her own good. The fact that she can figure out to do that.
She is. She's super smart. It's scary. Like, actually scary.
Alright, I don't know how to rank his stand, because I do kind of like the stand, but I don't like it as much as the user. It's more of like an ends to a means. Like, it's what makes him accomplish those goals. And it's like, it's a neat idea, but it's also, there's multiple, like, disguise stands in part 3, and I kind of like the other one better. Like, this one's cool because it's hostile, so like he can use it to attack, versus poor Oingo is on his own. But I don't know, I like the visuals that come with Oingo more than Yellow Temperance.
Agree. We get more moments about, because Oingo is just himself the entire time regardless.
Yeah. So it's a better like spy stand. Versus this one is a better, like, I'm gonna freak some people out and also get so strong they can't beat me type. And then once they figure out, like, oh, you're not my friend, then I'll be too strong for them to do anything about it. Versus Oingo is like, I am purely trying my best to survive here. If anyone figures me out, I just gotta run.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have a gun, I just realized. Because, I mean, he has, like, the little bomb thing, but he doesn't even have, like, a weapon to defend himself. He's just stuck.
Yeah.
Oh, that poor man. It's what makes him one of the more sympathetic villains, yeah. Like, it...
Yeah, but it's funny because they do eventually reform, just off screen.
Yeah, I loved Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak going into detail and being like, these guys, really, they got their whole lives turned around from this. Like, yeah, he might
Oh
have been in
yeah.
the hospital for a while, but don't worry, he gets out of there and he does try to live a normal life. His brother, everything seems to go wrong a lot more for him, but at least the older one, like, he changes. He decides maybe a life of crime is not for me.
Yeah,
Versus the
yeah, yeah.
brother is just like, no, I can do things with this book. It's gonna help people. Why does it only hurt me? Which is that's very sad.
It is. I love Boingo.
He's so great.
Ugh.
All right, I put his stand at the top of
Wait.
just there because I do
Okay.
like the visuals, but I feel like I kind of like the more ambiance of the boat more.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just gonna put it at the top of just there.
Okay.
All right, Jay Guile.
Oh, yeah.
Are we launching him into space or turning him into a rock?
Um, I think Rob.
I could see that because he's gross and he's awful, but he's almost so over the top with it that I'm just like, oh, just let's just get this over with type stuff more with him,
Yeah.
as opposed to the more like visceral disgust that the other guys give me.
Yeah, he's got something going for him. It's not much,
Yeah,
but it's funny.
yeah. Now his stand, on the other hand, I really like the Hangman. I think
Oh
that is a
yeah,
really cool
absolutely.
ability. I think he does use it in a very cool way. Like that battle is a very interesting one. It's just the user himself who's just ugh.
Yeah, the stand battle I think arguably is one of the coolest, most helpless feeling ones in part
Yeah.
3 because
I
it took them so long to figure out how to deal with it.
yeah. I'd be willing to put it. Oh, I don't know. I'm debating. Okay, I have it above the Strazos, and it's next to Roses. I'm considering putting it a little higher, honestly, because I do really love that battle.
I think it deserves to be high. Pretty high.
Yeah,
Comparative, yeah.
that's why I'm like I don't know. I feel like I could probably put it before Hermit Purple, but I feel like visually I like the Fool more.
Yes. Oh, okay, you're okay.
But I must say, despite the fact that like I do like what's it called? I like the design of the Fool more. The Hanged Man is probably one of my favorite designs for enemy stands in Part 3 because I do really
Yeah.
like that one. That's a fun one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't know what's going on with his head. I like all the little like random things on it, like the bandages not being like super sturdy the way they're like some of them are kind of loose. It implies movement. Like this thing like it's like he's undead. Like it's basically like he just has a zombie stand, but he's not a zombie, and I like that.
It's yeah, the mummy-esque design is
Yeah,
just really cool.
I
And
like it.
it feels very fitting for where they're at as well, where it's very deserty.
Yeah, and we know he is, because I believe Enya has been confirmed that she's born and raised in Egypt, so I would assume he is too. So like, it kind of makes
Yeah.
sense. Like the stand was like formed from his environment. All right.
Full
Um,
horse. Oh my god.
I
He at
got.
least deserves a B.
I was gonna say I'm kind of torn between like really high C, like above Cars C, or B, because
I
he's a
think a B.
very fun villain.
I love him. I love how he's reoccurring.
I know, and the way he almost stops being a villain later on, where he's that man is essentially just trying to survive. It's like he just he he's like, well, I can't go against Dio. I don't really want to fight these guys, but you know what? Maybe with some help, I'll be able to win. And his help as a child, and it's the child with
Uh,
the most anxiety, debatedly in the entire part. Like not even entire part, entirety of JoJo. Like I think poor Boingo might be the most like anxious of all of the kids in JoJo.
yeah, it's really sad to watch.
It is. Like I feel so bad for him. I do love the scene where Boingo starts laughing and Oingo just looks down at him, and it's even like he's thinking like, "What is he good? Why does he sound like that?"
Yeah.
Because it almost sounds like he started choking like in the middle of his laugh, like he's trying to get the laugh out
Uh,
because his like throat hurts or something. But his brother's just watching, like, "All right, kid, if you're fine, I guess I'll let you continue." And I just love it.
God, the whole dynamic in between Whole Horse and Boingo is so funny.
It is really good. Also, should we put Whole Horse above Danny?
I agree. Yes, I meant to say yes.
Yeah. Because I feel like it is kind of weird to have a character who does so little, like Smokey, above Whole Horse, considering how many times Whole Horse comes back. But I don't know. I feel like I genuinely, like, I almost feel like I've rewatched Smokey's scenes more than I've rewatched Whole Horse, and I've seen the Whole Horse stuff a lot. I've reread Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak, and he's like the main protagonist of that.
Well,
But I still feel like I've seen Smokey
biggest thing-
more.
The biggest thing I think is canonically, Smokey has more prevalence in part 2 than Whole Horse has prevalence in part 3.
Yeah. And I mean, ultimately he does, like, do more. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
they almost didn't know they were being attacked the second time by Whole Horse. Like,
Yeah.
like, don't they go the entire first episode before they finally only attack Polnareff? And, like, that's where they leave the cliffhanger before they're like, alright, figure out what happens next.
God, that whole episode.
It's so funny.
Such a mess. It's so funny.
I love the comedic breaks that JoJo takes sometimes. Like, that's when, like, Hakuin's in the hospital because his eyes almost got gashed out. Like, that's a very, like, intense moment. However, we have a moment to just deal with Whole Horse, the funny cowboy, and his friend, the anxious child. That he did kidnap. Don't worry about that part. He's gonna be fine.
The comic relief of not having filler episodes, but rather having actual battles.
Yeah.
Just with funny characters.
It's like it's basically just a comedic battle, and I love it.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're getting more math questions, and my mother's made a name again, so I'm just gonna move on to the next. Where do we put the gun? I think he's dealing with this cat.
God.
Yep, there you are.
Sorry.
Are you good?
I was moving JoJo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's getting up to spots where she should not be.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, which means she's gonna start eating my lights and I need to move them again, which super sucks because I'm not allowed to have anything where I want them ever because of her.
Yeah, she's too good of a climber. She'll just get to just everything.
Dude, she's beefy. You've never picked her up, but she is the densest cat I've ever felt that isn't fat.
She's got so much cat packed up into a small cat.
Stop it.
Oh no.
I'm kicking her out of my room. She can come back in if she wants. I'm kicking her out.
She's being banished.
Dude. Hold on a second. I'll take a picture of how I'm holding her for you.
Oh, I have to see this, yeah. In the meantime, I'm not telling you guys math answers, and I'm not telling you my mother's maiden name. That's just not gonna happen. You can keep spamming it, but I'm gonna keep ignoring it.
I'm back.
I just realized I think Nightbot died.
Died?
Nightbot. The little bot that I had.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't die.
He's supposed to say stuff every now and then, and he hasn't done that in a while. That's probably not good.
Oh.
I'm sure he's fine.
Oh. Did you see the picture that I sent?
Oh.
I'm holding her by her shoulder blades with my entire hand, and she's balancing on my arm.
I mean, she looks like she's very good at this, I must say.
That's because she loves being carried like that, so I pick her up like that occasionally.
Aww.
But when she's in trouble, I'll pick her up, and she'll just be fine with the way that I carry her.
Aww. So adorable.
She's sturdy. Sturdiest cat I've ever felt.
Oh, I love that, though.
Oh my god. Have we even made it to battle in Egypt? No, we have not.
Nope. We are on Emperor the Stand.
Dude, this is gonna have to be like a 3-parter.
I mean, I'm still good to go for a while.
A while is not part 9.
Look, we're doing great so far. This is honestly further than I anticipated us to be. How long have we been going, actually?
Itself? Yeah,
we are 4 hours
It's
in.
just good. 4?
Yeah. I just checked the stream. It says we're at 4 hours and 6 minutes.
Holy cow, okay. The gun itself is kind of boring.
I like it purely because I like that it phases through his hand a lot.
Yeah.
I always like when they show that. But aside from that, I mean, I do like the gags that they use where Polnareff is pointing it at people, but they don't know because they can't see it. Because he does that at the airport. And then he does it again while trying to threaten the guys because he's trying to meet the deadline. And then Boingo has to be like, no, they can't see it. And he's like, ah, oh, dang it! You're right! I just look like I'm pointing my hand at them!
God, it's so funny. I love the gags, just in general, about stands being invisible to normal people.
Yeah, it's very fun. Alright, I could rank it around, I think above Jonathan's stand. Also, I just realized the music stopped a while ago, so I hit play on it again. It's very quiet for me, though. But I would rank it below Yellow Temperance, but above Jonathan's stand. Where it's like, it's just there, and it's the most, like, tool type stand there is, I think, considering it is literally just a gun. But I do think it's neat. I like that, Polhorse can control the bullets as well, but he forgets about that. I think that's a fun little joke.
Yeah.
Alright. You wanna move on to Nina, or do you wanna move, Emperor?
I think Emperor is fine.
Okay. Well, we're on to Nina. And her gross little pimple stand.
I really like her.
I think she was fun.
Like, I think that her use of being a pretty woman is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she knows what she's doing, and
the way she's so bored the whole time as well.
Uh-huh.
But Polnareff does not catch on to it once. He's just having a great time.
He thought that he found a pretty lady who might be interested in him, and she's just... she's out to kill everyone. She's
literally got the most blank face the entire time. But because she says, like, yeah, this is fun, he's like, this is awesome. I'm so happy. Like, I love that for him.
So easy to please.
He really is. And the way he's so heartbroken at the end, the way he's just sitting there on the ground... Like, also, a little, underrated moment, the way Joseph throws the keys at him, and it lands in his hair, and then just sticks there. That is one of the best visual gags. I love that. Like, this man is having a crisis because a woman exploded on him. And Joseph is just like, alright, get over it. Come on. You're not the one who did the stand battle, that was me. We gotta keep going.
God. His tall hair...
I love it. I love that the wiki says it adds like 4 inches to his height. Like, he's tall, he's like 6'1", but with his hair, he's like the same height as Jotaro, which is so funny to me.
Yeah.
Also, I put her by Rubber Soul. A little bit under because I do think like he's slightly more entertaining, but she is very funny to just watch. The way she's just sitting there, she's just like, alright, my stand's doing work, but man, this guy sucks. He's so boring.
Yeah.
And then the actual stand itself, I'm kind of torn on. Because it's one of those stands where, like, it kind of creeps me out, but also I like that its stand cry is Chumime.
Right. It's just, it's so gross to look at.
It is! And the way it grows, and it keeps making references to being, like, his child. Like, Joseph's like, no, I'm good, I don't need another baby, you can go away!
It's just... It shows how low-key pathetic Joseph is, because he doesn't have, like, this big scary stand power, and he can still use Hammond a little bit, but it's not, like, a big thing that he can use.
Yeah, like, ghost photography is really helpful when you're trying to find someone. Kind of.
Yeah.
But, because sometimes it does still just give you, like, a close answer. Like, everything that happened in part 4, where it's like, yeah, there's a stand user here. This is a bigger threat, though, so I'm not going to show you the one you're looking for. Here's this guy instead. Like, that's...
Yeah.
It's very funny to me. I don't know, I feel like I have to rank her higher than the boat.
I agree.
But I don't know about Dark Blue Moon. If we're going off of appearance, I like Dark Blue Moon more. For the fight, I do like the fight with Joseph. I like that Joseph manages to still have a good couple fights in part 3. Where he still, like, is using his wits and stuff. I do like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can rank it higher than Dark Blue Moon fight-wise.
Yeah, while I do like the entire battle and stuff, I really like the entirety of the battle, which includes Nina, so...
Yeah. So you gotta split up the enjoyment between the two.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. Oh boy, this guy's a little... forgettable. A lot of people don't even know his name is ZZ.
I only know it because of the Mude bot on Discord. Because I've rolled him a couple of times.
Yeah, that's fair. I can remember because I don't remember which... I don't remember what author's note had it, but there was an author's note from Rocky where he was like, yeah, I saw ZZ Top, that was cool. And that's made me laugh so much about how it felt like a tweet, but it was written in, like, the 80s as an author's note for his story.
God.
That it's one of my favorites of his little author's notes. I feel like I'd put him in just there but boring, but above the others, because he's slightly less boring than the others, because the fact that he looks so different than you would expect him to, I feel like earns him some points. The fact that he literally just has the big bulky arms and the tiniest little body, that was a good visual gag.
He looks so goofy. He's got them tire shoulders.
Also, someone in the shorts chat is asking, would you recommend any games on Steam?
Oh, I don't really use Steam.
Yeah, that's fair. I know, we do want to play... Steam... Did you want to play Content Warning or Lethal Company first?
I think I would have more fun playing Content Warning. I love Content Warning.
That's fair.
But Lethal Company is on par, I think. It's about the same.
Yeah, and I know they're very similar in prices as well. I think, are they both $7.99 or is Lethal... $9.99. I can't remember now.
I don't know. I can't even log into my Steam account. It won't let me.
Dang.
It's been broken for over a year at this point. It physically won't let me. And the CAPTCHAs are so, like, they're so disgusting. They're so bad. I can't even make a new account.
Dang.
It won't let me do the CAPTCHAs right. I've done the CAPTCHAs so many times and they just... They won't let me...
Did I tell you?
So I need to talk to support.
Did I tell you Steam, like, deleted one of my old accounts, and I don't know what happened to it? Because I definitely had a Steam account before my current one. Because I bought the game Shelter on it. Because that's the game where you play as the Mother Lynx. And I was like, oh, that seems like a kind of, like, neat game. I had it on Switch, but I wanted the PC version. I don't remember why. But I got it on sale for, like, $2.99 or something like that. And... I know I played that game, because I played it on my first computer that I got, and I played it for a little bit, and then I think I had to stop playing it for a little while. I didn't have a lot of space on that computer, so I think I had to delete it. And then, like, I didn't play it for a while, and then when I got this computer, I tried to log into that Steam account, so I, like, basically just didn't play Steam anything for a very long time. When I tried to log in, it told me there was no Steam account under that email. And I was like, weird, maybe I used a different email. I tried every single email I have. None of them had any Steam accounts attached to them. And I was like, now that's an issue.
You know, I am 90% sure that I know my password for my Steam account, but it keeps telling me the same thing. It keeps telling me that there is nothing under the username or the email that I've put in when I know for certain that I've used that specific email and that specific username. Yeah. I've even gone through the entire list of emails that I have, and none of them work. So...
My issue was, I contacted support, and they said, oh yeah, just let us know, like, the card info that you use to buy these games. So I confirmed, like, all my information, and they were like, oh, yeah, no, this account just, it doesn't exist. It shows it's never existed for us. It's just not there. And I was like, are you trying to tell me I hallucinated buying and playing this game? Because I definitely did it on my old laptop. So yeah, that was weird. No
I
idea what
wouldn't
happened,
even be
but
able to do that. I can't even like confirm using card info. The only game that I have on my Steam is Terraria, and it was bought for me, and I don't even like Terraria.
yeah, it's one of those games where I do want to try it at some point in the future, but I just don't think I would enjoy it as much. And I would feel kind of bad for lowering my opinion of it, because I think right now it's a fine game, but I worry that if I play it, that will change, and if that feels mean.
Right.
Because I know so many people love it, and I'm like, I don't want to think of it as a bad game just because I personally don't enjoy it. I want to think it's a cool game.
That's the thing, is that I agree that it's a decent game, and I see the hype around it, but it's so difficult for me to play because it's all 2D, but the aspects of it are in 3D.
Yeah.
So I physically cannot play it without panicking, and like it's I don't know. I don't compare the two of these games because I think the comparison is stupid,
Yeah.
but I do prefer Minecraft.
That's fine. If it's easier for just simply for you to visualize where you are, and like Minecraft is the comparison you're using for that sake alone, I think that's fair. You're not saying like, oh, these games are similar. You're just saying for the sake of like trying to figure out how you control the game, you prefer Minecraft.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Like, for some reason, there was that big debate for so long of like, oh, which one is better, Terraria or Minecraft? Minecraft is 3D and about blocks, and Terraria has similar block aspects, but they also have bosses and the accounts carry over. So if you have a character, it carries over into other worlds.
Yeah.
I accidentally stole my friend's like super important boss weapon, and then I died.
You know, it was just people saw a vaguely similar art style and was like, oh, Minecraft clone. And they stopped looking any further, which is just really a terrible way to judge video games. I hate that people do that with, like, every game that comes out.
It's so stupid, because, like, Terraria is cool. I like the designs for Terraria, and I love the way that the accounts work. I just can't play it.
Yeah. Which I think that's pretty fair. If it, like, not every game is for everyone just because of simple stuff like your eyes just, like, process the information differently. So what is a, like, visually fun experience for one person that's, like, unconventional ends up being a nightmare for someone else to process because it's just their eyes physically taking the information differently. So it's just not as enjoyable for one or the other. And, like, there's not really a lot you can do about that because you can't really change the way your eyes, like, process the information in front of you.
Yeah. Oh my god, we got so sidetracked.
Yeah. It's okay, the next one's not super exciting, because it's just Wheel of Fortune. Which, like, is neat, but it is basically just the boat, but a car.
Yeah. I do like, I use this term loosely, because I know some people won't agree with me, but it's just the way that I view it. The flirting that came out of it. The sumo wrestling.
Yeah. For a second I was like, I was thinking about the fight, so I was at the moment where Polnareff is trying to, like, deal with the car on the road around them. So in my head, you were just describing Polnareff flirting with the car, and I was very confused. I was like, what did I miss? No. That I completely forgot about the line later on of the sumo thing.
Yeah, no, it basically... The rest of the battle, it feels like Jotaro is just showing off to Kakyoin, and I think it is the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, like the idea of him being like, hey, wait a second, you're the same age as me, I can show off, and it's like, cool. Like, it feels like it just hit him that the two of them are the same age. Like...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Jotaro's ever made a friend before.
Yeah, like, he seems like he's the kind of guy who was popular just because everyone knew him, but he wasn't popular because everyone liked him. Because, like, the girls might have liked him, but based on, like, the two delinquent boys that we see, not a lot of people, like him. It's just more like the girls being like, oh, he's a pretty guy, that's cool. But the guys are just like, he's so frustrating to be around.
Yeah. Especially since he's stealing all the girls, and he isn't even, like, responding to them or anything.
And he clearly does not want that, so I'm sure that makes them mad.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like, is it reasonable to put the car above Emperor, but after Yellow Temperance.
A car above a gun, but under goop. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's because I do feel like, especially like with this specific frame here for Yellow Temperance, it does look really cool.
It does.
And I do like the way the car looks. The car has a very cool design.
Yeah.
But I do feel like visually, like, they do get a little bit more out of the, like, horror that is the goop, like, consuming things.
Yes. Ice cream.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That is...
But, yeah, I do like that, but I do think that's an appropriate spot for... I really like the battle with the car.
Yeah, it is a fun one. I like that ZZ breaks the fourth wall, where he was like, oh, we did it, part 3 is over. And Jordan has to respond like, oh, who's gonna be the main character then? Like...
Yeah, it never really feels like super scary of a stand battle, which I like. Like, there was still the intensity of it, and like the, oh my god, how are they gonna get out of this? But it was never like a, oh my god, they're all gonna die.
Yeah, it was more so like, they might get some scars from this, but I think everyone's gonna survive. I think they're good. Which I do like when people do draw the, like, scars from that battle, like the little circle scars that he gets, because he does get, like, shot up a bunch.
Right. Yeah.
And, like, even though those didn't, like, penetrate his body, he still, you know, was on fire, and that was gasoline. That would leave a burn scar. Like, that's not something that just instantly, you recover from.
What? What do you mean? You don't ever burn yourself and just, like, wake up the next morning perfectly fine?
Yeah, no, I can't say I have. You know, one thing that's kind of crazy to me is that I just was thinking about this. This is going to be a weird way to put this, but we don't get to see a lot of Jotaro's physical body because he has the he's the most covered up of all the JoJos. So I was going to say, we actually don't know what scars he's gained from Part 3. I'm willing to bet it's a couple, considering if Kakyoin got some very immediate scars on his eyes from that one slash, no way this man took a sword to the stomach and didn't walk away without a line there. Like...
Yeah, I mean, he's also been covered in knives.
Yeah. It's like, most of those were covered, like, with the books. Not all of them were, is a very important thing, though. There was a couple of those that did manage to go through.
Yeah, I think, generally, Food probably is covered in scars.
Yeah, but I just realized, like, we see a lot of the other JoJos, and, like, Joseph obviously has, like, the hand and stuff, so, like, we see some, like, leftover effects on some of the other JoJos. We never get that with Jotaro just because his favorite form of dress is 3 layers of clothing.
Trench coats and pant shoes.
Yeah. Like, he's about as covered up as you can possibly get. And I also thought this was kind of interesting, is that he's still probably the JoJo that people are the most, like, interested in appearance-wise. And I'm like,
Yeah. The most attracted to.
Yeah, and it's like, man, he's completely covered up, and still, the actual fan base is reacting the same way as his fangirls in the show. And it's like, it happens, like, throughout all the ages, too, and I was like, wow, that's a really weird, like, consistent detail about him, is that everyone's falling for him all the time, and most of you people don't even really know exactly what he looks like. That's weird.
Yeah. I think the version of him that I find the most attractive is Dad Jotaro.
Yeah. I like when people draw him as if he's an actual dad. Like he's not still 17.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even find him super attractive then either, because I have other characters that I am yeah. Anyways, moving on.
You're more of a crop top fan.
Oh my god, don't out me like this.
Not like genuinely, it's just funny that it happened twice.
Twice? I thought it happened like, well, does
Oh, you're right, there is more than twice.
Yeah, and Gappy also had a crop top for a while, arguably.
Yeah, the issue is, I think even when it stops being a crop top, there's just a lot of scenes where his clothing just is moving. Like, I think it's
Yeah.
supposed to show that, like, it's a high-action scene, so he's running, so, like, because he's got loose clothing, it's, like, blowing in the breeze. He just gets his stomach shown a lot, even when it's clearly a long enough shirt to cover his stomach.
Yeah, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I think it's very entertaining. Like, and like, every time, like, his belly shows, I'm like, oh, Rocky, why? Why do you keep doing this? It just becomes very
Rocky-
entertaining to spot every time it happens.
Yeah, Araki has a very obvious bias towards a certain body type and a certain gender body type, and I
Yeah.
think it's hilarious.
It's really
Which means
funny.
that he never really disrespects women in his art, though, which is a cool turnaround for that, I guess.
Yeah, the amount of times that the men are like, we see almost about as much of them as physically possible, versus the women, it's definitely in the men's favor. There is a couple times where we do see the women either fully naked or mostly naked. But it feels like one of the times I'm thinking of with the women, it's meant to be she's a victim at that moment.
Exactly.
The thing with Jolene is she's taunting the prison guards, so it's supposed to be her, like,
Yeah.
they're supposed to be trying to, like, degrade her, and she's just like, oh, you want me to do this? And, like, make them uncomfortable, and it's like, okay, I do kind of like that. It's not just for the sake of showing
I
it.
love that.
Like,
Yeah, God, I really wish they kept the trans man. That would have
I
been
know.
so cool.
And he's there! They just didn't reference the fact that they're in the women's side of the prison!
I know.
Like, they were so
That makes
close!
me so mad.
Like, they're
Casual
clearly...
representation is so important.
Seriously, it's the way they're, like, casually explaining, like, oh yeah, this is, like, the women's side of the prison and stuff. There is a men's side as well, but we're in the women's side right now. And then there's clearly the man right there, and they don't address it! I'm like, guys!
I know!
We're so close!
It frustrates me more because... It frustrates me more because they do mention it in the manga.
Seriously, if they just didn't want it to, like, be in the nudity scene, they could have just had it, like, I don't know, in the scene that he's still there referenced. Like, Jolene could have said the exact same lines, but now everyone's more clothed. It would have been so easy.
It's just frustrating because he's shirtless, and it shows that he's got, like, normal man body, and he's trans, and that's so cool. We never get to see shirtless trans men.
He's drawn the exact same way every other man in JoJo has been drawn up to that point.
Yeah.
Which is, that's cool! I like that! It shows that, like, he's not over-sexualizing him. He's not saying, like, oh, isn't this so attractive? He's just showing, this is a man's body. Like, that's cool! That scene was written in the year 2000! People were making an awful lot of transphobic jokes at that time, because that was, the thing. And it's like, that's not what Araki was doing, though! Can we please appreciate that, guys? But no, they cut it.
So
I don't even think it was for time. I think they just felt like it. They're like, no, it's not that important. And it's like, no, it really is.
It's important to me. It's important to me.
Like, ugh.
Where is my representation here? I would like to see more shirtless trans men in general, because we never get to see that.
Seriously. Maybe they thought, like, Anasui would do all the heavy lifting. They're like, he's not confirmed to be trans, but he's something weird. Like, not something weird.
Yeah.
There's something going on with that man's gender, essentially. I realized it sounded bad when I described it as weird, but I did not mean it that way. I just meant something's going on with him and we don't know what.
Yeah. Well, the thing is if they wanted Anasui to do all the heavy lifting, they would have showed his original design first.
Yeah! They would have kept, like, especially considering they actually, like, look at each other in that scene, as opposed to the original, where it's just, he's not even there, technically. Like, the scene with female Anasui, it's Hermes who's there. Like, but they added a scene specifically where they lock eyes for a moment, and Jolene's like, why is that man leaving? Alright, I guess we don't need to care about that right now. Like, she literally, like, forgot he was there, like, instantly. But, like, they could have had it where, like, that was the female design. And then that's why she's, like, confused later when he comes back. Because she's like, hey, you look vaguely familiar. Weren't you a woman a couple days ago? Like, they could have done that!
People calling Araki, like, what, homophobic for turning, quote-unquote, turning Anasui into a man, even though they're love interests.
Yeah.
Guys, did you miss all of part 2 and 3?
Seriously.
And 4?
Like, ugh.
And 7?
Oh, man. I don't ever understand the people who genuinely think he's homophobic. It's so wild to me. Or like the people who think
obvious.
the people who think he's either doing like bury the gays, or that he's doing like the gays are the only bad ones.
Oh my
And it's
god.
like, no, because like, yeah, like the outright confirmed ones are the villains. But also, clearly some of the protagonists aren't straight either. Like,
Well,
we can acknowledge that.
While there's arguments against it, it's confirmed that Jotaro isn't into women. It has been vocalized by Araki.
Yeah, he said, like, I don't... the man said, I don't think he's into women. Like, that's... It's like, even if he was joking, like, at that moment, it still didn't... He didn't say it as if he was, like... As if it wasn't, like, a joke. It was, like, just a general statement of being like, oh, I don't think he'd be into you.
Yeah, he was trying to be nice to her.
Yeah.
Without directly saying, oh, yeah, he's not so much into that. Like,
yeah.
That's what he said.
And also, I do think he was a little uncomfortable in that scene. Which,
yeah,
it is very funny to watch, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, this poor man. I wouldn't know what to do if like one of my favorite characters I've written, some woman came up and was just like, yeah, I love him. I really wish that I was his wife and that he would beat me. I'd be like, oh.
I really wish that he would spit on me and impregnate me.
Yeah, and I'd be like, do I need to call a therapist? Are you good? What are we doing here? Why are you talking to me about this?
The funniest thing that came out of that was P-Child.
I don't know. I think the way she suddenly shifts to talking about, like, so your 9/11 comic, that is comedic gold. The way she shifts so suddenly to talking about, did you predict 9/11? And not tell anybody what that meant. That is such a tonal shift, the way she's so serious for that conversation. And the way he's like, so no. The way he's like, no, I didn't. It was just a coincidence.
I can't get over the fact that she managed to get him to draw her a son that has a stand, and he chose P.
I just think that man was desperate to get her out of his studio.
Yeah, it didn't even, like, ward her off or anything. She was digging it so hard.
Like, it's like, I feel bad for him, because that probably was, like, one of his more uncomfortable interviews. Yeah. But on the other hand, there's some really funny moments that came out of it. Like, and the way she keeps... Sure. Like, the way she walked up to one of the desks and was like, this is the desk where JoJo was created. And he's like, that's my editor's desk. This one's mine. And then she walks over and she's like, this is the desk JoJo was created at. Like, it's
so good.
Yeah, the way she just... I swear. She's so awkward, but man, was she really funny during that scene. Yeah. That whole interview.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm about halfway through my Gatorade. I'm trying so hard to prevent my voice from, like, completely getting shot during this.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna finish this. Tonight, at least.
I don't know, maybe we could in theory make this tomorrow's stream as well, because I don't actually have anything picked out for that just yet.
I have plans tomorrow evening.
Ah, dang.
Yeah, my sister assumed that I was coming over for dinner tonight, even though I told her I was streaming, and so she's a little upset.
Even though you told her you had plans?
I told her that I was streaming today. And then she texted me asking if I was available tonight still, and I wasn't responding, obviously, because I'm busy.
Yeah.
So she just texted the group chat asking our dad if he can come pick me up tonight.
Well...
Because she was about ready to make dinner, yeah.
It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I felt really bad declining, but, like... I'm kind of doing something. Yeah,
when you say like, hey, I've already got something planned, it's kind of hard to take that back after it's already in motion.
Yeah, a bit.
Oh man.
Woof.
All right. I do still want to get as far as we can at least.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Enya. I think she's kind of neat. I'd be willing to put her in either just there but cool or a C, honestly.
I do she is funny. I will admit.
Yeah, I think with Polnareff psychologically torturing her without even realizing is very funny. The way he keeps talking about, like, oh, it must be such a nice place for your grandchildren to run around. Like, or like, oh, you must have a son to come help you, like, take care of this place, right? And she's, like, losing it. But she's got to try to remain calm as much as possible so she can ultimately, like, get her revenge. It is such a funny scene.
Those kind of jokes. Yeah, those kinds of jokes are the funniest thing ever. Like oh wow, this must help a lot, and it's actually, like, really tragic for the other person.
Yeah. Especially, it helps that she's actually a villain. It's not like he's just being really mean to some poor woman who actually just, like, lost her son in some tragedy. No, her son was terrible. She defended him, and also, like, she wants to kill you. It's one of those things where it's like she's very easy to laugh at in that situation just because, like, how bad she is. You can only feel so bad for her. But at the same time, I do like her stand. I do like that she's, like, kind of Dio's right-hand man for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that on purpose. I also like her coming up with the excuse of, like, why her hand's covered, like, oh, I burned it making soup or something like that. Like, she's like, I can't let him see, he'll immediately know. Like, this is a very genetic condition, having two right hands.
God, it's so stupid. I think maybe, honestly, maybe C, just because she's very entertaining. Yeah.
It's like, she is pretty, like, horrible as a person.
Yeah.
But I feel like for the entertainment factor, I'd be willing to put her in C. And honestly, I did feel kind of bad for her with the Steely Dan stuff. The way she refused to waver her loyalty. Like, I did feel kind of bad there.
There's been a couple of times where I feel bad for characters, and I feel even worse for feeling bad for the characters because they're terrible.
Yeah! You're like, okay, you're an awful person, I shouldn't feel bad for you. And yet, the morals in me are saying, this is still wrong.
Yeah.
Alright, I kind of want to put her stand kind of high as a just there but cool. Because visually, I do really like all the zombies.
Yeah. I think zombies are so hard to do right.
Yeah, I do feel like they were done very well in this scene.
Yes.
Especially because they actually did feel threatening. Like, I don't think I expected Polnareff to die during that, but I did expect him to get, like, some really bad injuries during it. So I did feel like there was some very high tension during it.
Definitely. I was, like, actually scared for that battle.
Yeah. And I had no idea how it was going to end either. I was like, wow, they're all really, like, cornered, aren't they? And then this band pulls out the Q-Toro thing. Like,
the huge sense of impending doom.
Mm-hmm. And the way he even says, like, maybe it's because I watched a lot of Columbo as a kid, and I'm like, what? Where did this come from? I do like that she gave it away, just because she just knew their names, which is a very, like, reasonable thing to have forgotten last second while you... Because with how much she was, like... with how much other stuff she was focused on because of Polnareff, it's very reasonable that she let slip their names for a second.
Yeah.
Because clearly she, had other stuff going on. And I don't know.
No, Momo is coming upstairs. I think she needs out.
Oh no. She's feeling very lonely. She's like, hey, can someone please take me out?
Momo. 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 Oh my god, hold on.
No worries.
Momo. Where'd you go? Oh, what are you doing over there? I'm rolling. I'm JoJo. Oh.
The quiet hi, JoJo.
God, she's terrifying. She's staring at me from the end of the hallway. She looks like freaking Springtrap.
Wow, she's got some impressive horror movie talents.
Dude, she's terrifying. When she looks at us through the corners of doors, like the cracks, she genuinely just straight up looks like Springtrap.
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah. She'll be fine for another, like, little bit.
Yeah. Also, Fish was asking, how are we doing? I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm definitely enjoying this.
Fish?
Yeah, that's the person who was in the chat earlier. Oh, Box is back too.
Um,
Hello, Box.
Oh man. Oh, I'm doing better today than I was yesterday. That's for sure.
All right. Where are we feeling for Steely Dan?
Steely Dan. Oh my god. Okay. Steely Dan. I do love Steely Dan.
Yeah, he's one of those like so awful he's good characters. Like I don't think this man does a
Yeah.
single good thing. That's like I don't think he does anything short of horrible. Like his entire battle, but he's really entertaining about it.
He is very entertaining about it. It's. I think ultimately the reactions he gets out of the Crusaders is really funny.
Yeah.
So I think he deserves a spot maybe around Enya.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like maybe higher than Rubber Soul.
A little higher. Yeah,
Because I have the two of them very similar in my mind because I watched those two episodes a lot,
Uh-huh.
and I feel like like entertainment wise, those are definitely two of like the highest for me. Especially because once you like know what happens, it's like oh cool. There's the stakes aren't very high. This is just funny now. Like when you know like how everything goes.
Is that our S tier, our highest 3 S tiers are in order of JoJo's.
You're right. We're counting down 3, 2, 1.
They just keep getting better with every part. That's just how it works.
I mean, yeah, his writing definitely like noticeably improves. Because like part 3 is still like does have some like cliche tropes in it, but not nearly like to the extent that part 1 does. And even then, the tropes weren't even that bad back then, because like stuff like JoJo was what made them more popular again.
And honestly, tropes and cliches aren't always bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I know some people get over like they get so tired of them. Like anytime it shows up at all, they're just like, "Oh, this again." But I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like they're done well to the point where I don't mind that they're there. But it is one of those things where I have to point out because I know otherwise people are going to be like, oh, but it's so cliche. And I'm like, yeah, I like that. I like that Jonathan is just the typical good guy. And like that's like his character. That can be fun.
I also don't know if people realize that 90% of old anime is cliche.
Yeah, it's because it built like the stepping stones basically. This is what everyone like has learned what to do from. Especially with JoJo, oh my gosh. Most anime today can't like go a couple episodes without making even a subtle JoJo reference. Like it's whether it be a pose or like some like doing the like art style shift or something like that. Like it's just very common for animes to reference JoJo in some little way.
The two animes that are the most like referenced outside of like One Piece, I feel like is JoJo and Osamatsu has referenced JoJo.
Yeah.
Osamatsu was written in the 60s.
Yeah. And it's funny because I know JoJo references it at one point as well because doesn't Joseph call Okuyasu that at some point when he can't hear his name? He says something like that. I
think there's something I think so. Because I remember freaking out or something similar like that, and I was like, no way.
Also, Shorts chat, you don't have to type it in all caps for me to see it. Once again, I have the Shorts chat open this entire time. There's just a lot of messages that you guys say that I don't know how to respond to, so that's why we haven't been responding to it. I don't want to make a serial killer tier list. I feel like I should just be kind of blunt with that. I don't want to make a serial killer tier list. I don't want to glorify real-life serial killers.
Yeah, maybe, like, cartoon killers?
Yeah, like, I'd be willing to do, like, antagonist tier lists for, like, fictional characters.
Yeah, that sounds like villains.
Yeah, that's why I clarified so much earlier that Jack the Ripper, we're talking about specifically the fictional version, and we have zero reference towards the real one in here. Because the real Jack the Ripper was terrible, and I don't want to rake him at all. Like, I feel like that just kind of...
Oh, there's more people watching the Shorts one. Huh.
Yeah, that's part of why Shorts are so popular, is because just YouTube pushes them more frequently, so they get more views.
Interesting. Yeah, I opened up the Shorts chat so I can actually see it now.
Yeah. Alright. I guess my favorite YouTuber is probably RT Game, at least right now. I watch a lot of different YouTubers, though. Um, a good small channel to watch is Ben
Any
again. He's pretty
fictional
cool.
versions of Jack the Ripper?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Ranking fictional Jack the Rippers is actually a pretty good idea, I must say. Just because there is so many of
That
them.
would. I feel like sometimes it would be really awkward because I do watch more anime than you, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I would have to be ranking them based off like how cool does this Jack the Ripper look more than anything because I haven't seen
Yeah,
I know he's in a lot of stuff, but some of them I've only seen in memes. But some of them I know I saw
yeah.
Black Butler, JoJo, Soul Eater, and one other I'm forgetting the name of. But I know he was there.
I know that he's in Record of Ragnarok,
Yeah.
which he's
I
an
know
actual.
I've seen him in memes from that before. Or
Yeah,
rather, I
he's
saw a
actually pretty
character that I
like.
didn't realize was Jack the Ripper, and then all the comments were saying Jack, and then I stopped and I went, "There's no way this is Jack the Ripper, is it?" And then I looked it up and I was like, "Ah, it is. Cool."
I feel like I'm also forgetting a bunch of times because I feel like there's been a few times where I've been like, oh my god, Amber, there's Jack the Ripper in this anime too.
He's not in Full Metal, is he? There's not like a character. There's a character that's kind of similar. I might be misremembering. There is a
Sounds
serial
familiar.
killer. I think I'm just because I'm starting to think more and more about what that character does, and I don't think it's like Jack the Ripper. I think it's just a serial killer.
Yeah, probably based off of him.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a weirdly common character type, I guess. I don't know. Because, like, they're obviously not all, like, just like Jack the Ripper. Some of them are just in namesake. They were just like, oh, that's a cool name. Let's call this guy Jack the Ripper in reference to the other one, but we're going to do very different things.
Yeah.
Because that's almost what the one in Soul Eater did. Like, aside from being, like, a bad guy, he's still just kind of just a generic villain as opposed to specifically Jack the Ripper.
hmm Oh my god, we're so close to death. Sorry, Death 13, not
I know
death.
what you meant. Yeah, he's right there. He's coming up. Alright, we do have the sun first, or rather specifically, we have to go through Arabia Fats. Also, I just put the levers at just there but cool, because his stand is kind of freaky. But I thought it was cool.
Arabia Fats. There's like he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I was gonna put him in just there, but I'd be willing I think honestly, I think he might be below Devo. Because we see like his strategy was kind of funny, just follow them around with a mirror so that way they can't see
Yeah,
you. That's a funny strategy, and it's funnier
it
than
is super
Devo.
funny.
It's funnier than Devo hiding in the fridge, so I'll put him above Devo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I put the
God.
actually of the two like parasite stands, I think I would actually rate the lovers higher than Empress because they're both like similar of like getting into their opponent, but the
Yeah.
lovers is much more like horrifying about it, I think.
I love the lovers specifically because of the episodes that came out of it.
Yeah, they are really fun. Like, I mean, they're
Um,
awful, but like they're really fun to rewatch once you know like okay, we're cool. Everything like it's one of those things where like some episodes of JoJo, even when you know what happens afterwards and you've already seen it before, you know that like okay, no one dies during this scene or whatever, so it's cool to rewatch. It still could be hard to find any joy in the scene because it is just so
yeah.
horrifyingly done. Versus everything with Steely Dan, just becomes a pure comedy. I swear, it's just
It
really
does.
funny.
100%. Him like did I ever show you the that one Animal Crossing meme that I found where they used Jotaro as a bridge?
No, but I'm not surprised.
It was oh my god, I'll see if I can find it later because it is one of the funniest like that image lives in my head.
Oh, I love that. I can't believe I haven't seen that. You said it was Animal Crossing? I feel like I've seen almost everything Animal Crossing.
Yeah, it's a New Horizons meme.
Man, I like lived and breathed New Horizons for like actually almost until I started watching JoJo because I got it when it came out and then essentially did nothing but play that game until I watched JoJo and then that became my life. And even then, I was still playing Animal Crossing. I was just also doing JoJo stuff in Animal Crossing.
Yeah. Infinite snacks but no games. Okay. Like games don't exist or I'm not allowed to play them because I that changes the entire trajectory of my answer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that question was asking because both of them say no games. So either way, you can't play any games.
Infinite snacks or infinite games, but no. I assume it means infinite games, but no snacks.
I don't know.
And like, this is an evil question. You don't even know me that well, and this is evil. I feel targeted.
Yeah, I don't know why. You keep getting interrogated today. That's not what how I expected.
Well, if you're gonna ask me questions, you gotta know how to you
gotta know what the question is.
Clarify the answer.
Yeah.
I can't answer the question if there's no clarification, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, because if you don't know what you're answering exactly, like, you can't really answer it.
Yeah, I assume it. I mean, I assume it means infinite games and no snacks because that is the opposite.
Yeah.
But like,
but I've seen joke questions like that where there's no winning type stuff where it's like both of them are dumb. I've seen that kind of question before. So.
Yeah, maybe I'm just not like on the internet enough.
Yeah.
The Sun.
Yeah, I do like the episode.
I think it should be highly ranked because that is the first time that we hear all of them laughing like that, and I think it is the best thing ever.
That is true. I would be willing to rank this into the highest of just there but cool, purely for the fact that we got to hear them laughing. It's almost unrelated to the stand itself, but the stand caused it, so...
Yes.
I guess that counts?
I think them all finding out why Jotaro is laughing and then starting to laugh while Joseph is just sitting there going, "Oh, they've all got insane," is the funniest thing ever.
The way he's horrified to be like, "Oh no, don't tell me I'm the only sane one left. I can't do this on my own."
Yeah. Like, in reality, he's just the stupidest one.
Yeah. Oh, it's so... I saw one of the comments on that little scene posted of someone saying like, I bet Polnareff didn't figure it out until after he broke the mirror, but he saw the two of them laughing and he was like, this is so rare, this is so funny, that he started laughing just because he'd never seen them laugh like that before.
Yeah.
Which I do like to think for Polnareff's sake that he did realize the trick as well, but also it's kind of in character for him to just laugh just because.
Yeah, I can't even tell which I think is more realistic because I do think that he is smarter than Joseph.
He is a skilled fighter. Like he does actually know how to defend himself. Like he's he's very silly and like not to say a spoiler, but for something later, he's clearly intelligent enough to be able to survive on his own. But like,
for sure.
I don't know. He does also have his really dumb moments. I must mention again when Jotaro gets stabbed in the stomach, Polnareff pulls out the smallest band-aid I've ever seen and says, "Want a band-aid?" As if that's going to help at all. Do you know the like massive wound that's probably most of his stomach because the knife like kept moving, or not even knife, the sword kept moving. Like that's a major like. I can only assume Abdul did stitches on him off screen because. Yeah. That's a really bad one.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oof. See, we're making headway.
Yes. Sorry, I still have to refill my humidifier. I could see that the line was like almost empty, and I didn't want it to completely turn off. Okay. I put the sun at top of just there, but cool, just because.
Yes.
Yeah, it earns the points for the laugh track. All right, Manish Boy.
Manish Boy, I love Manish Boy. He's so funny.
He really is.
And his name is so ironic.
Yeah. I bet that's why Rocky picked it. He was like, this is a really funny name to give a baby. Like...
There's no way it isn't.
I think I've learned his sense of humor enough by now to be like, he laughed to himself writing that name out to be like, yeah, this is a good one. Like, it just sounds very right for him.
Fish out here is asking the hard questions. Fish is asking hard questions.
Oh, I see now.
Hold on. Let's do the ranking first, and then I'll answer. I'll answer the pasta question.
I kind of want to put him, honestly, above Nina, but below Rubber Soul. Just because I feel like, okay, at this point I'm going by which episodes I've watched more, and I have rewatched
Right.
Rubber Soul a lot more than I have Death 13, but I've also definitely watched and enjoyed Death 13 more times than I have everything with the Empress.
See, the thing
I'm more willing to rank The
the
Stand
thing is
even
that
higher, just because I love the visuals that come
yeah.
with The Stand.
Yeah, and I do really like Manish Boy though, because he's just so funny.
Yeah. I love
And
how
like
defensive he
he's
is over his
so
age.
evil.
Yeah. It's about
He's
this baby.
too evil for
This baby's not even a year old and he's already decided world domination is his future. Like,
exactly. It's the funniest, like those kind of gags get me so hard because it's not even like a gag, it's his entire personality is a joke.
yeah. It's like his entire concept is baby but evil. And like that's
Ah,
just
yeah, I'm gonna
it's
ruin this
really funny.
17-year-old's entire life.
Yeah, like I don't it's like the kind of thing where it's like this I know there's some debate over which of the villains needed to be like flesh butted to be convinced to work with Dio and stuff. Clearly the baby did
Yeah.
not. The baby just this is just how he is. He like saw Dio and was like, "Hey, same goal." And just decided like, "Yeah, I'll work with you."
Yeah. A couple of the stands just make me feel like Dio didn't even send them properly. It's
Yeah.
literally just evil stand user knew about Dio's dominance and was like, yeah, I'm on board.
Yeah, they saw like a wanted poster of Jotaro and was just like, "Oh, I can do that." Didn't even contact Dio,
Exactly.
just went out. Like,
Uh-huh.
oh, I
I feel
love
like
it.
Manish Boy would have been one of them.
Yeah, like, and we know he travels by like manipulating people, like he did with the woman,
Yeah.
to make him move around and stuff. So who knows just how far he's gone, but clearly this baby is a little far from home.
Yeah.
Considering everyone around him is just like, I've got no clue whose child this is. He's just here. Like,
What happened to his parents?
I like to think they're the same amount of evil he is. So one morning they just woke up and he was gone, and they were like, "Oh, there goes our boy off for world domination." So they're just waiting to hear his name in the papers.
That is the funniest interpretation ever. They're like a whole villain family.
Yeah,
And they're watching this, like sending your kid off to school for the first time, except they're like, there he goes on the train so that he can go assert world dominance. Farewell, Manish Boy.
yeah. They're like they hear someone like outside talking about like, "Hey, did you hear about that baby?" Like no one knows whose it was. It just like it was found in this town over, and they're like, "Oh, he's traveling so far. That's good for him." Like they have no intentions of going to get him. They're just happy to hear that
Yeah,
he's traveling and he's spreading his evil nightmares. Like, oh, I love it.
yeah. To okay, to answer the pasta question, I don't have a favorite pasta dish. I really like rotini, and I like ravioli, and no, that's actually really. Plus, there's different kinds of noodles that I like with different kinds of sauces. So I don't think I can ask that question. I'm like, okay, you see, I'm Italian, so I eat a lot of pasta.
It made
As
the
much
name
of a
very fitting.
stereotype as it is. Yeah, it's actually no one. Does anyone here know the origins of my nickname Pasta? Because I think that is so funny.
I
It's
don't know. I don't. I feel like I might have mentioned it at one point because it is a very entertaining story. Like I might have told it to Cam at one point while we
yeah,
were streaming, but I don't remember exactly.
yeah. I won't go into it unless it's asked. But it's not because I'm Italian, and it's not because I eat pasta. And I think that's the funniest part of it.
Yeah, it just happened.
Carbon. That's your. Um. Um. I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, same. I couldn't tell you. I lost track of the thing. There we go. All right. Do we want to rank what's his name? Death 13?
Yes. Hold on, I'm trying to think. I think it deserves pretty high, like maybe a C.
I was gonna say either high C Or even, I could honestly be convinced of a B, just because I do really like the dream world and how it looks.
Yeah,
and also,
and
I do think this is just a fun
overall
stand design on its own.
Yeah, but this is brings back the whole pan scene.
Yeah.
Because it is
It's
one
so
of the
funny.
funniest scenes in JoJo for me.
Oh, it's up there for sure. It's so funny. Especially considering it's one of the more, like, generally serious characters. Like, Star smiles a lot more than Jotaro does, but he's still, like...
Yeah.
Like, he's more, like, upfront serious than a lot of the... He's more serious than Polnareff. And Polnareff's, like, the clear, like, primary comic relief of the team. Which is so funny to me that they assigned the world's saddest man as comic relief. Like, he's just... It's just because he deals with everything, like, well, I'm gonna cry for, like, a couple minutes, and then... back to it, I guess.
Okay, this is important for me to mention. Fish, I am allergic to lactose, so I don't typically eat a lot of cheese and cheese products.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's
I
not even lactose intolerance.
Cheese.
It's the one that people they understand less.
Yeah, like I think causes lactose intolerance, so things like lactase works, just not, it mitigates, it doesn't actually like help.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
either way, it's just very sad, especially with like the sheer amount of like dairy that's in everything
in America.
Yeah.
Everything.
All right, I feel like we're both feeling pretty confident about Death 13 in the B tier.
Yes.
I do kind of want to keep Danny above him just because I do think Danny is a very cute dog, but this stand is definitely one of my favorites in Part 3.
I agree. I do like Danny. He does deserve that high spot.
Yeah. Oh boy. Cameo. The man most people don't need to remember the name of because I don't think they ever actually say his name.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I know he's the genie guy. I could put him
in... okay.
Yeah. I could put him in just there but boring, like a little under ZZ. Just because, I mean, the user doesn't really matter for this one an awful lot. He only shows up for a joke. I do like that he was hiding in a pond. That was funny. He's another one of the villains who, like, you can see he's begging, like, please, spare me. I'm really sorry. And I do like a couple of those villains. I think they're fun.
I like how a lot of the ones that are in the just their categories are the ones that have hidden themselves.
Yeah. It's a lot of, like, disguise-based enemies. Not even just stands, just enemies in general. Poor Sherry, she's the only one who's not, like, hiding something.
I'm so excited for Ndol.
Yes, he's so cool. I was really hoping they were going to add him to ASBR, because I know he was in Eyes of Heaven, and I was hoping, like, oh, they're surely going to add him to that game, right? No.
God,
they decided
that would be so cool.
Like, I don't hate Mariah, but I kind of wish they had just gone for less women representation and had just decided, like, okay, clearly Nadul is the cooler character. We have to include him. Because I swear, the only reason Mariah is there is because everyone went, well, we have to include a woman, right? Like, there are women in Part 3. We have to include one of them. And, like, she's in theory the coolest one, like, the most offensive fighter. She's just not as fun to play.
In the actual game, is like, I feel like it's really hard to win as Mariah in general.
Yeah, from what I've understood, she's pretty widely regarded as the hardest character to play. Like, I remember I saw a post on Reddit of someone being like, oh yeah, I play Mariah because I've spent like 50 hours on her in like offline mode, so now when I play her online, no one ever expects me to actually know what I'm doing. Everyone expects Mariah characters to just spam the buttons and hope for the best because that's pretty much the only strategy. But this guy actually learned some stuff. Yeah. So, actually knowing what you were doing caught people so off guard because they just expect so little from Mariah characters that it gives them the advantage, essentially. Which is really funny to me.
Other than Mariah, I hate... Who is it? SCDC or Wamu, who is the slow tank?
Oh, ACDC is slower than Wamu, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it as CDC. I'm pretty sure they ended up speeding him up a little bit since the game first came out, because I remember it being painful the first time I played him, and when I was visiting, he wasn't that painful.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they did give him some buffs. They also nerfed Gyro into the ground, which was really sad, from what I've heard. Apparently Gyro is not very good online anymore. He was just too strong. Apparently he was, like, genuinely one of the strongest characters, because he has a couple long range and some really strong close range attacks. So they nerfed the damage on them, so that way he's not just good in every single situation. But they also lowered Pet Shop's volume, so the patch notes on ASBR are just really funny in general, honestly. Like, Pet Shop being, like, unreasonably loud for almost the entire, like, the big hype of the game, everyone being like, wow, I really wish I could play this game, like, against randoms and not have to worry about my eardrums exploding. Especially because a lot of people were playing Pet Shop as well, because Pet Shop is so infamous from Heritage for the Future, where Pet Shop and Whole Horse are broken in that game. They're just straight up, like, those two characters, everyone needs to, like, ban them immediately in tournaments because you just can't beat them. Like, it's just awful.
God, if there was anything, if I could do anything, it would be play every single JoJo game ever. I
know.
I want to play so bad. Like the old... Nah, never mind. You already know.
You know, I was looking for stuff to make the thumbnail earlier. I stumbled upon the Heritage for the Future page, and I was looking at all the sprites, and I was like, it's so pretty. I want to play this so bad.
I'm so jealous of the people who got the chance to play the older games and stuff, just in general.
I know. Especially because, like, that was, like, the first, like, big thing for JoJo voices. Like, that was, from what I've heard, that was, like, the basis for, like, what a lot of the characters sounded like until the anime came out. Because, like, there was, like, the CD dramas and stuff, but those weren't nearly as popular, versus the game, like, kind of exploded in popularity. It's what, like, really brought JoJo to America. Because, like, the OVAs were dubbed, of course, but they didn't do nearly as well. From what I've heard, the games outperformed the OVA. So that's what made a lot of people, like, interested in JoJo. And then ultimately ended up, because JoJo had some support, eventually ended up getting at the anime. Because people were like, hey, surely we can try again with the JoJo anime, right? People are interested in that. And then I love that David Production was like a nobody anime company until after they started working on it. And then everyone was like, oh, maybe these guys are up to something.
I can't imagine a world with David Productions not being famous.
Seriously, it's like wild to imagine. Like that not being like a known name.
I'm not that old.
Yeah. I mean, it was only a little over a decade ago. So it's not like super what's the word? Long in the past? Distant, that's the word.
I just mean because I've only liked JoJo for a few years at this point.
Yeah. Oh man, it's still kind of wild to me. I could have gotten into it, like, multiple years earlier. But I heard about the dog stuff and I was like, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch dogs get brutalized on TV for 20 minutes straight. Because that's essentially what I was told is what happens. But then when I did finally start watching it, I was like, okay, there is a lot more going on. I did just watch a dog die on screen, but you know what? A lot else happened in that 20 minutes, so I'll give this this next episode a chance too.
Yeah, it took me so long because I just hated the fans. The Kono Dioda meme made me so mad.
And the way it's people just spam it and stuff. I didn't realize I had seen Dio until I I think it was like in part 3 when it like really clicked. Like I knew I had heard the phrase Kono Dioda, but I had never it didn't click that like I had seen him. Like basically the yellow guy I kept seeing at Hallmat. I finally realized like, oh, that's who that is.
Yeah, I vaguely knew who Dio was, but I didn't care. And anytime I see like JoJo cosplayers, I'd be like, ugh. And now that I am a hardcore JoJo cosplayer, I'm like, what do you mean nobody asks me for photos when I'm Rikio? I have never seen another Rikio cosplay. What do you mean?
You know, it's you and one other person that I've seen cosplay him. And the other person, actually, I think they might be in your area, because I know they went to SakuraCon.
Oh my god, Fish. Be patient. We're in the middle of talking.
Yeah. Again, I'm trying to work your conversations, your messages into the conversation. I don't want to just drop whatever I'm saying to answer your question. So just have some patience. Once I get to a stopping point, we will answer your questions.
I know that we talk a lot, but this is also, we are both very, very into JoJo. This tends to happen.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that this is, like, it is a chill stream, so, like, that is why we're hanging out with chat and stuff, but this is supposed to be the focus on JoJo, so... That's why, like, we're not trying to be rude and ignore you, we're just also, like, trying to stay on topic a bit.
Yeah, I don't mind answering questions and stuff. I will mention that both of us are neurodivergent, which means when we start talking about one thing, it's really hard to switch topics in general.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, patience is going to be kind of required, so...
And either way, I don't eat nuts. My sister is deadly allergic and will likely die if I do.
Oh, that's fun.
So... cashews if I had to choose, but I don't like nuts.
Yeah. You reminded me, I was listening to an episode of Distractable, and at one point Wade was complaining that never in his life has he wanted a bag of peanuts more than every time he's around Ethan. Like, the second he's around that man, he just starts craving, like, just some random, like, peanut. But also,
Is it Ethan allergic?
Incredibly. It's like...
Oh my god.
Some, like, almost like a microscopic amount of peanut, if it were to enter his system, could kill him. If he did not have his EpiPen, I believe, is the situation with him. Like,
oof.
It's something wild. And he was talking about how, like, when they went on tour and stuff, he just, every time they stopped at a gas station, he'd see, like, a bag of peanuts and be like, man, that'd be so nice right now. But he was like, man, if only it wouldn't kill Ethan immediately.
When you can't do something, so you want to do it more. I hate that feeling.
And like he was acknowledging, he was acknowledging like that's what it was, but he was also just like it still kind of sucked. Like I did want those, but I decided against it because I wanted Ethan to live. It was very entertaining. They're very fun to listen to. They're very good background noise.
Uh-huh. I have a tendency to turn on, like, Minecraft YouTube, when I need background noise.
Nice.
Or Mark, I guess.
Oh, you should watch...
It's not distractible.
RT recently did, like, a proper Minecraft Let's Play, and you should totally watch it, because it's actually, like, he's insanely lucky, and also he kept trying to find one of the, what are they called? The city things that you and Cam were trying to find? With the warden?
And the ancient cities, yeah.
Ancient cities, yes. I almost called it the End City, but I was like, that's an entirely different thing.
Actually, I remember Cam mentioning that the last time we were playing together.
Oh, yeah. It was pretty cool. He, like, the phrase, the children yearn for the mines. In this case, the children is RT Game, 28-year-old man. Actually, no, I think he just turned 29. 29-year-old man who is just... incredibly, like, he kept having to edit it out, and they kept mentioning how, like how heavily these edits were. They said, like, he spent 45 minutes just digging down, trying to figure out how to get to this place.
Yeah,
like, he just kept going.
Because subtitles aren't in Bedrock, which is what we play together.
Mm-hmm.
But, I really want to find an ancient city in my Java world. But, my lag is so bad that when I walk into a new area, I freeze.
Ooh.
Like, very short amount of time do I freeze, but it takes so long for my... Oh, hi! But, like, I have to stay inside my house for a solid few minutes while the world loads around me when I log in so that I don't die.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Man. Does not sound
my laptop is
like
not built for Java.
Yeah, sounds like. Which is, I'd say, unfortunate.
Hi, JoJo.
Oh, she's made her way back in?
Yeah, she curled up next to me.
Aw. Well, she's being sweet now, not destructive.
Yeah, that's because she got all her energy out in my dad's room.
Alright. I'm kind of struggling to figure out where to put Midler. Because I know
Um,
technically she doesn't have the really cool design that's in Heritage for the Future. Because technically that is a retroactive design. But man, is it a really cool design.
I forget that's even her because I've just seen her other outfit so many times.
Yeah.
I'd
be willing to. I do think it's fun the way she like taunts them and stuff while she's battling. Yeah. So I'd be willing to rank her kind of high. I'm not sure about this high though. Maybe like she is still ultimately just there but cool. Because we never. This is literally the only image that exists of her, like in the Part 3 anime.
Right.
So I don't know.
I think I almost. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm struggling. I feel like
maybe below
she doesn't
Roses?
Yeah, I was gonna say at least below maybe like Straizo, but I don't.
I could see below Straizo and above Greyfly.
Yeah.
Because Straizo does do a little bit more. And then Greyfly does like slightly less, I guess. Similar amount of taunting, though.
Yeah.
I just like that the Midler fight forces them to be like confess their love for her, and JoJo clearly is not enjoying it.
Yeah.
Like, just the way he's so, like... He's not even, like, his usual stone face. He's, like, annoyed with it.
Yeah, I do like that battle a lot because of that. I think it's funny. Like, it's...
I think it's a fun one.
Yeah.
It's also funny that they literally can't take any form of transportation without being attacked, including a submarine. Like, come on.
Submarines aren't even safe.
They're so cursed.
She is kind of cute, though. Like, just in general,
like
her
her
getting
design.
flushed and being like... Yeah. I think that's a good spot for her.
I do like how creative she uses her stand, like the different things that she turns it into. So I would be willing to rank her stand higher than her.
Honestly, yeah.
I don't know, is it all the way up in a C?
She talks through it, doesn't she?
Yeah, she just straight up like communicates with them from on the shore, yeah. Which is, I think that's the longest range we've gotten, like communication with an enemy.
Right. I think it's difficult to differentiate the stand because of that.
Oh, you know, as far as I'm aware, every time the stand talks, it is supposed to be directly her speaking through the stand, because I think she calls herself, like, like I and me, as opposed to, like, we with, like, her stand. So I think it's supposed to be just straight up her. Plus, they're also, it's when they're underwater a lot, and they are communicating through their stands, because they're underwater, they don't have a lot of other options.
Yeah, and she gets really flushed and, like, super, like, wow, what? Even though she doesn't really, like, agree, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, for a second, she's like, wow, you think I'm pretty? No, you don't.
Yeah. It's like she was, she liked the idea before she was like, nah, they're lying to me.
Yeah. That's funny.
I don't know, I feel like I might put her up there with Enya for how much I enjoy, like, the creativity with her fight and, like, the visuals behind it and stuff.
I can agree with that. I can get on board.
I think the base design of the stand is kind of horrifying, but everything it turns into is cool. Yeah. It's him.
There he is.
It is the man himself.
Cool.
Alright, my first instinct was, like, at least a B at the lowest. But I don't know, we did put Steely Dan in C.
Yeah, he's not evil, though, is the thing. I think that's one of the biggest things that I'm like...
Is that he's
not only is he pretty...
He's someone who was given, like, hope. And it's like, it might have been hope in the wrong person, but he felt, like, wanted. And the way he talks about how, like, that's part of why, like, some other people were working with Dio, because he made them feel, like, cared for, essentially. Like, he gave them a reason, basically a reason to live, like the thing Speedwagon was trying to do. It's just a very different way.
Yeah. Which sucks because he was even, like, respectful during their battle regardless of what was happening.
Yeah. I do like that he was
I do.
very, like... I guess just respectful is the way to put it. Like, he was, like, trying his best to beat them, but he was also still, like, admiring what they were doing.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
No,
I would definitely put him above Death 13.
I agree.
I'm just not sure. Do I
He's,
put him higher than Whole Horse? Is my next question.
I think he should be above Danny for sure, at least.
Yeah, my issue is I don't know how I rank these.
They're too different of characters
They
for me to
really
be able to
are.
gauge.
It's like, all right,
Because one of them
how do we rate the
is
comic relief versus one of the more sad characters in the series? Like,
exactly like one of them. Yeah, the guns a slinging compared to Blind Man Needs Love.
yeah, like ugh, I don't know. I think it might be good to just leave them as is because I really can't decide.
Yeah,
And I like that
think that's fine,
even
'cause, I
Whole
mean,
Horse as a comic relief does still have some cool moments, like the way he managed to hold his cool until after Dio left, and then he was like, "Okay, that was terrifying. I've got to get out of here." Like I do really
yeah,
like
yeah,
that. I
yeah,
like
yeah.
that even as the silly like cowboy, he's still like he can still maintain his composure. Ugh.
You could-
All right, his stand.
Oh,
I
I'm
do
so
really
sorry.
like his stand.
His stand is really cool.
I love the visuals for it. I know it's mainly just like water with like lots of water sound effects, but I do think it was done really well.
Yeah, and
Oh,
honestly, you would think it would be really hard to make like a little water guy intimidating.
yeah, but no, this thing is it felt like one of the more fearsome enemies. Like even before the eye
Yes.
slash, like that just solidified it as like, oh, this is a threat. Like,
Yeah, I think it doesn't help that the stand user was so calm about everything.
yeah, he was so tactical. He was like planning every move, and he was
Yeah,
so far away from them too. So like he was so confident. It really helped like I think boost the power of his stand. Honestly,
yeah. Alright. What is your favorite thing about yourself? Me?
that's a big question.
Why? That is a big question. My favorite thing about myself?
Where are you
Uh,
getting these conversation
oh.
starters?
Like, this is the first time I've been asked like this kind of icebreaker stuff since high school.
Yeah, like
I don't know whether I should go like physical or mental because I don't know how to answer mental. I have like a shopping list of problems currently.
yeah. My answer was just kind of a like if it was asking towards me, my answer was just going to be a joke like, I don't know, I like how much I know about Pokemon. Like it's like if you
Right.
think I know a lot about JoJo, the amount I know about Pokemon is unreasonable.
Yeah, that's me with like Minecraft.
Yeah.
'Cause I love JoJo, and there's way more content I can consume of JoJo in the sense of it will consume my life.
hmm
But Minecraft, I surround myself with, and I love everything about Minecraft, and I know a lot about Minecraft
It's a
without
very
being
easy
told.
it's a very easy game to like fully dive on into just because there's either
Yes.
so much or so little is truly like what you make of it. And I like that.
Always think about the good and always be positive. Okay, you.
It's a little
I
harder
appreciate
said
the
than done.
sentiment.
Or harder done than
Yeah,
said.
I really appreciate the sentiment, and I agree with you that that should be, but I do. And that is my natural state of person. That doesn't make life any easier.
Yeah.
Especially with what's been happening recently, which I won't talk about here because it's nobody's business.
Yeah.
Uh,
Honestly, I think this might just be a question to just overlook.
I like that I can wiggle my ears.
It's a fun skill.
It's my party trick.
I like how similar it is to Jorno's.
Fold your ear inside your ear.
That it looks painful the way he does it, but I think it's just because of how quickly he does it.
Oh, one thing I like about myself, I have a deformed ear and it looks cool.
It is nice.
It's pointed.
Like a real life,
All of my favorite things are my ears, apparently.
I was gonna say one of the, elves in Skyrim specifically, because I didn't want to just say elf in general, because I wanted to, reference one of them, and I can't remember which one I was going to reference. High elves, maybe?
Not bad.
I can't remember. Well, no, it's me over here just struggling to remember what the names of the different species are in Skyrim. I mean, Elder Scrolls in general, but I really can't remember. I know they're all called Myr, but I can't remember what any of the Myr are specifically called. I know a Rismer, but that's just orcs.
Dude, there's a donut downstairs that I really want to eat, but I don't want to be sitting here going, yeah, you know?
I mean, I've been nibbling on a Pop-Tart, so I would not judge you.
Mama was whining. Yeah, I've been eating popcorn this entire time.
Oh yeah, I saw it in the one picture you sent. I wasn't sure if I was seeing things or if there was a bowl of popcorn in the back.
Oh yeah, nope, that's my popcorn.
Oh, I love that.
I may need to at least go let Momo out in the backyard.
Alrighty.
So, I'm sorry, I may need to leave you for a few minutes.
Sorry, I can try to decide where I want to put Oingo here. I can let you know how I'm feeling when you get back.
Yeah, if you want, you can also do Boingo, because I'm sure we've already discussed them, so we kind of already know.
They're the two, they have to be paired together, that much is sure.
Yes. Okay, I will be right back.
Alrighty. Alright. I do really like Oingo, and I like the way that he changes his mind about everything that's going on. He's like, you know what? Maybe this is a bad idea. And he also just doesn't want to get himself killed. I think I'm just going to put these two side by side for now so I can look at them to figure out where they want to go. Put them here so I can see a little more of the screen. Because they do make a great duo. This is harder than I thought. Why did I just get an alert about the stream's quality? What's happening? Is the short stream still functioning? It looks like it's working. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that. I really enjoy streaming. It's always nice to just hang out and just talk with people. Alright. The alert is still there, but I don't know why, so I'm gonna assume everything's good. Oh, we've been going for 5.5 hours. Oh boy. I hope it's become increasingly clear just how much we like JoJo. Oh, where do I put these brothers? Honestly, as joke characters, this isn't a bad placement for them, actually. I just put them here as a placeholder, but I do like them more than the Sun and Hangman. But I think Enya's impact on the story is greater. Yeah, this might be good, actually. I guess I'll wait and ask Pasta when he gets back. No, they're not S and F. They're great! Also, you say S and F as if this one would be the S, but like, let's be real, this one would be the S tier. But no, they're a duo. They have to stay here. If I did have to pick a favorite from these two, it would definitely be Boingo, just because he comes back, and he's a very funny character. And he shows up more prominently in Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak, which is a wonderful spinoff. I mean, the series already did that. I'm not going to separate them even further. Poor Boingo gets traveled across the world when he just wants to hang out with his brother, so I'm not going to do that to the poor boy. Especially because he's supposed to only be like, what, maybe 11? Let's see if the wiki has an age. Nope, the wiki does not have an age, it just has a height. Apparently he's only 2'11". He is quite little. But he's also clearly a child, so... I would say he has time to grow, but I know he's stuck this size forever. It's just meant to be for him. This is just what size he is. Oh, the starter music is playing the Winter Festival. Okay. Oh, hello, Choco Cat. If you could describe JoJo's in one word, what would it be? I feel like there's a very obvious one. I feel like it's bizarre. But if I were to pick a different word... I don't know. Give me a second, I'll think about it. How's everyone? I'm doing pretty good, personally. How about you? My friend Pasta had to step out for a little bit, but he will be back soon. The tier list has definitely been fun to work on. That much is sure. That's good to hear. Glad you're alright. Apparently the starter music stops after a little while if the page isn't active. But that's okay. It's not too loud, is it? It should be like very quiet in the background when we were doing testing stuff. I just got so into the list earlier I forgot to check to see if the music was even playing. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else I should move, but I think the list is looking pretty good. I don't want to make any major adjustments to that pasta here as well. Alright, how far does the list keep going? Oh boy, that's still... Oh boy, that is a pretty significant amount. Virtual reality? You mean I don't have a VR set now? It took me a second for me to remember what that is, because I've only seen the words VR for so many years now that I forgot that's what it stands for. Or not like forgot, but like my brain took a moment to recognize it. But yeah, I don't have any VR stuff. It seems cool, but... I know, I also get motion sick very quickly, and I've heard very mixed opinions on motion sickness with VR. Is that it either is non-existent, or just putting on the headset will make you sick. So, I'm a little cautious to do something, like buy a really expensive headset, and then discover very quickly that I am on the motion sick side. But if I got to try one out, I would be more willing to, if I got to try one out for free, then I'd be like, maybe this is worth investing in. I have heard about the settings and stuff. I'm just worried in general, with how extreme my motion sickness is, that it would... Because, like, I don't even get, like, nauseous. I just feel terrible. Like, I just feel like I'm going to collapse. So I'm worried, like, it would hit me so hard I wouldn't even have time to adjust the settings. Did the starting music stop again, or can I just not hear it? It's very hard to tell. No, it's still playing. Okay. I do hope it's actually audible. Let me see if I can hear it on my phone.
Ah.
Oh, hello.
Ah.
Are you good?
Hey. Yes.
Yes. Are you positive?
Um.
I'm gonna take that as a no.
JoJo. Excuse me.
Okay, yeah.
Good God.
The music is audible.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm back this time.
Nice.
With food and
Ooh,
drink.
Nice. That is very important. Especially because it's starting to get closer to, actually, no, it's kind of surpassed dinner time for you, hasn't it?
It's surpassed what?
Dinner time for you? Because I was going to say, it's getting close to
yes,
dinner time, and then I realized, oh wait, it's only a 3-hour difference. For some reason, I thought it was like 4 or 5. I'm over here just adding hours to time zones.
Yeah, I think I had a breakfast at 3.
Ooh, nice.
At 4, 3. And then I have not eaten since.
Ooh, that's fun. Oh yeah, I still have like half my
And
sandwich just sitting in the fridge.
Yeah, it is only 10 for me, but
That's still a bit of a late dinner, I would say.
yes, and it is something that I'm technically not supposed to be eating, but hey.
If it's there.
I didn't want to cook.
Yeah, might as well.
Goodbye, fish. Farewell.
Aw, see ya.
It was nice having you in chat.
Yeah. Alright, so I put Oingo and Boingo at the bottom of C because while I would like to give them higher, I do have to admit they don't really contribute much more to the story than Enya does. So I feel like by that logic, I can't reasonably put them anywhere too much higher. But I do really enjoy them.
I love them so much. I love their relationship as well.
Yeah, I love when siblings in JoJo actually feel like siblings.
Yeah. With our logic, though, them both being in C arguably means that they're higher, right?
True.
C plus C.
2 C's. I think that... I don't know if that reaches an A or an S. So, like, if we combine their 2 rankings here, technically they're higher than they're actually being shown. Which, that sounds about right.
Yeah, their relationship is about an S tier, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. How did this happen?
What?
How long has this been sitting here for? Oh my god.
What's going on?
My dad likes to buy me donuts even though I don't eat them very much. Which, whatever, I am happy that he does because it makes me feel loved. But he placed this one upside down, I guess.
Oh?
Hold on a second. I will show you the photo.
I'm so curious now.
I don't know how that happened.
Wow. I love the way she's looking at it. She's looking at the picture.
She's very judgmental of the array of snacks on my little table right now.
Shit, I might have gotten shown on screen for a second because I just realized it opened the picture in the tier list tab.
No, I'm gonna get doxxed now. Everyone knows I have a Minecraft lamp.
Everyone has now seen very faintly the cat. But actually, it might not have even gotten shown because I'm not seeing it. I can't tell if it's just because the stream is behind or if it just didn't actually show up. I can't tell. Oh well, I guess it's not like it was a super, like,
revealing
incriminating picture, yeah.
Oh god, everyone can see how pasty I am. The worst comes to worst. Everyone can see my fleshy hands.
Did you notice we have Funny Valentine in the chat, asking why Emperor is just there? Because yeah, we have all the stands, so that means there's a lot of very odd stands.
Funny Valentine, what are you doing here?
But We put Emperor as just there because the stand is a really cool stand, but it gets used about as you would expect a gun to be used in JoJo, aside from a couple little gags. Versus Whole Horse, he's up in B because we do really like him.
I think one of my favorite parts about this stream is having newer people coming in and asking why we placed certain things at certain spots.
Yeah, they're joining in and going, "What is happening here? What is this doing here?"
Uh-huh.
So yeah, ranking the characters separately from their stands is helping, like, diversify the layout a bit, I think. A little bit, because there is still a lot of stuff in the just there categories, but we still have a couple in D down here. We even have a part 3 stand in D. Look at that. We managed to put someone else in D. I forgot about that.
I do like seeing all of the random characters in random spots.
Yeah. It's really funny to be like...
It's weirdly satisfying.
Yeah. It's funny to be like, well, I like Hermit Purple more than I like Justice, but I like the Sun more than I like Hermit Purple, is like what this is showing. And that's a fun way to look at things. Alright, I did not rank their stands.
Oh, no.
Also, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce their stands because I don't know... I want to pronounce it the same way they say the stand's name in the little song, but I don't know if that's actually how they're pronounced, like, in English. So I've just decided I just don't say the names of their stands. So, this is the Boingo stand, as horrifying as this image might be.
Your universe is boring, so you came here?
Oh,
what?
gosh.
What do you mean you don't like getting... Oh, never mind, that's a spoiler.
Hey, I have the spoiler tag, I can put it up! If you want to talk about something.
One I want to say.
Here, I can put it up.
Oh, I can't even say... I was just gonna say it, but... It's... Oh. Hold on a second.
Do you want me to take the spoiler thing down?
My god. Oh, I didn't even notice you had it up, my bad.
Yeah. It's so easy to press.
Literally, I was just gonna say, what, it's not fun getting constantly drilled into the ground?
Yeah, you know what? That does not sound like the best activity. Alright, I'm removing the spoiler.
Oh my god, okay. Yes. My bad. I am switching tabs like crazy, and I realized that the other tab that I have open on the other YouTube thing, is not as caught up, so I didn't see the spoiler warning up, and I was like, what the heck? Why are you moving Manish Boy? And I realized very quickly, no.
That is a thing, unfortunately. That happens to me with the side of YouTube that I have. I have to keep clicking the live button, because it, for some reason, keeps, like, pausing the stream on my side. So if I don't click that, it'll just not be up to date.
For Funny Valentine, both of us are caught up fully on the manga. I'm just a couple of chapters behind for JoJo Lands.
Yeah. And while I am excited for you to read it, there's not really a lot to be spoiled right now. So...
I figured. I mean,
it is
I'm
getting
only,
interesting,
like, what,
though.
2-3 chapters behind?
There is, I think only 2, yeah. It does seem like a new arc is starting, though, so... But yeah, the reason this is the tier list, I made this last night. It is the ultimate JoJo tier list because it features over 450 characters, all the way up to part 9.
457, right?
I added a couple extra, so I don't remember what the exact number is at now. So it was 457, and then I added 3 or 4, but I don't remember the exact number. Yeah, I'm the one who's caught up on everything. He's just a little bit behind. But I'd say 2 chapters behind is not that significant.
No, the only reason why I'm so far quote-unquote so far behind is because I've been dealing with college.
Yeah, school's a little, it keeps getting in the way.
I had, like, 3 performances in my last few weeks of my last quarter?
Pretty much, yeah. Also, I just realized I put Oingo's stand at the top of Just There But Cool without saying anything. Do we want to put it at the top of Just There because it's the cooler morphing stand? Or do we want to put it in Just There But Cool?
I kind of want it to be in Just There But Cool.
That's fair. I would probably rank it a little higher than Holly's stand, then. because it's both horrifying but also cool how like completely accurate it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I like it more than Longins and Messina because they are entertaining to me.
I do, yeah. But I do think that the moments where he's Jotaro is really funny.
Yeah, but that's more so like Oingo's dialogue carrying those scenes because he's just so afraid. Like I think he
Right,
uses the stand
right.
well, like the way he realizes like, oh no, they're here. What do I do? So turning himself into Jotaro without like changing his hat or anything like that. That's very funny. That's a very funny use of his stand. But aside from that, it is mostly like Oingo himself, which is why he's ranked as high as he is.
Oh, sorry, I was throwing something for Jodio.
You're good. But yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable
She
place
likes
for
to
his
chase
stand.
things.
She likes what?
Yes. She likes me throwing small objects for her so that she can chase it
Aw,
and then bring it back to me. She plays fetch.
she likes to just pretend that she's hunting. Good for her.
She likes to pretend to be a dog.
Yeah. she's trying to be what she thinks she is all this time. Alright. I would be willing
Yeah.
to rank the book a lot higher because I think the book essentially I kinda like that. And also the art style is so concerning. Don't know why everybody looks like that, but I like that everyone is consistently horrible.
You hate Diego? We aren't getting into this yet. We're not talking about part 7 yet. When
Yeah.
we start talking about part 7, then I'll get into Diego. Because I love Diego.
He's so fun. Oh man.
I like Scary Monsters Diego. I should
Yeah.
clarify.
That's a cool one.
That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, no, that's like one of the, he's so known for that if you have looked up almost anything about JoJo, you have figured out that happens because it is
Yeah,
debatedly the most talked about part of all of part 7.
yeah.
Just because it gets so
Even I
mean.
knew that,
Yeah.
and I was so good at avoiding spoilers.
It doesn't help that it happens so early. Like it's in the first like 20 something
Mm.
chapters, I believe.
Mm.
All right.
Right, we're still trying to figure out a spot for this.
Yes, Boingo stand. I kind of like it for it's. I know Hermit Purple and Boingo stand do two different things, but they both feel more like supernatural than a lot of the other stands do. If that makes sense. I know they're all ghosts,
Yes.
but like when it comes to like supernatural, like out of your handsness, these two stands feel like a lot of that. Because Hermit Purple can only tell you stuff that like basically already exists. And that's kind of similar to how this stand works, too. So I would still rank it lower than
yeah.
Hanged Man, because, I don't know, I just really liked Hanged Man's design. But I also do really like this stand and how it works. The way showing the future in the form of a comic book with one of the most concerning art styles I've ever seen is a really fun, like, comedic gag, I think.
It is absolutely. I love how serious they both are about it at first as well, and then they immediately crack.
Yeah.
They're like showing off these horrific events that are about to happen, and then, like less than 30 episodes later, they're both in the hospital somehow.
Yep. Oh, I love it. I also like that at one point, this is, I believe only mentioned in a Thus Spoke, like, little author's note at the beginning of the chapter. And when I say author's note, I mean an author's note from Rohan. Of him saying that he read this book, talking about Boingo's book, saying that he thinks the guy's got talent, he can't wait to see more from him. And I think that's a really funny in-universe little thing to be like, yeah, Rohan's seen these books. Like, there's potential that Boingo has become, like, a comic artist as he's aged.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think that's a pretty funny idea for him.
Man, the alt universe is not for you, yet you've chosen Funny Valentine as your name.
Yeah.
But I do agree with your spot for the book. Sorry, I'm.
No, you're good. I assumed you were in agreement because you weren't fighting me on it. So you
Yes.
you seemed like you were like, yeah, that's
See,
good.
When people in chat are talking about JoJo, it's easier to get distracted because that's what we're talking about.
When you're not being quizzed for math questions, yeah.
What my favorite personality trait is and what 21 times 40,000 is, I don't know.
Yeah, I swear they were just hitting random buttons on the keyboard. That's why I stopped reading them, because I was like, this is just a series of random numbers. I don't even know what is going on here. Alright, also, we're on Anubis.
Honestly, I don't have a preference for either one of the universes, to be honest. I don't have a preference because I love so many characters from different versions.
They're so drastically different too. That like there's so much to like from one. And like you can dislike parts of like one, but then there's other things that you really like from it. Like it's very easy for that to happen for both. Just because of just how different they are. Like the fact that the stand arrow just does not exist in the other one. They're just like, nope, that's not how things work here. That's like very different from what we've just spent so many parts like getting used to.
Alright, we're on Anubis.
Yes.
I love Anubis.
He's so cool.
Low-key, I think he deserved better. I think he deserves a good stand user.
I mean, he's got a very similar like line of logic as Nadul does, because Dio freed him from a museum that he was in. So he was like, "Oh, finally, I can do something. This is awesome." So
yes,
honestly, it was just kind of just unfortunate, like who ended up being the one to rescue him. Because otherwise, I think he could have been a cool guy.
I wonder what would have happened if one of the Stardust Crusaders was the one who picked him up initially.
Yeah, if one of them found him, I bet he would have become like such a great like help. I bet he would have been like, yeah, I'll help you save Holly. Like no problem.
And becoming a main character would have been so cool.
I know. Although again, I think we are I think we might be biased towards stands without a user because we've done that.
Well, yes, but also hey, now look, okay.
I think, because I know that's like the exact line of logic we had while we were working on Orange Sky for the first time. We were like, wouldn't it be so cool if we had a stand without a user too, kind of like Anubis, as like the person to like explain things? And the way both of us immediately took to that idea so quickly, I think proves we might have a little bit of a bias towards Anubis here.
Well, it's cool. Like, it's a cool concept, and he's not like personality-wise, he's not bad, just desperate. Yeah,
he literally just wants to not be locked up anymore, which pretty reasonable. Like I feel like that's not an unreasonable goal.
His fate is more sad than yeah.
And the way he's like, oh no, I'm just gonna rust away down here, and he's begging every little sea creature there to help him out. Oh, the poor guy. I kind of want to rank him with by these guys.
Climate change, maybe the little pond, maybe it dried up.
The Nile?
Yeah, maybe it dried up.
I mean, maybe. I wouldn't be too surprised if that would have happened in the world of JoJo, and Araki thought to not comment on it. Like, there's so many things that happened that, yeah, I would not be too surprised if at some point he did just give us an update about Egypt being like, oh yeah, the Nile dried up 20 years ago. And it's like, huh?
You know,
and you didn't want to tell us?
With all the stuff that happened with Made in Heaven, I mean, it's not too outlandish.
I mean, canonically that had to have happened during it.
Exactly. Anubis had his moment of fresh air.
Just for a moment.
Yeah. Honestly, the bottom of C.
I was gonna say, do we want to put him any higher, or? Because like I could see an argument for him being higher than Oingo and Boingo, even though they do have a higher comedic factor. Because I just really like how you can analyze Anubis to be either a very silly character or a very serious one. And also, I have to point out, he got the closest to defeating Jotaro of all of the enemies that they fought leading up to Dio. Because that's what made Jotaro realize, maybe I can't win this. Maybe this is actually gonna be, like, a problem, and I might not be able to defeat my mom. Or not defeat my mom, save my mom. Like, defeat these enemies to save her. That's a very different sentence.
He takes her and comes home and just starts wailing on her.
I mean, some people seem to think that's how he is, so...
Honestly, I could see Anubis being an undermanaged boy, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, that's fair. Putting him a little bit above Geb. I can see that.
Yeah, because he's got a lot of personality, and while we may be biased, what's the point of us making a tier list if we weren't?
That's a very good point. Also, I did add both Chaka and Khan because I felt really bad for both of them. I was like, okay, I could just, because like as I was like downloading all the images, I was like, okay, I could very easily just skip right over these two. But they just kind of got used. I felt bad. Like this poor kid in particular, his entire life was just upturned in the worst way. Because like people probably think he's a murderer now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, like, I always think that when I rewatch it, like, even though I really enjoy- oh, my mouse keeps drifting, the points with, like, just Anubis on his own. It is a cool battle. I know it's just Anubis controlling him, but it was a cool battle. But also, every time I rewatch it, I just see that opening scene and I'm just like, oh, this poor kid.
I feel really, really bad for the kid too. But also, like, just generally before he even picked up the stand, because he was being bullied.
Yeah, everyone, he had like I'm pretty sure it was an abusive dad, and then like, I think it was his dad's, like, employee, like they worked together.
Yes, it was like a work environment, I recall.
Yeah. Because if I remember correctly, it was like his dad's, like, cow that they were trying to move somewhere on the farm, I think it was. Or something like that. Because I think, if I remember correctly, the sword slices through the cow without killing it. Because that's, like, the first hint at, like, oh yeah, this is just straight up a stand. Like, this is not...
Right.
This is not just some, like, cool magic sword, because those probably do exist in JoJo. But this one specifically is a stand. That's why he can choose what he phases through. Which I do think is a cool ability. I like that it's not just, like, a sword. It's a sword that can choose if it's going to hit something or not.
It kind of reminds me of, like, fire Pokemon logic.
What was that? You cut off a little bit.
Fire Pokemon logic.
Oh, how sometimes it doesn't burn, but sometimes it does?
Yes.
Yeah. That's reasonable, I think. I think Cam and I were talking about how, because humans are Pokemon, they just have a high fire resistance, so that's why it can burn them, but it just has to be really hot to burn. Because otherwise, no one would ever be able to... Otherwise, Rapidash would not be as nearly as iconic of a, like, steed as it is. Because otherwise, just no one would ever be able to use that thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It just feels like similar logic, I mean...
Yeah, I can see it. I feel like I kind of want to put him at the top of just there, just as an apology. Like, I don't think he does as much as a lot of the characters that are in the just their category, but it feels like he needs it. To be totally honest.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he deserves it.
And then Khan, he was just the barber.
Oh.
I did feel bad for him, too.
He also deserves... he deserves better.
Yeah. Because I feel bad for him, because Polnareff, like, told him, like, oh, could you put this away for me? Like, how do you tell someone to handle the sword you know possessed someone? Is like a weird sword that you're trying to take to the police. You're like, hey, I think something's up with this thing. Anyway, I better go to the barber first. And, like, I better tell him to hold on to it. Like, what? How many possible mistakes could Polnareff had made? Because I think he made all of them. Like, on the bright side, if I remember correctly, it is confirmed that Khan does survive. I think Chaco was left more up in the air with how badly he was beaten, where it's like, it's possible they used retire nicely for him, or he was, like, fine. Because I know there's a couple of times in part 3 where they say retired and it looks like that person's just dead. Because I'm pretty sure Mariah, as much as I like her appearance in Crazy Diamond's Demonic Heartbreak, she should not be alive. They say retired. That woman got crushed. She's dead. She
is still alive. I'm sorry. She is probably paralyzed from the neck down.
I don't know. They mentioned that, like, she goes to the hospital. I wouldn't be surprised if she just dies a couple days later, and that's why they say retired and not, like, killed.
Yeah. Like, the best case scenario for her is unfortunately probably not cognizant anymore.
Yeah, from the way they slammed her with cars and multiple other, like, incredibly heavy objects at a super high speed. You know, she's not
Severely
walking away from
damaged.
that the way that she does in the spin-off. In the spin-off, she's fine. It's like, it's literally it's the same time period as part 4, and she's just, I think, a housewife to Kenny G. I don't know what's going on with her. She's just there. I don't know if she has a job or what. I just know the Darbys are living in her basement, and Kenny G is the man of the house, I guess. It's a weird spin-off.
I really need to catch, like, I really need to read all the spin-offs.
This is just chapter 1, man. It's a very weird spin-off. You know, genuinely, it's... Chapter 1 is, like, a fun mixture of, like, Whole Horse genuinely has PTSD, and also, here's some updates on the other, part 3 villains. All of them are very afraid, but it's all very silly. Like, Whole Horse wears, like, 4 watches or something, and it's shown as a joke, but then he also says something about, like, I'm never gonna be late again like that one day. And I'm like, oh, he's haunted by that. That's, like, the 4 watches is a funny visual. And then he says something about, like, it never happening again, and I'm like, oh, this poor man. Like, it goes back and forth between, like, the comedic and, like, wow, these guys were, like, genuinely, like, their lives were ruined by Dio. Because that is, like, the overall theme of it, is, like, everyone dealing with Dio so many years later. Because, like, that's kind of, like, what's happening in part 4 as well. The fact that Dio still has a presence, even though he's been long gone.
Oh my god.
The spin-off is basically... Yeah, the spin-off is basically just, like, the same theme of, like, we're still dealing with Dio even though he's gone, but now we're dealing it in a more, like, how is this affecting them mentally way, as opposed to how are Dio's minions still out there way.
Yeah.
These are all characters who are all, like, they've all decided, like, no, he used us, he abused us, this was awful, I wish I had never worked for that man, like, it was awful. He charmed me, and then ruined my life. Like, it's kind of serious. Like, I really enjoy how funny it is, but there's a couple moments in it where I'm like, wow, this is actually, like, really dark. Like, it's the reason it's, like, my number 1 recommended of the spin-offs, because I do really enjoy the way it tackles everything.
Yeah. It's so sad, though, because even not in the spin-offs, but, Okuyasu's family...
Yeah.
...is such a good representation of that, in, like, pure canon.
I'm pretty sure that's probably, like, what part of the inspiration was, for, like, how, like, the minions were affected, essentially. Like, because, like, we know how, like, the Joestars, are dealing with everything. Because the answer is they're still dealing with it. Versus, his, like, employees, essentially, they don't have to worry about him anymore. They're not, like, cursed like the Joestars are. But they still have to live with everything he did to them. And I think that's a very interesting, like, plotline to develop.
Yeah, it's interesting because people don't typically think about it.
Yeah. Especially considering how many of these guys, like I said, probably just straight up died, and they're just being very polite by saying that they were tired. It's because they're trying to avoid giving JoJo too high of a kill count, because they're like, he's 17, man. We can't just say that he's outright murdering all these people. Because, like, a couple of them, I'm pretty sure the imposter captain, pretty sure that man just drowned. Like, he was knocked unconscious underwater and then just left there. Pretty sure that man's dead. Steely Dan, miracle if he's ever gonna walk again. Like, Devo is just straight up dead. They actually do acknowledge that. They question Polnareff and be like, what happened? There's, like, a dead, bellhop in your room, and also we found a corpse in this downstairs bathroom. Are you connected to that one somehow? We don't have proof, but it's really weird. Like...
Yeah. Didn't, Endel also die?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. They were trying not to make his kill count too high. It still exists, but they were trying to be, polite, I think. They're just like, no, he's not that bad of a murderer. There's just only a couple deaths. But also, they were still villains. And also, arguably, Nadul did it to himself because they were planning to, like, JoJo was planning to bring him back to interrogate him. And then he was like, no, actually.
It's just sad.
Yeah, it definitely says a lot for how much he admires Dio, that he refuses to let Hermit Purple read his mind.
Yeah.
Which I can kind of admire it, but it also just makes me sad that, like I said, Dio was just using those guys.
Yeah, it's not like they got, like, a raise.
Yeah, like, as far as I'm aware, they didn't get paid until they brought back the Joestars. Like, I don't
Must have been a hefty reward.
I know that's what Whole Horse mentioned. Something about, like, he's doing it just for the reward. So he's basically just a hitman for hire. But also, I remember him at one point considering, is this worth it? Is this worth it? But also, I don't think I can go against this guy because I don't know what, but he's got some sort of ability going on, and I don't want to deal with it. So I guess I'm still a hitman for hire.
The reward is probably something along the lines of rule the world with me, or immunity from when I rule the world.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you saw the size of that mansion he lives in. I'm willing to bet there's a room just full of treasure. Now,
oh, definitely.
Where he stole all of it from, don't know, but it's definitely worth a lot.
All of his victims?
Yeah, true. I mean, just from the sheer amount of women that he had in that building, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say all of the women that are on the ground, just everywhere.
The way it's like, I know he's not literally standing on a giant pile of them. They're on steps, so that way they're like lining the steps, and that's what makes it look like it's a giant pile. They're still lining the steps. There's still an entire outer layer that he's basically standing on that's covered in women. That's still a lot.
And that's only in that one shot, like...
Yeah, and we know he's been living there for a while.
Exactly. And like, there's no way he didn't collect this amount of stand users over the course of like a week. He got these over the course of months at least.
Polnareff was recruited a full year before he met everybody.
Yeah.
Dio had been preparing for a while to defend himself against the Joestars.
Hundreds of other people that he has lined his walls with before that.
Oh yeah, and he even had some in Japan, like Okuyasu's father.
Yeah,
like he had people all over, which is both impressive and a little terrifying.
I don't even remember why we started talking about this.
I don't remember who was. Oh, Mariah. Who was before Mariah?
Endel. We were talking about that.
Oh yes, okay. Technically, I think Alessi is actually before Mariah. But I know their fights happen at the exact same time, so I guess it doesn't really matter ultimately.
Right.
Because that's why everyone's so busy, because they can't go help each other because they're kind of dealing with something themselves.
I love when shows do that.
Yeah. And I love that Kakyoin missed all of it. He was busy recovering, so he got to miss the aging shenanigans and also the magnets and stuff. I like to think he had to be taken out for the magnet stuff because he would have told them, "Don't touch the outlets. What are you guys doing?"
Yeah, that's exactly what I was. He's too smart. Araki knew what he was doing, keeping him in the hospital.
Yeah, because he'd been shown to be too suspicious previously in the part. It would have been like, no, it would make no sense for him to... Because, like, Abdul, like, he's suspicious, but he's also, like, slightly careless. Like, he's almost a little too confident in himself. That, like, him touching the power outlet while he's trying to turn off the lift, that makes sense. Versus Kakyoin, I can't imagine a scenario where he would see some random power outlet pretty much anywhere and just touch it. Like, that doesn't seem in character for him. I mean, like, Joseph, it makes sense. I understand fully. He saw a random power outlet on a rock and was like, well, I gotta investigate. Like, that was very in character for him.
For sure. It doesn't help that, like, Kakyoin dealt with the whole, managed boy thing before this, where he is only gonna get more skeptical from there.
Yeah. Like, he's just too cautious. Everything makes him wonder, why is this happening? And that's not a good, thought process to have for an enemy stand with a bit of an unconventional, activation.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, he had to be taken out for the sake of the, story continuing for a little bit.
Is this a joke, or is this an actual question?
The lemons one? Yeah, I was about to get to that. Why do lemons bleed? I don't know what you mean by that.
Like, juice? Why do they juice? Or do you actually mean blood?
Yeah, because I was gonna say, if you've ever squeezed a lemon and you saw something red drip from it, it wasn't a lemon. I don't know what you had, but that wasn't a lemon.
Interesting.
Yeah. I've been hovering Mariah around the just there but cool category, just because I do really like her. I thought she was a fun villain. Yeah. But I don't know if I can rank her as high as the brothers?
I don't think so.
I do think she was really cool. She is, like, kind of underrated. As, like, I know we were talking all bad about her in ASBR earlier. It's specifically in that game that I don't really like her. She's just not fun to play as. But as a character, I do really like her.
It's not her character that we were complaining about.
Yeah. It's just...
Like, specifically.
It was just unfortunate that they decided to utilize her ability the way they did. Because, like... I don't know, it's just like the slow-moving electrical line. It's like, really? That's one of her abilities in this? Alright, man. If they had just had her straight up zapping people with her hands, I wouldn't care if she was just a knockoff Chili Pepper. I would have preferred that. I don't even care if they were just like, well, she doesn't do that in the manga. I'd be like, I don't care. It's cooler than what she's doing.
She's just, Akira squared.
Yeah. At least he actually does something. His stand is confusing, but at least I feel like I can actually do something with him.
Yeah,
even with the recharge stuff.
He's
like,
got something going for him.
Yeah.
I'm still confused about the lemon.
I was gonna say, saying okay does not clarify what...
An answer.
That doesn't answer, I think, anything, actually. I have no idea what your question was. I don't know why okay is your response to us asking what you mean. But, alright, I guess.
This isn't an insult, what I'm about to say, but, you know how occasionally I'll talk about, my dad responding to questions with okay?
Oh, yeah. And it's like, no, you need to say one of the two. It's a question.
It was a clarifying question, not a yes or no, and even if it was a yes or no, okay is not a yes or a no.
Yeah. Because it's like, I don't know, do you want me to assume you're saying okay to the first thing that I was asking? Because I would prefer it if you just said that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little confusing, but
okay.
Oh well.
Are we keeping Mariah at the top, or?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do we want to put the sun back at the top for the laughing factor, or do we think she's cooler than that? Because I'm a little torn.
For laughing factor, the fence scene, I think, is almost equivalent.
That is true. I just love the way Joseph is so... He's regretting, I think, every decision he's made in his life at that moment, which takes a lot for that man to do. He is not someone who feels regret that strongly very often.
He fully cheated on his wife, and that's what got him to regret.
Yeah. Like, oh,
God,
man.
That's so funny.
It is. I love the way he just starts crying as well. He's like, I can't stop, please, you have to help me, Abdul.
Yeah, no, I think, honestly, at the top is okay for her.
Yeah, because, like, it's not like we don't like the characters in Just There But Cool. We made this category specifically because we like them. So even though it feels kind of low because it's below C, it's still, like, it's not a bad ranking.
Yeah, we like all of the characters in C.
Yeah.
Or at least most. No, we like all of them, okay, at least.
There was, like, some sort of redeeming factor for every single character in here. Like, something we were like, yeah, that was cool. I could understand what was going on with them. Like, Enya feeling bad for her with Steely Dan. And also, like, if she wasn't an awful person, everything Polnareff did would have been just the worst.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that, like, you know, she was still a terrible person, so it just makes it more funny.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'm kind of liking how we have the setup so far. So, okay, her stand we have to go based off of creativity alone. I don't want to take into consideration the cat figure that they show at one point for it, because it is technically not the appearance of her stand, because it doesn't actually have a humanoid form like that. Because I think they just did that just to represent, like, the Egyptian gods, less so than the stands themselves.
Yeah.
I do like her stand. I think it's very creative that Araki came up with it. The idea of, like, the electrical outlet that she can just spawn into existence. I think that's a cool, like, idea.
Yeah.
But...
yeah.
I don't feel like she uses it super creatively. She kind of just activates it and then it just does things on its own. Like, putting it on the rock, that is a good way to get people to be curious, but it won't work on most characters who aren't Joseph Joestar.
Which isn't saying much.
Yeah. It's like, as smart as that man is, he is still fully willing to be like, mysterious object, I better go touch it. And that's not everybody, so...
Yeah, I don't know why touching it is his first thought when they've already dealt with things that come out of other things.
He's been ambushed
come out of nowhere.
Constantly. And this man is still like, that's weird, I better investigate. Like, why would...
Dude lost all of his survival instinct after defeating the Pillarmen.
Yeah, he was like, cool, the world's saved, and then just did not care anymore.
This is my grandson's problem.
Yeah. And boy, did that come back to haunt him. I don't know, I'd kind of be willing to put it, honestly, below Emperor, I think. Because, again, I do think it's a creative idea for an ability. But aside from activating, Mariah doesn't really do an awful lot with it. I guess there's the metal in her, bra, but, that was still her trying to think of a creative way to use the magnetism. Yeah. That's less, the stand. That's more just a side effect of the fact that her stand is just on.
Yeah, that was all her. The effect was her stand, but she was the one who thought of it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like I would put it below Emperor on the form of stands that just kind of they're a neat idea but don't really do much type. But it's still more than Jonathan's, so. Yeah,
and there's less gag with the stand itself than Emperor, so that makes sense.
Especially considering people only touch it twice. Abdul kind of on accident, partly just because he was just grabbing and I guess he probably missaw it for a second, but he grabbed it and then went, oh wait, that's the actual off button, and then hit that instead. Which is kind of understandable in how quickly he was trying to work, because poor Joseph thought he was about to die. Really wasn't though, but that's another story.
Yeah.
But, the two uses that she got, it was kind of smart to put it on the side of the wall, because that's a reasonable spot for the outlet to be. So it's a good way to trick the enemy into just accidentally touching it. But, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a higher chance of someone touching it than just placing it somewhere suspicious.
Yeah. Because if I saw an outlet on a stone, I would be like, I think I'm having a, mental breakdown, and I'm hallucinating, because what is that doing here? I would just immediately assume, oh, something's wrong. I need to go to a doctor. Yeah. Something is wrong. I don't know what I'm doing raising him so high up, as if he is going anywhere better than here.
What do you mean by you bit a lemon and it bled?
Yeah, I was waiting to ask about that.
I just saw it. The more that I'm getting context behind the initial question, the more confused I am.
That's fair. I do feel like I've heard this before. Something about you saying I bit the lemon and it bled. I got a lot of deja vu from that. I was like, wait, this has happened before. Why does this happen before? This shouldn't be a thing that I've heard.
Is this someone who's been in your streams before, or?
Yes, I do recognize the username. I just don't know if I'm remembering them saying it, or if I'm remembering I saw it somewhere else and someone said it. I don't know.
Right. Huh. That's wild.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, who do we have? Alessi?
Yeah.
Okay, Alessi, I think, deserves rock status, yeah.
Yeah. Just because I know people misunderstand his intentions, he's not into the kids, it's the exact opposite. He just hates them. He hates anyone, basically anyone. But he enjoys picking on the weak, and because kids are weak, that just means he enjoys that part of it. It's not the kids that are the focus, it's the weak part that is the focus. And that is about the amount of defending I'm going to do for him, because I do hate him. I just want to make sure we're hating on him for the right reasons, because I know a lot of people misunderstand his motivations behind, bullying the kids and stuff. It's because he just really enjoys picking on the weak, which is still awful.
Yeah, he's not creepy in the sense that I think that he's a creep towards kids. He's just creepy in the sense that he turns people into children. Yeah,
and it's that's... I do like the way it works in Heritage for the Future. I like being able to see, all the enemies and stuff as kids. I think it's cute. I especially like with Kakyoin, how he, he has the paintbrush back, and he drew a little face on Hierophant, and I think that's just adorable.
Right. Yeah, that's so cute.
Oh, I just bumped my mic. I like that he exists for, what he's brought with, the age shenanigans stuff. It's just the way he himself goes about it that I hate. And I feel like, unfortunately, I do have to lump the stand-in with him for that. Just because, like...
Yeah.
Like, I know, like, oh, people are turning into children or they're growing old is, like... Both of those are very common, like, power-type things. So it's not like it's a super creative ability. I think the shadow part of it is a cool ability. Like, I like that it has to touch his shadow, and the longer you touch his shadow, the younger you get. So I'm gonna rank his stand above him, because I do kind of like that it's a neat take on the, like... reverse aging thing, because I know there's been different forms of media that have had like, oh, these characters are children for some reason, we have to learn a lesson and fix their age and stuff. I don't know why that's a weirdly common theme in like cartoons and stuff, but
yeah, it is. I think his stand, I prefer his stand over him, and I do like the design, I must admit.
Yeah, I like how like giant the eyes are. It's very good at being very off-putting.
Yes, and it's also really good at just being terrifying in general because shadows are so hard to avoid.
Yeah, like Polnareff even jumps out of the way, and that doesn't do anything about it. He had like a second to react before he was like, oh, this guy is an enemy. And then he still dodged, but because he didn't dodge quite quickly enough, he was turned into what, like a 10-year-old? Like, he was made so young, and then he just kept getting younger and younger. Like, it's crazy how fast it is.
Yeah.
And then, alright.
I will say, though, the whole end of the episode where, Polnareff was like, you don't remember anything to Jotaro when it took Polnareff so long to lose his memories.
Yeah.
I never understood that.
I don't know.
Because he had so little hope that Jotaro would remember anything. And I understand Jotaro not remembering his stand because he's too young to have it. But also, he's not gonna forget his entire life in an instant when it took you all day.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely remembered a lot, because I know he mentioned... He said something... Didn't he say something about not needing a stand to beat him?
Yes, I'm calling Polnareff stupid.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just true in general. The poor man. Yeah. But yeah, there is some weird interactions in this whole fight. I do like the tag team beat up against him at the end.
Yes.
Because I like that Jotaro is plain faced but Star smiles. It's another one of those moments where it's like, oh, he is enjoying this. But yeah, oh, I do like with this girl Melina, I believe her name is. She's the one who helps Polnareff. She's like, oh, this poor kid. Why are you alone out here?
Right.
She then ends up getting roped into it and being turned into... I don't even think she was an infant. She was like a fetus meant to still be in the womb, right? She was something like really tiny, like to the point where Polnareff was like, "Oh, if I don't work within the next like minute, she's dead." Like Yeah, like something like just wild that his stand can do that to someone. Like it reverses age so far that it can essentially put you back to before you were like even properly a thing. He can just erase you from existence. Like that's just wild.
Would you turn into a sperm or an egg or both?
I think you would turn into whatever happens like immediately when they collide, and then like you would just then it would just stop there. It would just be like, well, they're gone, I guess.
Okay, that does make sense.
Yeah, it would just be like, all right, well, this was the last trace of this person existing, so it just kind of like blips out of existence. It's like, well, they're both gone now. That's there's no more.
So far you turn. Yeah, you regress so far you turn both of your parents.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh,
it's just awful. An infinite regress.
Oh no. He can take out family lines.
That's how you destroy the Joestar bloodline?
I was gonna say,
oh god.
That's the real reason Dio hired this guy. He was like, oh neat. So you can just like keep going with this? Cool.
If that were the case, what would happen to Dio's body?
See, they tried to acknowledge that inheritance for the future. Instead, Dio stops time right before it hits him, and he sends out Nukusaku instead. So the answer is Dio would just simply work his absolute hardest to not get hit by this stand, so there is no way to answer the question. He's just like,
Dang.
nope, not happening. I'm not getting hit with that thing. It doesn't matter, like, even if time stop, because I know you can't use it consecutively, even if it's a moment where he can't consecutively use time stop, he would temporarily gain the ability to avoid this stand.
That's so funny. I didn't know I was asking a question that's been answered.
You know, they answered it, like, literally, like, 20 years ago? No, more than 20 years ago, because it came out in the late 90s. In Heritage for the Future, where they were like, what about Dio? And one of the other developers was like, come on. It's Dio. He's not letting that happen. Because, like, they were like, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure one of the, like, people working on the game was like, well, Dio's, like, 2 bodies. Like, what would happen with him? Would he turn back into, like, his pre-vampire form? Or, like, does it, like, not work on vampires? How would that happen? And then someone else had to, like, put their hand on their shoulder and say, it's not gonna happen. He's not getting hit with the stand to begin with. He would just send out someone else to suffer in his place. And it's like, yeah, you know what? That does sound like Dio.
Absolutely. He has so much he has more determination not to lose his body than he does not to die.
Yeah, that sounds right. He's a very, unique man. Also, I put Melina at the end of just there, because I wouldn't say she's boring. She was a sweet woman, and I did like that she was just trying to help this poor random kid. It was just Polnareff who was being kind of creepy, but that's because he still had the adult mind at that point.
He tried to be creepy and it didn't work.
Yeah. I liked that she was so willing to help some random strange little kid. And it's also really funny to me that she saw him grown up and went, something feels familiar about you, as if she didn't just see the exact same person, just 5 feet shorter. Like,
I would have assumed that it was his older brother or something.
Still, it's the way she didn't even say anything. The way she was just like, something feels familiar about this guy. And then he was still wearing the earrings as well, and if I remember correctly, she, like, picked up one of the earrings, and she was like, oh, this. Like, she should recognize, at the very least, the very specific earrings. But no, she's just like, I guess I'm just gonna walk away. And Polnareff chooses to let her do that because he's like, no, she was sweet, and we could have something, but I don't want to get her killed because I did just see her as a fetus that should not even have been outside of the womb at this point. Like, she deserves better.
God, that's so... It's horrible.
It's such an awful reason to say she deserves better. Not even because you just have low self-esteem, but just to say, no, someone's gonna kill her if I get together with her, so I'm gonna leave her be. She deserves a happy life. Like, that's horrible.
The things that Polnareff and Jotaro had to sacrifice in order not to kill loved ones is so sad.
It really is.
Like, specifically the 2 of them. Just because they're the, the only... Yeah.
Yeah. They just keep making so many sacrifices. And it's like, man, Araki, can you stop asking things of them, please? I would appreciate it.
Well, welcome back. I'm still confused about the lemon, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, saying you were hungry, so you bit it and it bled. It didn't answer the question of, what did it bleed? Was it just lemon juice, or was it blood? Because I'm very curious to know.
I have a feeling... If it was blood, maybe you accidentally bit into, like, a fertilized egg.
Yeah. I could see that being... Like, I've seen some pretty big eggs. I could see an egg getting too lemon-sized.
Yeah. A lemon-colored egg, maybe not so much.
Well, if it was starting to get a little rotten, it would start turning pretty yellow. It wouldn't be good. It would be awful to eat. Just picturing someone putting that in their mouth is terrible, but it could happen.
Blood and lemon juice.
Ooh.
Man, can I know where you got this lemon from? I would like to know what kind of lemon is this?
Yeah, what lemon bleeds?
See, I can't tell if you're being, like, I can't tell if you're joking and you're, like, screwing with us, or if there is actually some kind of bizarre red lemon out there that actually has red juice.
Yeah. Alright, where are we putting Darby?
Darby! First
one, yeah. It's funny, I always just call the first one Darby, but the second one I actually call him Terrence. I don't know why the second one gets first name basis, and the first one, he has actually the easier to say name. His name's just Daniel. but for some reason, this one's just Darby. Versus the other one, who also just calls himself Darby. I still refer to him as his first name as, like, my first instinct. Unless I'm talking about both of them, and then I'll just say the Darbys. But when I'm, like, talking about them on their own, I'm like, oh yeah, Terrence, he was pretty cool. But then everyone's always like, who's Terrence? And I'm like, oh, right. You might know him as Darby.
I think that was my first reaction when you referred to him on a first name basis.
Yeah.
And then after the first time, I've just kind of, I don't notice anymore.
Yeah. It's because I don't know why I talk about these guys so much, but I do. But they're fascinating characters to me.
I do like them a lot. I like them a lot. But older Darby, Mr. Dan, his episode is so boring.
Really? I think it's, like, one of the most intense in JoJo. Like...
Really?
Like, it's because, like, the stakes are so high because this seems like an enemy who could genuinely wipe out the whole team just because he managed to out-trick Joseph. And that's a very hard-to-do task. So I think that because of that, it's one of the higher-stakes episodes.
It is a high-stake episode, and I agree. It's just the fact that it's a sit-down episode, I think.
I don't know. I've rewatched the episode a lot, because I really enjoy watching it, even after, like, I know the conclusion. I think it's just because we get to hear so much of Darby's inner monologue. I really enjoy it.
I think that's why I don't.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, to me, it did feel intense in the way that, like, oh god, this is such high stakes, oh my god, but the problem is that it's just, like, I liked the end of the battle, like, near the end when things start to pick up in intensity when, Jotaro starts using his poker face.
Yeah.
Quote-unquote poker face.
When he stops, he just decides to give up.
Yeah. I don't know, I wasn't interested in the episode the first time I watched it, and now whenever I rewatch it, I either, like, goof off or I skip it.
Interesting. This is one of the ones where every time I've rewatched part 3, I'm, like, captivated the entire time. Like, this is one where, like, I get glued to the screen.
That's bonkers. I wasn't expecting us to differ so much for that episode specifically.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I really like the JoJo fights where it's not a traditional fight, because, like, I know there's a couple of those, like the beetle in 8 is very iconic, but
yeah,
like, this is, like, not the first of those, I don't think, but I think it might be the most iconic in the whole series of it being a fight that's not a fight. Debatably, the other Darby's more iconic just because of the memes that came from it. I would say the Red Dragons and all that stuff, the pronunciations are maybe more well known, but I feel like the way Jotaro bluffs the way he does is very iconic. Like, that's very, very well known a moment through the series.
Yeah,
like, we're like, I've seen that get referenced in other media as well, and I know that was one of the highest praised parts from the OVA. Because I remember I've seen a lot of comments on, like, how well done Darby is in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen specifically, like, either short clips or I've just seen the art from the OVA so much of Darby.
It helps because he looks like the OVA doesn't make a lot of drastic changes to the art style, but it does still have its own art style separate from the regular manga, versus I feel like Darby is probably the closest to looking like his manga counterpart. Like, he looks the most, like, lifted from the pages. And I do love the OVA's art style. It's very, like, it's wild how it's so similar to just the straight-up manga's art style, while still having its own look to it. Like, Polnareff in the OVA almost doesn't look like Polnareff, like, at all. Like, in every other form of media that Polnareff's in, the OVA looks so different to me. But at the same time, I'm still like, that's still Polnareff. Like, it still looks great. That's still the guy I know to be. But it's just wild, like, the changes they made, like, the littlest changes. It's wild.
Yeah. I still need to get around to watching the OVA. I own the CD for, what is it, the latter half of it that was done first?
Yeah, they did Journey to Egypt first, because that was the most popular part of part 3. It always has been.
Yeah. So,
or Battle to Egypt.
I think I have.
I think I might have said Journey, but yeah, the battle in Egypt was the most popular section of Part 3. Pretty much immediately, as soon as that started, like people got hooked so quick.
Yeah. I don't remember specifically which. I think I have the first half of it, maybe.
I know, it's kind of wild.
Done,
it was made 7 years apart, 93 versus 2000.
Like, that's literally, insane.
It's the entirety difference of, like, they started it during Part 4 and ended it during Part 6. Like, that's...
Good God.
Yeah, it's quite the time frame reference. Like, it's wild. It's really good, though. I do like that they also kept the art style consistent as well. Even as, they picked it up so many years later.
Yeah. Where were we?
We were at Darby. He's at the bottom of C right now, because I'm a little torn. I kind of like him more than, I would say, Steely Dan. I'm torn between him and Santana, but I feel like I do really enjoy the Darby episodes. And I think him as a character, he is a very fun character. He's so confident. His stand is really cool. Like, it's not specifically like poker. It's just any bet that you make with him, he can steal your soul. Like, I do really like that.
I really do. Yeah, I love how similar both of their stands are.
Yeah.
I'd say hold on.
Are you feeling higher or lower whenever you get back?
I mean, that around there is okay. You like him more than I do, so you have free reign.
I mean, I still want to make sure we're getting your opinion on this.
Huh?
I still want to make sure I'm making sure that your opinion is being included in this.
Oh, yeah. It's not that I hate him, though. It's just like I'm fairly neutral about him, in general. So I don't have like particularly strong feelings whether I really like him or really don't like him. I think he's a cool character and I really like his abilities and stuff.
Yeah.
I do prefer Terrence, though.
That is fair. I do prefer his brother to him, primarily because of one almost throwaway line that the two brothers hate each other. Because Daniel here, who, might I remind, is 10 years older than Terrence, who we know is 21.
Yeah.
Previously, when Terrence was, I believe, 15 or 16, as I think he says like 5 years ago, his brother tried to steal his girlfriend from him. Which is, one, it's kind of funny that he beat him up, because like, he's using this to say, like, as a reference, like, I am stronger than my brother. I beat him up when he like 5 years ago he tried to steal my girlfriend, and I won that fight. But important context is remembering he's 21. 5 years ago, he would have been 16. Daniel would have been in his mid-20s trying to date essentially a high schooler. That's a little weird. That's not quite right.
That's so gross.
Yeah, that's like a pretty significant, like, age gap. That's mid-20s versus still starting, like, to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah. Like, even if... Ew, no, man.
Yeah, it's really gross. He almost says it like it's almost a throwaway line, mentioning that his brother is like 10 years older than him, but it completely recontextualizes the fact that his brother was hitting on his girlfriend. Because otherwise, just like, oh, that's kind of funny. But then it's like, oh, Darby, why? Why would you do that?
What was he trying to gain from that?
I feel like it might have been a thing, because we know the brothers don't like each other. I feel like he might have genuinely not cared about the girl, and was just doing it because he wanted to mess with his brother, and was like, I bet I could win her heart, and get her attention away from him. And then he got beaten to a pulp, and he was like, alright, never mind, forgot he was stronger than me, and just decided to just stop interacting.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. But, like, still, going as far as to flirt with, a teenager is so gross.
Yeah, it really is. Like, we already knew he was a very, like, I'd say scummy guy, if that feels appropriate. Yeah. Like, he's awful. He's got an entire book just full of people's souls, and he remembers the exact moment he won all of them. Like, he's a little messed up.
How did he get away with that without being, like, questioned by the police?
Apparently he's been at every single, like, casino in Vegas. And I'm going to assume he's been kicked out of half of them. Because surely someone was like, hey, that person that you were gambling with never returned to their room. You were the last person gambling with them. We have security footage of you at the table, and suddenly they just weren't at the table anymore. What did you do? We don't know how, but clearly you did something.
Well, I mean, I guess there was never enough, like, proof to do anything with it.
I guess, but, like, if he's spotted as the last person with so many missing people, surely someone at some point is gonna be like, we gotta take him in, right? Like, we gotta find something.
So. Dude, he'd probably just gamble with the people inside of a jail cell.
Yeah, honestly. He'd be like, hey, I bet you that, like, drop of water is gonna land faster than another drop of water. And then there he goes. He just has their soul now. Like, just the most random stuff. And you know what? He'd be so happy, too. He'd be like, ha, nice. Like...
And, like, imagine a police officer's like, yeah, no. And he goes, I bet you're gonna arrest me now. You're gonna try to arrest me.
Oh, no. And, of course, the cop would be like, that's a weird thing to say, but yeah. And then not even realize what they just walked into.
Yeah. The easiest way to win a fight. Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
Also, I do kind of want to rank his stand in above just there, but in just there but cool, because I love the sound effects.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool stand, the way it's like winning a bet and he can just take your soul, and the way he like grabs the soul with his little fingers, like it's a cool stand. It's also a little too awkward for me to rank it too much higher than this, but I could be talked into above Empress because she's also kind of uncomfortable. But I do like Osiris. That is a cool stand.
I think that seems like a fair spot, to be honest, because most of the Darby stuff is just Darby himself rather than the stand.
Like if they hadn't given his stand like super cool sound effects, I probably wouldn't like it as much. But I do also like the way they show the pulling out the stand of the soul, rather. Like, it's very entertaining to me, like seeing Polnareff's soul being like, huh, what's happening? Before getting turned into a little chip. Oh boy, the demon bird. We're on Pet Shop.
I hate Pet Shop so bad.
I was gonna say, do we want to put Pet Shop in a just there? Because he is technically, like, the guardian of the mansion. But also, because like that feels like it's undervaluing what his like role is. But also, I just really don't like how cruel this bird is. This bird's like, it's got like human level like intelligence, which means he understands morals. He's doing this just because he wants to.
Low-key, I think he deserves to be launched into space.
I could see that. I think that's fairly reasonable.
He killed dogs just to be petty.
Literally. Like, obviously those dogs were not stand users. They were not about to go report Dio's location to anybody. He was just mad someone was in his area.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to be that petty. And that poor kid.
I know! That kid, oh. He makes me so sad every time. I remember the names of the dogs too, Chibi and Butch. Just because of the way he cries for them.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Alright, what about the stand?
Oh my god.
I'm struggling to remember the name of the stand.
We are almost in part 4.
We're so close, yeah. I'm realizing I've forgotten the name of Pet Shop stand.
I don't know. I skip that arc when I rewatch it.
That's fair. I haven't watched it in a while either.
Yeah. I watched
Horace,
it in full for the first time because my sister and I skipped most of it the first time we watched it, I think.
Fair.
Because it was just horrific and we didn't want to watch it.
Yeah, it's like they're just trying to emphasize a little too much how horrific the bird is, and I'm like, I think I got it. We can stop looking at corpses. We can move on.
Yeah. And watching Iggy get absolutely beat down is so sad.
And the way it like lingers on him being like, oh no, what do I do next? For so long after every single like thing. It's like, man, this is a lot sadder than when, like, Polnareff is running around trying to figure out what to do. And even then it's sad.
Yeah.
Like, Polnareff, like, shielding his injuries and running around, it's like, oh, that's sad. Iggy doing it, instant heartbreak.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, do we want to rank his stand with him? Are we going to put those two and two?
I might as
Because
well.
I
Yeah.
must say I do like just how messed up his stand looks. I don't know why Araki made it look like that, because I think we only see it like once. But
I
it
think
is a
it's
very interesting
funny.
design.
Yeah, I think it's interesting having characters that like animal characters that have stands like that specifically
Yeah.
because like Iggy's stand he can make anything with, and Mr. Orangutan over there is a little bit different, but he
Yeah.
actually has like a personification of his stand.
Yeah, his is like an actual like thing. I can't tell if
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a bird's head on a spine or what, but it's cool.
yeah, it's freaky.
Yeah. And I like that it fits just how horrifying like everything about Pet Shop is.
Uh-huh.
Like it's a very accurate like personification of Pet Shop. Which I mean, that's what stands are,
Yeah.
so good job. I can give him credit for that, but I'm still gonna launch him into space.
Yes, yeah. Now
All right.
Terrence.
Yes, where are we
I
gonna put
love
this man?
Terrence.
I do really like him. I
Um,
like that he
I
almost
almost feel
feels
like he,
reluctant. Like he's still there because he's like, yeah, I'm like the butler. Like this is Dio's number one butler right here, which is really funny to look at
yeah.
his earrings and stuff. When saying that, um, but
I'm
like,
thinking honestly, like B. We haven't had someone in B in a while.
oh, that's true. Yeah, we haven't had anybody since No Duel. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
reasonable. Honestly, I'd kind of put him a little higher than Death 13, just
I
because for
agree.
this reason. He's the only break we get from the horrors that happened during the finale of Part 3.
Right.
Everything
Yeah,
that
because
happens with
he's
him,
the launch.
yeah, everything that happens with him is so cheerful in comparison. And we almost lost Kakyoin during that battle, so that tells you just how
Yeah.
stressful everything else is.
Yeah, which just makes it so funny when the simple no and yes is what won them the battle.
I know.
Um because
Oh, I love it.
Jotaro wasn't lying, and
He
I think that's the
wasn't.
funniest part.
And the way it was throwing him off so much, the way this man is slowly going insane during the battle trying to figure out what's going on. Like they literally just
Yeah,
use the opponent's like own mind against himself, and I love that. It's a great way,
yeah.
a great way to handle an enemy like this when he's clearly intelligent enough to like he's planned how he was gonna like defeat you guys for a while now. Like I love that.
Uh-huh.
Also, he does
I
have a sillier
yeah.
design than his brother. Like
He
regular
does.
Darby looks like he could like aside from the like stuff on the side of his face, which I still don't know what it's called. The wiki describes it as a tattoo. I don't know if that's what it is, but just because that's a really weird place to have a tattoo like that, it looks incredibly painful. Um, but
It just looks like metal
yeah, it looks like that it's got like some metal like on their faces.
implants. Yeah.
But like if I remember correctly, the wiki describes it as like a tattoo, and I'm like, wow, a fully shaded like tattoo all the way down, like from your cheek, the top of your cheekbone down to your jaw. Painful. I hope it was worth it. Um,
Yeah, and that's also a bit confusing because if they hate each other, then why do they have matching tattoos?
exactly. Like I think when they showed the flashbacks, they showed them as like shadowy outlines of themselves, so you can't see if they have the tattoos there. But I'm very
Yeah.
curious if they would. Like, because I know there are some strange birthmarks in JoJo. But there's
Mhm.
also just a lot of weird scars in JoJo, and I don't know. Maybe they're supposed to be birthmarks. Maybe it's scars. I couldn't tell you. I would love to know
Yeah,
the
I just
answer
thought they
though.
were like I honestly this entire time just kind of figured that it was like metal implants.
Yeah, see, that sounds about in line with how a lot of JoJo characters are designed.
Yeah. It doesn't seem outlandish.
It really doesn't. But yeah, I do really like how almost joyful this episode is in comparison to the ones before it and after it. Because if I remember correctly, the episode where he gets defeated, is the very beginning of the Vanilla Ice fight. So it's a real tonal
Yeah.
whiplash right there. Like you take it from
Yeah.
one emotion directly to the other with like maybe 5 minutes in between. Maybe.
Abdul being immediately targeted.
I know the way he was like the number one person to focus on, which makes sense. He was the most experienced stand user, but that doesn't make my heart feel any better about what happened.
Yeah, the instant is so.
Polnareff trying to be like,
Ugh.
clearly, what I think happened isn't what happened. There's something more logical going on, right? No,
Yeah, yeah.
it's just it sucks. Also, do we want to rank the two brother stands next to each other because they are essentially the same stand? Just one is a little more horrifying to look at.
I think that Terrence is a little bit higher because the entire like atmosphere.
Well, no, he wasn't doing that. He didn't do the atmosphere. The atmosphere was Kenny G. Like the room that they were in,
Right.
that was entirely
Right.
Kenny G. The only thing he did was put the souls in the doll. So it's essentially the same thing as turning the souls into the chips. It's just I think Terrence just looks cooler.
I do like the dolls.
Yeah. I mean, I think the dolls are like a cooler way to display, as horrifying as it is, all those things that you've collected, versus the poker chips. Like, I think the poker chips are easier to carry, but like clearly you're going for style with this method, and I feel like the style is better portrayed with the dolls.
God, I keep forgetting that Kenny G even exists.
Oh, he's coming up. He's actually he's next.
Yeah. He doesn't really other than that, he doesn't really do much.
He makes the mansion look a lot cooler. He's the reason the mansion looks as sprawling as it is. It's very huge, but he's the reason they keep getting like lost, or why they're he's the reason like it looks like Darby, or rather Terrence looks like he's floating. Like, because he's just it's all just an illusion. It's the reason it looks like he's floating, why they get sucked into a wormhole, why the room looks like they're just in a beach. He does all of that. It's just not as explicitly stated as a lot of other JoJo characters, like what their stands are, being like, oh, he must have been doing this. I think they just say like, oh, look, the column's cleared up, so it looks less like a maze, and that's like the extent of explaining his ability, because they're like, oh, Iggy took care of him, and then they just move on. They're just like, all right, well, he's gone. We don't have to care anymore.
Yeah. That being said, he is just there, isn't he?
Yeah. I'd probably rank him kind of low. I would rank the stand higher than him because it does look really cool. I'd rank him around like Judgment, just because like I feel like I have to give him a little bit of credit for doing it, like everything, but I want to rank his stand higher for like visually just being cool.
Yes.
I would still rank it below the two Darbys though, just because it doesn't have a humanoid form. But at least the visuals it creates are just gorgeous. That room looked incredible that they were in. Like, and it was just a wine cellar. Yeah. Like, that was a very normal room, but they had no idea until after his defeat. That's another subtle part of how they show that's what Kenny G Stan was doing, because everything like clears up as they're leaving. They're like, huh, we're just in a regular room.
Right. God, I feel like
it's almost too subtle.
So long since I've seen that.
Yeah. I know Araki regrets using his Kenny G reference on this guy. I think if I remember correctly, he said if he had thought about it more, he would have named a more important character after Kenny G. And I think that's a really funny like way to look back on the series and be like, man, I could have named someone cool after this guy, and instead I named a character that we never really see. The only time he shows up is when he screams and then dies.
Which is so funny because he had no problems renaming Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah. But I think that was because like one of his editors had to point it out and be like, hey, you did this already. So then he was like, oh, okay, I'll change it. But without stuff like, without an outside source, he's not going to change the names, apparently.
All right. Well, he's got an entire other universe he can use.
True, we might see the return of Kenny G one of these days.
If he regrets it so much, he should just write Kenny G.
Apparently he can't regret it too bad, because otherwise I think he probably would have used at least, like, if not a horse, a stand in Part 7, named after Kenny G, but I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I know he named, was it, I don't know, I can't remember if it was a horse or a rider after Kanye, which is just really funny to me. Because I know it was written when Kanye was, like, way more popular. But like now it's just like,
Yeah.
wow, that's so funny that this guy is just in the Steel Ball Run race.
God, there's seeing the more modern names in JoJo is just so funny. Like,
Really is.
like him basing a character off of Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah. I love that it was really funny before Part 9 came out. They Araki had an interview. It was like right after Part 8 ended, and it was one of the questions was like, "Oh, what kind of music have you been listening to?" And he mentioned Bruno Mars and Billie Eilish. And I read that and I was like, I'm gonna lose my mind if a Bruno Mars song is the main character stand in Part 9. I will not know how to comprehend such a modern reference. Like,
Yeah.
they already have referenced modern songs and stuff in Part 9. But if instead of, like, the names that we have, if it was just straight up, like, I've forgotten every song Bruno Mars has ever sang, but something by that man, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah.
Like, Billie Eilish would have been worse, because she's even more recent, because at least Bruno Mars has been, like, singing for a while now.
Yeah.
Billie Eilish is considerably more recent.
Yeah, like, Bruno Mars is still considered, like, a classic.
Yeah, because he has been performing, I believe, since the early 2000s. He could have been.
Yeah.
He could have been performing for even longer. I don't know. I just know he was like. My dad's a big fan of him, so I know he shows up in a lot of like background tracks before he started getting really famous, as like a guest star for a lot of songs that got popular, and then he on his own started to get more famous and stuff. So now he's like a huge star. But
God,
like
Bruno Mars must be like dad rock, because my dad also really likes Bruno Mars.
Yeah, it's because like I said, he started to like become more popular sometime in the early 2000s. Not like early, but like mid or so. So that's like the perfect time frame for essentially fathers right now to have listened to him when he was like up and coming.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's very
Oh my god.
it's very funny timing. Also, Nukusaku, do we care about him?
Gremlin Man, no, I do not care about him.
We putting him below D, or
the only
how does he rank against the guys in D then?
At least below Doobie, because I think Doobie is funny, and this little guy hasn't really done much aside from look funny.
I guess I'll put him above Mark, because at least he does try to do something. Mark runs away.
I knew his name was Mark. God, I'm so mad. I was gonna call him Marker earlier, but I was like, no, his name might not be Mark, and then I'm gonna feel stupid.
I remember it's Mark, because if I remember correctly, the Attack on Titan character, Marcus, he shares a voice actor with him. And they also share a similar fate, which is really funny to me, because they took place around the same time when he was doing those roles.
Right. But that's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know why this man was being typecast for a very oddly specific type of character, but yeah, I would put him above him because at least he tried to do something, and we get the cheesiest line from Jotaro out of that fight with the "we're friends of justice" thing, because you know he thought he sounded awesome saying that. He I think he even smiles while saying that one. That's one of the few one-liners where he smiles while saying it.
God, I love Jotaro's one-liners. They're so charming.
They're so good.
He's such a dork.
He is.
Everyone always glosses over him being so dorky.
He is literally a nerd. He is studying starfish while hunting a serial killer. That is his relaxation time while chasing a serial killer.
He really he went to Morio to help a family member that didn't know that was family, and then ended up chasing a serial killer, only to get a thesis on a starfish.
Yep.
What does that mean?
It means he's got a very one-track mind. Oh, I love in the first episode of Part 4, everything that happens with the turtle. The comment that he makes when the turtle gets thrown, he's I think the reason he walks away is because he's mad after seeing the turtle get hurt. He's just like, oh, this poor turtle. I can't believe these kids. They're so annoying. So, he has to walk away before he gets too mad at them. Before he hears the name Josuke, and he's like, dang it, I think that's my uncle. Alright, I gotta get involved. It's so... it's so funny watching, his emotions progress in that scene.
Dang, I think that's my uncle over there, the 16-year-old with the with the pomp.
The 16-year-old currently getting bullied into giving up like his uniform, and he's doing it. He is unbuttoning his jacket because this I don't even think he was a senior. I think he was literally like 1 year up from him or something like that, bullying him for his uniform because he was like, "Oh, I like those pins. Give them to me." And Josuke was like, "Yep, whatever you say, buddy." I'm like, that kid.
What? It's so funny because they're really like, oh, this kanji looks like it says it looks like it says JoJo, you dork.
Yeah, like that's such a weird thing to make fun of him for. His name can be read 2 different ways, so you gotta make fun of the second one? Like, what? Okay.
Oh my god, aren't you Japanese? Isn't that like a lot of kanji?
That's like, essentially that language's whole thing is that there's a lot of ways to read it. Like, it's just so weird that like that's what he chooses to make fun of him for. Before, like, unfortunately,
sorry, but,
he just happened to say a sentence with the word hair in it.
Yeah, the chances of the bully's name also being interpreted as something else or having the availability to be interpreted as something else is also very high.
Especially considering, like, I know Araki has said that when he's making... the reason he didn't like... the reason he was so eager to go into part 5 with, like, Italian names, which is just food, was because he liked that not having to come up with, like, meanings behind their names. Versus for part 4, he's like, alright, well, the name has to be able to be read, something meaningful, let me find something that's fitting for the character, that's still, like, a proper first name, while also has a good meaning that fits the character. Like, apparently, that was, like, that sucked for him. He did not enjoy doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because names are so important to Japanese culture, especially because, like, you have to think about, is this character more traditional or are they more modern? And if they're more traditional, what is a appropriate last name that they can have? Yeah, I can't imagine like that would take so much research. I know that he's Japanese, so it would be a little bit easier for him to at least come up with them, but god, would that take so long.
You know, apparently it did. That's why he just jump shipped and went, alright, no more Japan. We're moving to Italy. And it's like, all of you people are being named after the local Italian restaurant that gave me their menu when I asked for it, so good luck, guys. Also, yeah, then
we're lucky we even got a main character with a real name.
Yeah. And even then I've heard some Italian people saying, like, it's like a name, but, like, I don't think anybody would have that name. Like, it's like such a, it's like kind of awkward combination where it's like, I don't think this would happen. But, like, it does sound Italian, which I think is really funny.
It's like, what I assume is that it's similar to meeting someone in the modern day being named Bartholomew.
Yeah. That sounds pretty reasonable to compare it to. It's like, yeah, that is a name, but, like, we don't do that anymore. Type stuff. Exactly. Like, that's not like that's not a thing. That's versus, so at least the other Part 5 characters, he was just unapologetically, like, formaggio, Malone, like, risotto, not even hiding it, just straight up, what foods am I in the mood for? But you know what?
At least we got, Trish.
Trish got the most normal name, I think, from the entirety of Part 5. Because there are some weird ones in there, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Still love you, Part 5, but man, your character names do not make me sound sane when I'm telling people why I like this part.
The names are the only the only comic relief we get for Part 5, aside from Mista just being Mista.
I was gonna say, you're really downplaying Mista's existence here, because that man's hilarious. But you know, he does have...
Aside from the stinky man.
Yeah. I mean, Narancia tries, like, a little bit with, like, his little knife thing. Like, Narancia has a couple little funny moments. But overall, Narancia does kind of just make me sad.
Yeah, Narancia is, like, to me, is less funny for being funny and just, like, on crack.
Yeah, he's definitely the most, like... Oh, I can't say unhinged because Fugo's there. He's the most out there member of the team. Fugo is
Yeah.
doing his best to stay hinged, I think might be a nice way to put it.
Didn't Narancia shoot a gay couple?
Yes, but it's because he knew that they were stand users, so he was like, ah, you're the reason I have a new tongue, and just shot them immediately.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about pre...
Huh?
What was it? Never mind.
No, the only time Narancia shot anybody was that moment.
It's Tiziano and Squallow. Whatever.
Yeah, I can't think of any moment where Narancia did anything like that.
Yeah.
I know Mista had the moment where he shot the guy who was assaulting a woman. And then every single member of his team. There is definitely times where like they do shoot random people in Part 5. Is it still 90% Mista's fault? But
they beat up everyone they see. That poor guy that was like being a douchebag, but they ended up beating up anyways. Yeah,
Narancia was just like, why are you being like this? Oh, you have to be a stand user! So just jumped right onto it. He was just like, I know what to do about stand users.
I still can't get over that. Is one... The funniest scene in all of JoJo, I think, is that scene where Abakio's drinking and it cuts to him also beating them up.
Yeah, it's debatably the most memed thing from JoJo. I think Kono Dioda has like the time advantage on it for being so memed, but I feel like I saw that as a meme format so many times before JoJo, I didn't even realize it was from JoJo. I just saw it as like, oh, you know that meme format where the guy drinks wine and then joins the other two in kicking the person? Like, it was literally just a meme format. I had no other context to it. Like, I didn't know anything other than just like, oh, he had to think about it for a moment before he decided, yeah, it's worth it. But knowing more about him makes it so much funnier. That man is so serious.
He is. God. See, sometimes the memeability of JoJo is... It's reasonable. I hate when people will, like, meme on it, like, without being fans or just, like, be annoying about it.
Yeah, the people who just... They don't know anything about JoJo, but they're like, ah, JoJo reference. And, like, that gets a little annoying. Or when people are just like, oh, Dio pose, Muda and stuff. And I'm like, that's not funny. Sorry.
Oh my god, when we were walking through the door at Hallmat and someone went, is that a JoJo reference? When we were wearing our JoJo cosplays.
It's like, I don't know if I would say reference, we just are JoJo. Like, it's like if we had if we were like making JoJo like jokes about something that was happening, then yeah, it would have been a reference. But I don't know, straight up embodying JoJo feels less like a reference and more just becoming it.
Yeah, that is literally what it is. That's like walking up to like a One Piece cosplayer and being like not even like complimenting the cosplay for starters, but knowing that it's a famous anime and
just like if you were to say the exact same sentence, like, is that a One Piece reference to a One Piece cosplayer? They'd be like, yeah? They'd just be confused. But because, like, the specific phrase is such a meme that people just, like, shout it when they see JoJo cosplayers, and it's like, it's not really funny. It doesn't make sense to do at the moment, even in the context of, like, oh, it's a popular meme.
I'll mock the joke, like, whenever I say, is that a JoJo reference, I'm mocking people who do that.
Yeah, you're making fun of the people who do it unironically.
Yeah, but, like, I do it when I see jokes or, like, references for JoJo because it's funny.
Yeah. Like, there is a place for it, just a lot of people overuse it, I think, and it makes it not funny anymore.
The place for it is not when you are face-to-face with JoJo in real life.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Even though whenever I see something in real life that genuinely reminds me of JoJo, I usually just point at it and say JoJo, and that's it. I don't say JoJo reference, I just say, like, look, JoJo.
Yeah. I like jokingly sometimes if I see like a JoJo cosplayer at like SakuraCon with my sister, I'll be like, is that a JoJo reference? Very quietly to her because we both hate it. Yeah. So we both make fun of it.
Instead of running up to the cosplayer and saying it to them and forcing them to deal with the awkwardness of it, it's like, oh, Cool. Because otherwise you're just making it their
everyone's
problem.
saying.
Like,
how do they expect cosplayers to react? Like,
I don't even know.
what do they want? What do they want us to do? Like, haha, yeah, it is.
I think genuinely that might be it, to be like, oh yeah, you got it. But it's like, yeah,
Yeah, like that one person on Amino when I showed art of oh my god, Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
And they went, "Is that a JoJo reference?" And I was like, "No, I'm sick of being asked that because every time I share this piece of art, I'm asked, is that a JoJo reference?" And then they said, "You know what? I don't like you."
It's just because it's weird that someone would get so mad, like saying like, "Oh yeah, this joke annoys me because everyone says it every time I like talk about this thing," and then being like, "Oh, that's annoying. I don't like that you're mad about that." And it's like, what?
It's so weird.
I'm just saying it's annoying. Like, it's like I'm just saying for future reference, if we're talking, don't start the conversation by saying that. Like, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah.
Especially as people on Amino are especially weird, but oh well.
Yeah, I deleted it. If I'm like a week or two ago.
Yeah, that's
finally.
fair.
I mean, I never get any kind of commentary other than people ignoring me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not become a very good place for art advice anymore.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I don't know if Momo is jumping on the door or if my dad is home.
Alrighty. I'm gonna figure out where to put Vanilla Ice.
Okay.
My issue is I do kind of like Vanilla Ice as a character. I think he's a fun character. But I also hate everything that he's done, so... He's definitely not a just there but boring, because he is definitely far from boring. But it's kind of like part 1 Dio, where it's like, I admire what you've done, you're cool, man, you suck. Or not I admire what you've done, I admire, like, the comedic side. Because I don't know, something about the way that this guy, like, his design has changed a couple times, so like some of his designs have him wearing a long-sleeved shirt and others have him wearing a sleeveless shirt. Meanwhile, everyone agrees this man just does not wear pants, and that's very entertaining to me. Like, everyone's so focused on his arms as he's walking around like half naked anyway. But I don't know. Because there's a couple funny moments with him. But there's also just some genuinely and just awful ones. Because for the awful ones, I think I'd put him in D. For the cool moments... honestly, I would rank him... probably a little bit below Oingo and Boingo. For, like, just his cool side. But the issue is that there's 2 sides of him. And one of them definitely belongs down here.
Oh.
Oh, are you back?
Yes.
Hi. So I have a bit of an issue with Vanilla Ice.
Yes.
I do really like him as a character. So I was like, well, if I were to just judge him on, like, thinking that he's an interesting and, like, kind of cool character, like, kind of fun to analyze, I'd probably put him right below the Oingo Boingo brothers. But there's the issue of everything bad that he does, which makes me kind of think down here in D, just below Dio.
Right.
And I'm very torn between the 2.
That is a good point. I love Vanilla
Yeah, like,
Ice.
He's a really cool character. The pun between his name and his standalone is honestly, like, top of the list S tier. But I can't rank him on that alone, just as funny as that may be.
He is also, like, JoJo's largest simp that isn't Joshu.
Yeah.
And I think that's hilarious.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's fun to analyze. And, like, I was also talking about how it's funny that his design keeps varying. Sometimes he's wearing long sleeves, sometimes he's wearing short sleeves, but regardless, this man does not wear pants. That's really funny to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's...
It's so funny.
Like, well, there's all this, like,
up...
debate over his arms, and everyone, like, is just like, well, there was no shading ever done in his legs, so... Yeah, he's pantsless, I guess.
He makes up... Yeah, he makes up for, Dio being shirtless and only wearing pants.
Mm-hmm. He decided to do the reverse of that.
He probably did that on purpose.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially with, like, how he adopted, I assume, all the heart stuff as well because of Dio.
Yeah.
Which is extra funny to think because his stand also has a lot of hearts on it. I kind of like the idea that his stand changed a little bit in design, and, like, the hearts were added in, like, just because of his obsession.
Yeah.
Like, Dio became his life.
That checks out, to be honest.
Yeah, like, Dio became his life, so his stand was like, alright, cool. I got it, I'm changing appearance.
Uh-huh.
It's like how Star changes color. Which
Yeah.
I know I've shown you
that
that one
so
fan
cool.
art of, like, he became the color
sunset?
of the ocean. Oh no, it was sunset, that's what it was, yeah. Because that's
Yeah.
so, it's
saved on my
so
phone.
pretty, like, and well done. I know that person
It
posted
is.
on Tumblr, like, probably 2 years ago now, but I got so excited at the idea that, like, maybe, even just, like, an update every 6 months, I would be so happy about. But, you know, it's been a while since, that account updated. Luckily, there is
man.
thousands of images to go through and, like, ask responses that are really funny. Because they're all in character, so that means he essentially doesn't care about 90% of what he's responding to. And it's very entertaining.
Right. Did we place Vanilla Ice?
No. I'm still torn.
Okay.
He's currently sitting at the bottom of just there but cool, because I thought the cool pun was funny. But I generally don't know where to leave him.
See, I feel like he plays too much of a role to be in a just there category.
That's what I thought earlier. I genuinely was like, well, he's clearly not a just there, and he's definitely not a just there but boring. But I don't know... It's either C or D, honestly, and those are so vastly different from each other that I don't know which one.
I know. Like, D feels too low and C feels too high.
Yeah. But also, he's far
We've
more than
created this
just
rift.
there.
Exactly.
Because like, even putting
We
him at the
ruined
very
ourselves.
top of just there but cool still feels like just a little too, like, low for him.
Maybe
Like,
he
I'm
just
really-
needs to be permanently at the end of C.
I could agree with that. Like, no matter who else we add, he has to be at the bottom of C.
Yeah. Because anyone else is in just there but cool. He's
Yeah.
like, he is the line.
I can agree with that. He is where we have drawn the line for just...
Uh-huh.
He is the 1 point above. Whatever the number is for just there but cool, he is 1 point above. No one else can end up with 1 point above.
God, that's so funny.
Like, if being in C rank is worth, like, 700 points, he literally only has 701. Everybody else has to be, like, below that. And that feels very right, you know what? Now that we've, like, sorted that out, I feel better about him being in the very bottom of C now. Alright. Now, his stand, I do like the stand, especially, like, the visuals of it, the way it, like... I know it's him who's rolling it around, but the way it rolls around is really cool. It's super ominous. Like, it's a very threatening stand.
Is so cool, because, it's void. There's nothing there.
And the way they had to find a way to visualize that, and they did it incredibly. Like, they deserve so many props for that. Like, I know it was, like, they had the basis for the manga to go off of, but they added, like, all the particle effects, and adding, like, the cool noises that it makes. They handled the translation to, the screen very well.
Yes. And also, just generally, like, even the design without just the void ball.
I do like that it also has, like, a
goes
proper full humanoid form, but then he just eats himself.
Yeah.
Like, I love that.
I know it's definitely talked about, but do you think it all goes to the same place, like with the hand, too?
I could see that. Like, for some reason, it's all just the same pocket dimension. Like, that's just the single void dimension that, like, exists in JoJo. I could see that.
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of funny. Vanilla and Okuyasu share a voice actor in English, and it feels like they just got that man to go from one Void character to the other.
It's so funny.
He does a very good job on both of them, though. He sounds very different from as Okuyasu. I mean, he one sounds a lot younger, which like, yeah. You're going from a man who's definitely in at least his mid to late 20s, if not. I could see Vanilla Ice possibly even being in his 30s. Like, I don't know, he seems like a very experienced dad user to me. But he goes from that to, like, 15. Because if I remember correctly, Okuyasu's birthday means that he should only be 15 in 1999.
Right.
Because I think his birth sign is for, like, the end of the year, and it's all during summer and stuff. I don't remember what his birth sign is, though. I just remember I saw a post analyzing it and being like, oh, he's, like, almost 16. And Josuke at some point turned 16 during the part, based on his birth sign. Right. But everybody else, like, we don't really have super specifics for them.
Yeah.
I'm kind of struggling with Cream. I don't know. It's hard to rate. Like, do I like it one more than Hermit Purple, but less than Hanged Man? Or do I like it more than Hanged Man?
Man, I think I almost like it more than Hanged Man.
Yeah? I could see it. Yeah,
maybe like 1 point more.
Yeah. I'm trying to like move them around and see which one feels more right. Oh, I do like the little spikes on Hangman's face.
Yeah.
What with Cream in front?
I genuinely don't care, if I'm being honest.
I mean, they are pretty equal.
Yeah.
I do like the little like executioner like thing that Cream has going with like it almost looks like he's wearing like the executioner's like hood.
Yeah.
I do really like that. Plus the little like horns. Like it's a cool design. I really like it.
It is a really cool design. Whenever I think of what I want to happen for making the black hole sun stand, I think of Cream specifically.
Cream is great inspiration, honestly. Just in general.
Uh-huh.
Oh, next up is actually the last for part 4. Or part 3. After that, we will be starting part 4.
Finally. After 6 hours. 7 hours.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh my god.
This is Senator Wilson Phillips, I believe his name is. He's Mario in the OVA, which is cool. Like, Charles Martinet is his voice actor in the OVA, which I really like. I feel like he might be a just there, because I would say he's not boring, because it is kind of interesting that he's a senator, just there, that Dio just happens to run into.
He's he feels true neutral, to be honest.
He kind of does. Like, he's just another person that Dio forces to work with him.
Yeah.
I think I'll put him above Melina.
Okay.
But I don't know, it's not like a huge difference. It just feels like he does slightly more because he's the one who does the iconic driving over the road thing.
Oh, yeah. The fact that we just finished part 3.
I know. I was just pulling it up to see.
Long.
Yeah, we are at 7 hours and 23 minutes. Oh boy.
We have been yapping about JoJo for 7 hours, and we haven't even gotten to part 4.
Yep, that sounds about right. Not even at the halfway point in the series. Meaning at the current rate we're going, we will be here for at least 14 hours total. That sounds little long.
Yeah, maybe we should turn in for the night soon.
I mean, do you want to start do you want to get through like the main I was gonna say the main cast of part 4, but there's a lot of these guys as the main cast.
Oh my god.
Because that's an entire row. Okay, do you want to stop now because it's part 4? Or do you want to try to go through a little?
I think that maybe we should save the beginning of part 4 for the next time we do this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Will it save?
No. Is the thing. I have to leave this tab open. It also means, I believe if it refreshes, we have to do this all over again. But luckily, because we're streaming, I can see where everyone is located. So even if I, have to reorganize everybody, it'll be very easy to just go in order and put them back exactly where they are. That's why I'm scrolling up now. Here, let me... Okay, right now you can see everything up to just there, but cool. So that means I'm gonna hold this for a moment.
That happens, if you need to reorganize everything, that is going to be the most painful thing ever.
Oh, it won't be the most painful thing ever. I had to sort the images to begin with. That was the most painful thing ever. Because they all downloaded alphabetically, and some of these images, for some reason, had numbers at the start of their name, and that's why they were sorted before the alphabet.
Right.
So I couldn't even be, like, logically like, well, let me try to look for this character. Oh, they're not in their spot where their name is supposed to be. Why? Oh, it's because they're at the top of the list? Cool. That's nice.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
Yeah, I thought it was going to put them in the order I downloaded them. It did not. It automatically goes to alphabet. Which wouldn't be nearly as annoying to sort if you didn't post almost 500 images at once, but I guess that's on me.
I'm sure.
It's funny because the website says that you can't post more than 500 images at a time, and I was like, oh, that's not a problem. And then here I am going to 50 less than that. Not even 50, like 40 less than that. So, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. I hovered this on the screen for long enough, and we're at the end, that if I do have to redo all this, I'll be able to just go towards the end of the stream and just... look, I'll just be able to, like, pause the stream, have the image, and just put everyone back in place. It would probably take, honestly, probably a good 30 minutes just to make sure everyone's exactly in the right spot. But otherwise, it wouldn't be, like... It wouldn't be the end of the world.
Okay. That's good, at least.
Yeah. I can't believe it. It literally just turned 3 a.m. Man.
Oh my god. Yeah, you should go to bed.
At least this has been fun. I've definitely been enjoying myself for the past 7.5 hours.
It has felt like 7 hours.
Yeah. I will say, unfortunately, I do think it's going to be a little while before we'll be able to do this again. Because I have everything with her surgery on Sunday. Or not Sunday, Saturday.
Right.
Sunday is, I don't stream on Sundays or Mondays. And then Monday's already going to be pretty busy anyway. And then I don't even know what's going on Tuesday yet. I gotta figure out what I'm doing. So, yeah, unfortunately it might be about a week or so until we can do this again, but...
No worries.
But yeah, it'll just give us time to, like, really think about where we might want to start ranking characters, especially now that we have the different categories.
Yeah, we have the finalized categories.
Yes, because I think if we were to add even just a single more category, it would dissolve into chaos. So, as if it's not already pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
At least, you know what? Having just there but boring makes me feel a lot better, because these are all a lot of guys who do a whole lot of nothing. Sherry, I'm sorry, you just don't. I like Sherry as a concept, but just as an actual character, she just doesn't do anything. She's just Polnareff's sister, is her entire thing. Which, like, is cool. I do like her, but...
She's there for trauma.
Yeah. What is happening with the Stardew sound? Oh, we're in fall. Okay.
I think my dad is gonna throw a fit if I don't take Momo out, so...
Alrighty, well, that is gonna be it for today, then. It's definitely been fun. I gotta figure out what I'm doing tomorrow, too. Yeah, of course! We gotta stream more often. We just gotta find stuff to do.
I agree. Especially since I'm out for the summer.
Yeah. It'll be a lot easier to... Ooh! Would you want to play American Arcadia with me? It is a single-player game, but would you like to join me on stream while I play? Because I know the story. You don't. And I promise it is more comedic than I've made it sound. It's not actually that existential. It is like 90% comedy. Because like I know comparing it to Truman Show like does kind of imply it's a little more existential because Truman Show starts off funny and then very quickly devolves into this is a horrifying thing we're all watching this man go through. Versus American Arcadia starts off like this is awful. Let's explore it. And I like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll try to figure that into our schedule and stuff. But for now, we gotta wrap up because it is 3 a.m. for me, so I'll have to see you guys later.
I will log out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, once you disconnect, your character's gonna disappear, by the way.
Okay. Well, farewell. Good night. Sleep well.
Yeah, you too, whenever you head to bed.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.